Well, it's been a little bit, hasn't it, everybody? Hello, welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. Come on in and hang out. I'm wearing my awesome Discord partner jacket today because it is freezing cold. Holy mackerels, it's cold. I've been taking care of the real life stuff as always. You know what happens if you let some of that real life stuff go? It cuts into your game time. I've been out taking care of IRL. Of course, there was a holiday. Hope you had a great Halloween. And all of that. I had some fun with my kids and whatnot. People still went around and did it, but they did it responsibly. They had masks on over their costumes and whatnot, and they were walking around. One of the coolest things that I saw was a thing by Casey Neistat, where he created a big PVC pipe. And what you do is you have this big PVC pipe, and you put it in one end, and it slides down, and then someone had a bucket, they'd have their bucket of, candy at the other end. It's like candy delivery system. And I thought of the same exact thing. I also thought of a candy cannon where you fire it like a piñata and you shoot it out to the curb edge from your porch. I thought it was funny. I'm obviously not going to really build that because it's a huge liability. But I thought that was kind of funny just to have it where, the kids just walk up with their bucket and it slides down and goes into their bucket. Really, really cool. I thought of that same idea. He actually built it, though. My kids and my wife was looking at me like, what's wrong with you? I love ingenuity like that for people to do that. Apparently, people down the street did the same thing. Some other peeps had done that as well. So that's really smart. That's a great thing about humans. They can improvise in the moment. And that's really fun. Now, I haven't been playing games for a little bit here. I'm going through the shakes, bro. I go through the game shakes where you go through those withdrawals because you haven't got to play any games for a while. And so I want to go ahead and get into it big time. Now we're going to play some Satisfactory and, of course, some Stream Raiders today. I'm sorry I haven't been doing the battles all day, every day, because I've been taking care of that IRL. Now, always balance your IRL versus everything else. If you don't take care of your IRL, it just goes further and further off the rails, and then you end up coming back, and then it just costs you more time. So I also got a guide out, and I was looking at this guide. I did this goddess guide. Now, it's not going to be a huge video, but here's the funny thing about my goddess guide that's on my YouTube channel. It's actually my #1 video. It's the video that most people watch. It's a guide on an old game called Goddess, and actually stopped development on it. But a lot of people still play it, and it's a really, really fun game. One of my favorite games. It's a very fun building game, and you're building up your resources as you go along. And so I've had a guide for a very long time. Do you know it has almost 30,000 views? One of my top videos on my channel. It's amazing, and people still watch it to this day. 200, 300, 400 people, a month or so, or is it a day? I forget. It's like a month. I think it's a month. Still come in, watch that video, and say how much they like the video and whatnot. Even though it's years and years ago, it's like 2014, like 6 years ago, a very long time ago. That I made that guide, and I made a bunch of other guides as well up there. But that's one of my top guides. And then I made a companion video that goes along with that called Getting Past the Third Beacon that also has like 18,000 views as well, which is pretty incredible. So last year at this time around November, and I had forgotten it had been so long, I started a new guide. And it has taken me a year to get back to it. That tells you how busy that I am. And I thought, well, I'll get back to it. Maybe over the weekend I'll work on it. Maybe next time. But I actually finished it. I finished all 4 guides. The mega guide on Goddess. So those are going to roll out every Sunday for the next 4 weeks. You're going to get those mega guides. Lots more guides I'm working on. Lots more stuff working on behind the scenes. But it's great to finally finish that big project that you want to do. Because that's a huge undertaking. First, you have to play through, 20, 30, 40 hours. How long it ever takes you to get through the game. You got to record all that footage, which is literally terabytes worth of footage. And then you have to cut it all down, edit it down into a reasonable size. Now, I was over there and I was working on the first video and I got it done. I was working on the second video and I was cutting it down and it was like 6 minutes. Now, YouTube has an algorithm that's like 8 minutes and 10 minutes. That's the optimum, right? I say, screw the algorithm, everybody. I'm not doing that crap. I'm not making a longer video just to pad the video so that I get that 8 minutes or whatever. You know what? I think that's the stupidest thing ever. I hate watching videos where it's obvious that the person is padding the video or they're just talking, droning on and on and on so that it reaches 10 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. If it's 8 minutes, that's the minimum I can put in that particular segment. All the other ones are like 6 minutes. I don't like to do really long videos because I feel like people got enough time to pop in, watch a short video, and then they got to go back about their day. Or maybe they might be watching a bunch of videos at the same time. So they watch this one, that one, this one. They go, oh, okay, that's the information I need. Boom. And then they can go on playing the game or they go on doing whatever they need to do. They don't want to watch no 45 to 2 hour long video. And that's the difference between a full stream and highlights and doing guides, is that guides should be very precise and very to the point. At least that's the way I like them to be. And since I like them like that, that's the way I make them. So if you do watch those videos over there, feel free to check them out. I'm going to go ahead and drop the Discord link in the chat here, if I can find it. Over here. There we go. Feel free to go ahead and check out all my stuff on the Discord, but especially check out that YouTube guide, the Goddess Guide I just dropped. Very, very cool. I hope to do more guides very, very soon. I've been working on those very hard behind the scenes, finishing a bunch of them up. Of course, not only do you got to shoot the footage, do you have to edit it, but then I have to do all the voiceover. And that's like 30 minutes of voiceover means I have to watch that and listen to that voiceover like 6 or 7 times. So that's 30 minutes times 6 or 7 times. So yeah, the total investment into that video, I would say, is probably about 100 to 200 hours in those 4 videos that equal about 30 minutes in length. They're about, well, I think the first one's 8 minutes, next one's 6 minutes, 6 minutes, and then 5 minutes on the last one. I can't remember. It's something like that. I don't care about that 8-minute limit. I say screw the algorithm. I'm going to do it because I don't make videos for an algorithm. I make videos for people. And that's the way I look at it. I make it for people. People who want to just watch a video, learn something, and then boop, peace out. So screw the algorithm, screw YouTube, screw all that. I'm going to make them the way I like to make them, the old school way, before you had to deal with the algorithm, before you had to deal with that stupid bell, which I think is the dumbest thing ever. I hit subscribe for a reason. I want to see the videos from that person, and I want to choose whether I want to watch those videos or not. I don't need to hit the subscribe and then hit a stupid bell to tell me, to notify me when that video comes up. It should already notify me because I already subscribed. See, these are the stupid choices that YouTube's been making over the years that I really hate because it really sabotages the quality of the videos over there. And that's what they don't see. They don't see that the quality of their videos are going like that. I rather create high quality videos, as good of videos as I can do. This takes a reasonable amount of time. Than to make a longer video so I could pad the video and get that 8-minute crap. Screw it. I was doing the video and that's exactly what I thought. I thought, screw it. I'm just gonna make a video exactly the way I want to make the video, exactly the length I want to make it. That's appropriate for that. And I could have took some from the next video and moved it back and fuddled with that 8-minute stuff. I'm just making it as long as I think it needs to be for that particular video, and that's it. I don't care if it's 2 minutes. That's what I will make it. That's the way Kismet rolls. I say screw the algorithm, everybody. Screw it. Doesn't make me any money over there anyway. I make like $5 or something like that over there on YouTube, and then I take that $5 and put it right back in the stream anyway. So it's not like I'm making any money for that 100 or 2 hours or 100 or 200 hours of investment anyway. It's really for you guys and for me because I love making them. So I feel like that's part of the joy, right? If you enjoy making videos, then that's part of the joy. And then if you guys really get something out of it, then that's another part of it as well. Same thing with streaming. I think of it in that way. So let's say hello to everybody. Hope you guys are getting fired up today, Tuesday. Hope you had a great Halloween. I had fun with the family, hanging out with them for a bit. Well, I was also finishing up those guides and queuing those guides up as well. I was like so close. You know, when you're so close to finishing stuff and you're like, oh, God, this is taking me over a year to get this fired up. And now I'm almost done. And then I crushed it. I just went through, edited it down, and got all the thing done. Because I'm always constantly making videos shorter and shorter and shorter to just be super concise. This is what I did. This is how you do this. This is how you do this. Kismet tip here. Kismet tip there. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom. There you go. You got all the knowledge. That's the way I am. I don't like to make really long videos because I like to watch short, concise videos myself. That's just who I am. I've watched so many 45-minute videos to tell me how to do this thing. Here's how you do this thing, right? Like I'm trying to, like say you're trying to get rid of your Windows bar. Great example. You try to go ahead and say, how do I get rid of my Windows bar? Well, first you go in, the person's blah, blah, blah. Then they got like a opener, and then they got a thing, and then they talk about the thing, and then they talk about the thing, and then 45 minutes later, oh, you click this button. Ah, God, I hate those videos. I like, hi, you're here for this reason. Here you go. Boom. There you go. Now problem solved. Have a nice day. That's it. That's me. I'll make a 10-second video if I need to on whatever it is. And I'd love to do a lot of technical videos too, like how to solve problems. Because I do a lot of searching of problems and a lot of solving of problems all the time. Constantly, every single day. Like if I'm having a problem with my camera, sometimes I'll search for it. Okay, this is a solution to this problem. And I'll see sometimes there are no videos and there are no articles on certain problems and how to solve those particular problems. So I could be the one to make those videos so the next person or the next thousands of people that have that same problem can find that video and find the solution, and it doesn't suck up their entire day. Because sometimes when I'm trying to find the solution, and I'm sure you guys have done the same, that it's literally like an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours of trying to find the solution that finally solves that particular problem. And then you're like, God, I just spent 5 hours on that, right? That sucks, bro. That sucks. So I'd rather save someone 5 hours and just tell them, look, this is what I did to solve the problem. I do the same thing on my unboxings too. If I'm installing like an Xbox or a PS4 or whatever, and I run into a problem, I'll put that into the video as well, so people can see it. I see Rotisserie G in the chat. Hey, look, a new follower and fresh subscriber. Ah, who? Rotisserie G? Are you a new subscriber? It might, if you just resubscribed, I don't see it up there. I don't see it in my alerts. But thanks for being here. Hey, Flux, how you doing? That's a cool little emote. Cool little emote there. Happy Sandwich, Candy, and Cliche Day. For those of us who YOLO'd a bit too much. Well, hey, ain't wrong with the sandwich unless you have too many. But yeah, too much candy, that is for sure. Yeah, overload of candy. I was telling my story on Twitter of the Night Stalker, right? When I was a kid, I forget, I was in my teens, and there was this guy driving around being all crazy guy, killing peeps. And he was driving around on a motorcycle. It was called the Night Stalker in California. And it was during Halloween, right? It was right about that ramp up to Halloween. So people didn't go out because they were so scared that people were going to get killed. So I'm like, yeah, I'm a stupid teenager. My parents, you know, don't always pay attention to what we're doing anyway. So we went and I said, you know what, I'm going anyway. So I started going, and in those days, you use your pillowcase. By the way, old school. Old school, you brought your pillowcase. You didn't have no fancy plastic bowls to carry your candy around. So you bring a pillowcase around, and I literally got 3 pillowcases worth of candy. 3 pillowcases. Because people say, no one came all night. So they would take the bowl and pour the whole bowl into my thing. And I'm like, oh, thank you. And I went around, and I literally had so much candy. I don't know. I eventually had to throw it away. That's how long it lasted. Probably started my candy addiction right there. But I'm a huge person who loves candy, especially M&Ms, the perfect candy. Big love to M&Ms out there, for sure. What is your guys' perfect candy? Let me know in the chat. We're gonna get it fired up. We got some ice cold water here. So good. So good. We got some ice cold water. We're ready to play some games. I don't know about you guys. I can talk to you guys all day long. I'd have to go into just chatting. I'm a bit chatty at the beginning here. Let me make sure I got my stream renders ready. I do. All right, everybody, let's dive into it. Let's get some stream renders going, and of course, the wonderful Satisfactory. Let's go. Couldn't resist another drink of that ice cold water. Man, it is freezing here. I don't know what's the temperature where you guys are. Throw it in the chat. Right now it's about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, the U.S. style of measurement, which I think is about 10 Celsius. I think it's a difference of 30, right? Because when it's 30 degrees for us, it's 0, I think, for Celsius. If I'm remembering correctly, though, it is very early morning. Let's go look it up. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, subtract 30. Yeah, I was right. Hey, look at me. I actually know some things and stuff and things. I actually know some things. So, yeah, it is freezing. It's 48 in Virginia and 36. Oh, my gosh, Hobo and Subi. Ah, so cold, bro. Now, here's the thing. I'm from California. So, people in California are a little bit off from everybody else. Now, my family comes from a very cold state in New York and from Iowa. And, of course, the ancestors are from Europe and whatnot. But me, I'm born and raised in California. And people in California, when it hits 65 degrees, it's like it's 5 degrees to them. It is so cold to them that we wear, because we're like thin blood, as you say. We got a jacket on, we got a parka, we got a blanket. We're freezing to death at 65 degrees, where the rest of the world is like 10. And here in Tennessee, where I'm at now, it gets very, very cold. I mean, like, freezing outside. You got the snow coming down. It gets really, really cold here. Now, see, it'd be like somebody from here, from Tennessee, moving to Antarctica, right? That's the way I relate it. If you lived in an area and it never got, too cold, 65, maybe down to 50 on cold days, especially when you're in the water, man. When you're in the like, you're at the beach in California, that's cold, bro. But especially during the wintertime. But most of the time, it's like 70, 80 degrees all the time, all year long. There is really no winter. It's just it rains very rarely, and every now and again, it's 50 degrees. But here in Tennessee, it's like one day it's 80, the next day it's 20. That's the way the weather works here. It's like boom, and then it's freezing cold for a very long time, and then it goes up, and then it comes down, and up and down. I mean, it's like a 50 to 60 temperature shift from one day to another, and that's a dangerous thing. Especially, you might get sick. Especially if you're not staying hydrated. Watch out for that. It definitely goes up and down. 10 Celsius, which is 50 Fahrenheit, where I am. Wow. Okay, very cold for you, bro. Very, very cool. I'm a bit old school candy, also British, so I like coconut ice and Coldfoot Rock and alphabet letter candy. I never heard of any of that. That sounds like a awesome British candy. See, I like to try stuff from all over the world. And I've tried candy from all over. Close to the Kismet Candy Bar from Finland. Incredibly, fantastically good. If you want to find some of that, you can find it down below in the description, also on the webpage. If you guys go and buy it, I don't get nothing. They love to donate to the stream to give out some awareness of their company, and I greatly appreciate that. It's not named after me, by the way. It was already out before I even started streaming or anything like that. Though I think I had my name before they had the Kismet Candy Bar, because I've had the name Kismet for over 40 years, for a very, very long time, since before some of you were even born. So yeah, very, very funny. But let's get into it, everybody. We're going to do some stream raiders. So let's go ahead and click on our first one here. I'm sorry to be behind on our battles, but we're going to do some battles all day long. Let's get into it here. Now I'm going to actually press some buttons and flip some switches. Let me change this back to a smaller res. I have this on a really high res right now. Let's go windowed. There we go. I had to move this up a little bit. I had to work on my lighting a little bit, so I have to move that up just a little bit. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got my healer to max level here. Let's go ahead and click on it. There it is. Look at Norbert at level 30. Oh, awesome. Well, hey, let's work on some other stuff today. Let's see. Who we working on today? Good question. Good question. Who we got? Who do we got? Let's see. Centurion. All right. Let's fire up the Centurion. Let's get him going right there. I'm trying to get all of my characters up to max level. And we're going to have some fun doing that today. That's for sure. For sure, for sure. All right. Now you're like, well, Kismet, we're going to play some Satisfactory. How about now? I'm always on top of it, everybody. Always on top. Now, I've been letting this run while we've been talking, so all this time has been very effective on our factory. And what we've been doing is running a lot of our stuff, our steel, into this box right over here. Now, like I said at the end of the last Satisfactory video, what we're going to do is basically run a little bit of our steel and then a little bit of our pipes, so we'll have a little bit of that to upgrade and go to the next milestone, as well as to use it as well. Now, I skip I skip level 2 belts. And the reason why is level 2 belts are really hard to make because it requires a lot of manufacturing, a lot of time, and a lot of effort. Where steel does not require as much. So you can literally just let this run, and all of a sudden you're going to look in this box, boom, you've got a ton of everything. Now I can just go ahead and make everything level 3 belts. And you'll see, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press number Q is what I'm trying to press. There we go. Man, my brain was working there. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my level 3 belts. I'm only on level 2 right now because we're still for early game. Look at this. I love to see this, by the way, everybody. I love to see stuff just magically running along the conveyors there. It's making a bunch of stuff, running it over and putting it into our storage units over here. And as you can see, we are up a bit from our location. Now, we started way off, about 1,500 off in there. We're playing the Rocky Desert, or the second selection in Satisfactory. Way off in the distance, we started over there. Then what we did is we decided, hey, wait a minute, we've got 3 pure nodes for coal right here, which is incredible. That's a lot of coal at the very beginning of the game. So I decided to move everything over here. So I tore everything down, moved everything here, and I built, of course, my lower level, which is actually up to a really high level if you think about it. But it's a lower level is just my coal. And I actually have another node right there. I've got one going there and one fired up over there for our steel. And you can see down here we have our 6, which is typically what I start with, our 6 coal plants. Or do we have 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. And we've got our 3 water extractors and our 6 coal plants running nicely. Now, this only requires 60 coal. And just without upgrading to Mark 2s, that's just Mark 1s, we have 120 there, 120 here, that's 240, 360 at the base level amount of coal. That is a lot of these suckers. If you think it's 60, right? So let's just say easy math, right? So 6 of these for every half of that. Let's say 12 of these for every one of those. So 12, 24, 36. I could have 36 coal plants running right over here. And I have plenty of water because I only need 3 each, right? So that would be 6 here. It would be 12. And then an additional 6 on top of that, which would be 18. So I could literally have so much power here, I could rival nuclear power. That's how I look at stuff. When I look at stuff in Satisfactory, I'm looking at it in how much power is it going to generate, and based on how much power it generates is how much of a base that I can build, or how much of a factory I can build, how big of a factory that I can build. And that is basically pretty much any building game. It's all about the power. If you master how the power works, everything else is just a matter of time and effort. Oh, look out! Speaking of awesome people, look out, JC Hunter coming in, blowing it up. Says 7 months now, still enjoy every stream. Best stream ever. You know it, JC Hunter. You know it. Thanks for coming in. Showing the love today on this cold, cold Tuesday. Trying to stay warm in here as it is, but luckily my computers heat this place up a little bit. So they're like built-in heaters over time. So very fun. Very, very fun. So thanks for coming in, showing that love, keeping that going. 7 months of sub love. I greatly appreciate that. I hope you've been having a fantastic day. Now let's go ahead and look in here and see where we're at. Vehicular transport, we're not going to worry about that. Advanced steel production, that would be nice. What do we got? Hypertubes here. We definitely want to get those fired up. And we've got logistics. Now, logistics is the thing that I'm looking for next. And notice I don't always go in order. I find that these particular tractors and whatnot, I don't use those. I have used them before and tested them out where I've had the car go out there, pick it up and come back and do that kind of loop. I find that most of the time it runs out of fuel at some point, and then I have to go track it down to get the fuel. But you can actually go in and create fuel for your tractors so that they can continue to go. But I would suggest when you get to a point where you can make fuel that's repeatable. All right, repeatable fuel versus fuel that you have to make from biofuel. Otherwise, you got to run around and collect all the biofuel every time and get all that stuff going every single time. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good on that one. So yeah, we want to get all this unlocked, and we need a bunch of rotors here and a bunch of this. And I think we have enough of all that, so we'll probably unlock that straight away after we do logistics. Now, the reason why I like logistics is as two of my favorite things in here, and that is the larger storage, the industrial level storage, And then also the level 3 conveyor belts and level lifters. Now we also have our stackable pipeline, which is nice, but I don't really, as you can see, I'm not using any pumps at all. I will use very few pumps, if any. The only time I use pumps is when I don't want to go all the way to the bottom of the level and I just want to bring it up to me. And that's when I usually have so much power that I don't care anymore. I don't care about if I'm burning and being less efficient by bringing the water up versus building at the water level. I highly suggest working at the water level or working at the lowest level because it requires you a lot less pumps, which is less power, which is less work on your end. So let's go ahead and select that as the milestone. Now we already have the ingredients because it's got check marks right over here, so we can just literally just press the button. Take those resources up there. Off you go.
Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container and enhanced conveyor belt efficiency.
All right, now off it goes. Now it's time for some upgrades. Now, as you can see right here, this is the first thing I do. I beeline. I go straight for this where I am saving all the resources and whatnot just straight away right here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my industrial storage here. Now, industrial storage is from steel, right? So you're doing your steel pipes and your steel beams, and you're combining those together to do your industrial storage. Now, I'm going to go ahead and replace some of the industrial storage, some of the storage I've been using over here with the stuff that I'm currently using. Now, it doesn't matter the direction of this particular one, because I'm literally just going to use this now to hold the stuff that I have. I'm also going to replace these two over here. But for right now, I'm just taking everything off my character, and I'm going to cut the line that comes into the back of this. I'm just going to take that out. I'm going to take this line out, and then I'm going to go ahead and collect all this. Now, the fastest way is just to take the box out. Boom, gone. And you can probably guess what I'm going to do, right? This box is going to have much more. And see, that's how much that holds, right? And so it's 3 lines, where if we take this one and we put this one down, uh-oh, I can't put it down. Why can I not put it down? That's because I've already set down the materials that I need to make that thing. So I need to go ahead and get some of those materials back, and then I can go ahead and put this right in there. There we go. So now we got a double height. Notice that it's double the original height. And then also, I'm going to go ahead and put all the concrete in there. Notice it's almost double the size as well. So instead of 3, or it is double the size. So instead of just 3 rows, now you have 6 rows. And that is an awesome thing, because that's a lot of concrete and a lot of materials that we're going to use. Then we're just going to go ahead and reestablish over here the speed. Now, I'm actually going to go ahead and add belt number 3 to my quick bar down here. And I'm going to make that number 7. Boom, right there. And now we are good. So I'll go number 7, and I'll go ahead and bring the rest of this into here. Now, the thing is this right here is actually going at a slower speed. Right now, if we go and we take it out, it's going at a Mark 1 speed. Now, at this point, since I have already so much of this, I can literally just backtrack this back. So I no longer need to work with level 1s or level 2s. I stop using them. Now, mathematically, you can go in and make everything perfect and wonderful, and everything's at the exact right speed and all of that. But I have kind of steered away from that now, since I've played through so many times, as irrelevant. It is irrelevant to make this go slower just because it's optimum. I feel you should make it go as fast as it possibly can, because what's going to happen is going to backlog sometimes if you have it going slower. For whatever reason, you cut it off at the end or whatever it is, and this is going to end up with extra stuff in it. So there's really no reason for me to use that slower speed anymore. So I will go ahead and just try to upgrade all of this stuff behind it into that faster speed. Now, I just ran out of it. You're like, Kismet, now you don't got any more. Well, actually, I have a bunch right back over here in this box. So we're going to go ahead and grab all this back again, sort that a little bit. We're going to work a bit on optimizing the speed of all of our stuff. And it's pretty easy to do. All you do is you roll over it. Now, make sure to watch out for the small stuff here, right? Watch out for the small ones. And we're going to just actually take this out. We're going to take that out. We're going to take this out. Just so we have one continuous thing. So when we go to upgrade later, the more of those little tiny segments that you have, the more difficult it is for you to upgrade, because you're upgrading a bunch of segments. You might miss a segment, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's something going on with your factory. It's going too slow or whatever it is. So again, we'll go ahead and upgrade that to 3. We'll get up here. Man, I got to get working on my thing as well. Working on my jumper thing. Now, that's that. Now, of course, we got to go and look back here. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. We got all of this running all the way back down to here as well. Whoa. Whoa. There we go. I'm running. Oh, that's the wrong thing, too. Upgraded the wrong one. That's okay. I'm going to come back and upgrade all of those as well. But we're on this belt right here. All right. We're going to follow that belt all the way back as far as we can. Okay. Now we're out of those again. Now, as you notice, those went really fast. It's like, boom, I'm out. And that's because you start to upgrade all of this stuff. You're going to run out very quickly. So what we want to do at this point is have as much steel production as we possibly can. And that's going to depend on how much coal you have. That also, it's like a perpetual thing, right? You make it go faster so you can make more of that thing, but you need the things that make it go faster to make more of the things, right? So it's like a catch-22 almost. But look at that. We've got a bunch more in there. We're going to let that run. Now, we want to make this go faster. We want to make more of these, right? So right down here over the side, you can see we've got our extractor down there. Now, this is a level 1 going right now. And in that level 1, we want to go ahead and upgrade that now to a level 3. We're going to just say screw level 2. Screw level 2. That's not worth my time. And now that's going to fly into here at that higher speed. Now, this is a smaller container, so you're going to see me do this a lot. I'll go and make a container. I'll throw my stuff in there, cut the container from the previous one, take the smaller container out, and replace all the smaller containers with larger containers, right? Because that's actually going to make it a bit easier. Oh, I forgot to get some pipes while I was over there. Or actually, I got to get pipes out of here. Eventually, I'm going to have to get some more pipes, too. But again, we get that out. We go ahead and put this in here and line it up as best we can. Sometimes the little green line doesn't like to really line up. So it doesn't show up against that. It's really a bummer when it doesn't show up. But what you can do is try to connect your arrows together. What I do is I try to eyeball the arrows. I wouldn't trust that green line because the green line's not showing us exactly what we need. There we go. And again, we'll go ahead and get number 7. See, that's straight right there, even though it didn't show me a green line. And then over here, like that. Now, it's going to be able to store more. Now, very quickly, though, you want to take all of this stuff before that fills up. It's going to fill up quick and put that back in there. So now, instead of having just 3 rows of extra coal, I'm actually going to have 6 rows of a backlog of that coal. Now, this comes out at 120. So now this is coming out at double speed. Now, I've not upgraded this yet. Now, right now, just at the beginning of the game, I have 120 here. But when I upgrade this, it's going to be 240. And then 240 again. And 240 again. And then when I upgrade it to level 3, it's going to be even more. So it's pretty incredible the amount of coal. I mean, if you learn the key mechanics of this game, which is it's all about the coal, I find, most of the time. And that generates power. And that power allows you to do whatever you want to do. As many things as you want to automate, you can automate and go to town on. So I suggest highly just going straight to steel. Now, this game is still in progress. So if you try a technique now, it may or may not work later on. But I feel like this is a really great way of getting this fired up. So let's just fire up all these belts here and speed them along a little bit. There we go. Now, that's going to get in there quicker. That's going to go out quicker. It's already at speed. Now, over here, we've got our resources. Take those back. All right, nice. So we got our steel production doubled up. But we didn't really double it up. We just made it a little bit faster for right now so we can backlog a bunch of coal. And you'll see why here in just a moment. Now, again, over here, I've got a box in here. So I'm going to go ahead and store everything in there. And I'm going to go ahead and take this top box out. And that's going to give me a bunch of stuff as well. Now, because this is twice as much, I can actually store a good amount of that in there as well. Take this out. All right, now we're looking good. So I'm going to go ahead and put a larger box back right there. Instead of the single box or using 2 separate boxes, we're going to use that larger one. There we go. And we could use 1 single box right over here to hold all this miscellaneous stuff. Now, miscellaneous stuff is like ore, like all these berries, all this random stuff that you're going to need for your man. And then also my random tools and extra stuff I should really just throw this coffee cup away. I think I have my coffee cup already on me. Yeah, let's just throw this away so I don't have to micromanage that for the whole rest of the game. Then we'll grab all this stuff out of here. And we'll go ahead and hold down control, by the way, is what I'm doing. Holding down control and putting all of this random stuff together. And when you consolidate the stuff together, of course you have less stacks of stuff. And when you have less stacks of stuff, the better, more efficient your space is. And so we're going to grab all the rest of this. And then, as you can see, we've now consolidated it all into one box versus being two boxes. And then we could easily find the thing we're looking for in the moment. Now, why do I save all of this stuff? Right? Why do I save this along the way? Well, right over here in this thing called the MAM is one of our things that we want to upgrade over time to unlock certain things. Right? So we unlock nutrients by putting our different nutrients in there. We can unlock our inhalers. Actually, we do this one right now. All we need is that Marsilia, which is actually right in here. See, now it's really convenient. I can just go right there, take this, Marsilia right there, click this, and then, oh, I need a little bit more rotors. Let's run back here and get some rotors. Oh, there's none in there. All right, well, I just happen to know that over here on this side, I was making some rotors. Boom. There's a bunch right there. 80 of them. How convenient. How convenient. Now, I'm going to be revamping all of this, of course, along the way. But you get the general idea. Now, I have some what I call offline production going right here, which is just iron plates that I just put a bunch of iron ingots in there, and it was just making a bunch of plates and whatnot that I needed in the moment. And that's a great thing to do, create that offline production, and then eventually I'll just take that all out as I rework my base over here. Right now we've done number one, and look, as it's filling up with a bunch of stuff. We should actually take some more of this concrete out. We're going to need that later, except for we don't need the smaller one. There we go. And so we go ahead and get some more of this back over here, Marsilia, and start research. Now we also need a bit of, that one's done. We also need another thing to make a parachute. The parachutes actually work, by the way, everybody. It's very cool. I have tried the parachutes before. So we need some Marsilia, and we need some biomass. So let's go back over here. Aha, here we go. We got some biomass in there, and that's why I have it there. So I can just access it whenever I need to make that particular thing, and then keep my upgrades going. Now, this game's a great balance between this thing, that thing, and the other thing, right? You're just constantly going back and forth, researching stuff and unlocking things as you go along. You're unlocking things through doing research. You're unlocking things by going in and finding alternate recipes. You're unlocking stuff by setting stuff up your space elevator, or you're putting stuff in your hub, which is then the spaceship takes it up there, and that's unlocking things. You have a lot of ways of unlocking items. I highly suggest, and I'm the worst at this, I highly suggest keeping all this going. If you don't keep this going, you're going to definitely be at a disadvantage overall in the game. All right, so let's take that out. Alien Carpos, right over here. Let's try to unlock some of this stuff over here. Especially this one right here, which is going to expand your tool belt. And then over on this side, it's also going to give you more inventory spaces. Now, I think we might have used up our alien organs, so we might have to go fight some more aliens here at some point. But we're going to go ahead and do these ones over here. Oh, I need more of this. Now, this is why I have all this here, everybody. So I can just literally walk over, grab the particular resource I need in the moment, and then unlock that next thing. I find it's very useful to not only run the stuff. I literally need it. Look, I literally need 10 more. Or sorry, 50 more. 50 more of those particular things. That's funny. I always find that stuff funny. I don't know. That's just me and my funny sense of humor. When you're just like, you're off by 5 or 10 or whatever it is. When you're off by that many at the very beginning. Okay, so let's go ahead and unlock that. That's going to expand my tool belt. It's going to take about 5 minutes. And while we're looking at that, we want to go ahead and look at some of this other stuff here. What do we got here? Those we'll work on in a bit. Inhalers, again, more alien organism there, more alien there. So we need about 10 alien organisms. This, we need a bunch of screws and reinforced iron plates. I don't think we have that many reinforced iron. Oh my gosh, we do. Okay. Bunch of those. Bunch of those. Good to go. And then the other thing was the rebar gun. And then our screws. Now, while you're waiting for that to cool down, because it does have a cool down, you can be working on other stuff. So we got ourselves some screws. And now we should be good to open up our rebar gun. Now, I use the rebar gun from time to time. Not really that much. I usually hang out in the base a bunch more. And we've also unlocked our basic steel production. We've unlocked our logistics. Now, here's the thing. Normally, there's a cooldown. But when I'm off doing something else, that cooldown is now done. And so what I need now is I need to work on my hypertubes as well as I need to work on all this stuff down here. Now, right now, I need a lot more rotors. I need to get my rotor production fired up. I need to get my stators going, motors, automated wiring. I need to get all of that stuff actually as a production line versus being just an extra thing that I make in the moment. When it starts to scale up from like 20 of those things to 100 to 200 to 500 to 2,500 to 5,000 of those things, that's when you want to. That's when I start making production. Otherwise, I just make it myself, or I do a little offline production where I throw it in the machine's making it while I'm doing something else, or the machine's making it while I'm making other ones, and we're making them both at the same time. I find that usually works out better to get past those little humps in there. But when you start hitting this zone, you should have a backlog of this stuff by now. Great example, I should have a backlog of wire and concrete. So if I go over here under wire, I should have a good amount of this. I can just go ahead and grab a bunch of that out of there and use that, right? The other thing is concrete. Now, concrete, I'm getting even more because I'm doubling up on this thing. So my concrete's just going to run and run and run. And we're going to be doubling our concrete and doubling all of our stuff very, very soon. So this is really going to get filled up a lot. Now, I might have noticed that I put something over the top here. I'm going to put that over the top for right now, just to try to feed these up to here. Now, I do like to feed stuff from down below, up underneath and behind items. Now, you see that I'm running this up along like this and into here. And this is running up along here. Now, this is the standard way of playing the game, where you're running conveyors. I love to watch the conveyors going everywhere. The standard way of playing the game is you have your conveyors running all over the place and da-da-da-da-da, and they're stacked up really high along all of your stackable poles. Now, another way to do it is to actually think into the next stage. And the next stage is where I run all of the lines on this level, but my actual base is up there. And that's what will happen very, very soon. When I get past the tiers that I'm on right now, tier 4, I will move all of this, including all of the storage and everything else, will actually get moved to the upper level. And that upper level will become my train level as well, where I'll run my trains and I'll run all my vehicles and all that stuff in that upper level because it's above all of these obstructions. And I build much more vertically. I call it like the Kismet Tower than horizontally. And we're going to really get into it today. We're really going to go hardcore into doing it. So I don't want to do too much work in all of my stuff if I know I'm going to take it out later on, which definitely all of this will come out, including my space elevator, and I'll get moved. But right now, what do we want to work on? So we need to choose another milestone. Right now, we're very close to this milestone right here. Now, I could use these rotors in the MAM, or I could use these rotors to upgrade and get some Mark II extractors and then be boosting all of my extraction. I highly rather do that, right? So we need to get our rotors fired up. So let's go over here and see if we do have some rotor production. It's really what you want to spend time on. And your time is your most valuable resource. So I like to spend my time working on stuff. And there we go. So we've got about 78 of them on us right now. We need 200. And so this will just keep running and running. But I could go ahead and give a little force feed on there. Now, obviously, these screws need to go at 100 per minute. And they're going very slow. Normally, I have a lot of screws running. Same thing with iron rods and everything else. So what I want to do is I want to create a level that's just a running level, right? A conveyor level. And we're going to do that. Now, we can actually attach our conveyor levels to the roof. If you didn't know that, you can actually use your lifters and whatnot and connect stuff to the roof. And they actually came out with a new update on experimental right now where you can actually use your power and all of that and connect it to the roof. And we'll get around to that eventually. I'm never in a huge hurry. But we go down here, and let's go ahead and say right here, we wanted to attach something underneath here. Right? We wanted to go in and say, I want to go ahead and use my conveyor merger. Right? Now notice it doesn't really attach to the underside. But I can go ahead and click it there. and I could try to stack it, right? So it doesn't quite work out the way we thought it was going to. Let's take that out. Let's take this out. So it's really ended up inside the thing, right? So how do I get it to attach to the actual roof? And this is one of the trickiest things in the game, is getting the thing to do the thing you want it to do, right? Because it doesn't stack downwards. It only stacks upwards. So if I put a splitter there and expect it to stack underneath, which is what it should do, it just doesn't do it. As you can see, it doesn't act like it's going to do it. If I try to put it up above the item, you can see that it does attach to the top. Now, why they didn't make it where it attaches to the bottom, I have no idea. Again, remember, I just play the games. I don't make the games. And so that's a bit of a problem. So how do we fix that? Well, you can go ahead and fix it by actually stacking your way up to it. So if, say we go down here, we go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and put the splitter here, and then I can go ahead and stack my way up to it, and then have it running up in the ceiling. Or we can just create another layer, right? Another layer of construction. So up there at the top is going to be my main layer. But if I say, okay, I want to do construction down here, what is the minimum height that I need to do construction? Well, it's typically depends on what it is you're making, right? So if you're making something like your items right here, which is your smelters, we go ahead and say we go up 2, and then we're going to go ahead. Now, it also depends on the thickness of your foundation. So if we use a smaller foundation, we're going to see that, hey, that doesn't work. Or we use a thicker one, we definitely know that's not going to work, right? Because it's going to cut through there. But typically, it's about 3 high. And you see that encroaches on kind of clearance, right? That we use the large one. We're going to go ahead and use a middle one. Oh, hold on. That's working, right? This is how I love to discover stuff in game. I don't like to look stuff up. I like to discover. Also, one of the things I discovered, that look, the actual smoke does not come up to the higher level when you do that. Isn't that neat? I love how it actually detects there's something there, and then the smoke doesn't come up there. But there you go. So that basically, these are 3 levels high. So I could stack more on top, or I could take these out of here and put them on top and just run all the lines underneath in its own separate line running area, which is something that I like to do. I prefer it to be being fed from underneath. Now in this case, this stuff right here is actually being fed from down here, which is a whole nother level down. And so what I could do is I could use this under here to feed upwards. Now right now I have my power right there. So I would need to run that past the power and then over to wherever it needs to feed, over here or wherever I'm going to put this. But this actually is going to go up another level, right? So the whole point of this level is a storage level to store all of the resources and then to run the lines wherever they need to go. That's I'm visualizing in my head. You need to think about where you're going to reach that destination. So we can do it a minimum of 3, but are we going to have larger items down here? Yes, we are. So we might want to think of it, okay, wait a minute, we don't need, and there's no reason to make it so close, by the way. You don't have to make everything incredibly, incredibly close. Now, I would highly suggest to start at a minimum of 5 high. And I don't like to use the small ones because I feel like that wouldn't hold up a big giant machine. It would bend and fall. So I would go ahead and use like 8x2. That's just my thoughts on it. That's why I would do it. Hey, that guy, what's up? Thanks for being here. Oh, it's time for a battle. Battle time. Let's go. First battle of the day. Let's get it on. Let's do it. Funky Buddha coming in, using that epic. Here we come with the Barbarian. I think these guys are toast. They got no chance, bro. They got no chance at all. Bye-bye. All right, open captions, chats. Grant you guys some rewards. Let's see. Rad Keys, Rotisserie G, Kahana, all getting some love. Let's see, who's MVP? Ronfrey coming in with the 19 kills, 16 assists. Way to crush it, bro. Back to it. Where we at? Tier 16. All right, I think we could have been further by now. But again, IRL strikes slowing down my fun. Oh, we're going to the blue chest right there. Oh, we're going to have to step it up, everybody. We're going to have to step it up with those epics. We got to fire our way through here and then get into the next one. Now, I'm going to go ahead and use my rogue. And hopefully he does a good job. I'm getting the back corner here. Rogue should be in the back. I'm going to get in the back corner, try to help out. You guys go ahead and line up. Let's all line up together. If we work together, I think we can bring in the win as well. Let's go ahead and also see what we got in the store. What do we got for scroll? Let's see. Archer, yes, please. Already got that at max. Take that. Berserker, Rogue, Warrior, Flag Bearer. Yes, I'm trying to burn up all my gold. I have a crazy ton of gold. I had like 26,000 gold at some point. But I'm trying to upgrade all my units now. So we got that going. I do remember you can support the stream if you do enjoy some Stream Renders. You can go right in here, search for Kismet. You can go and get yourself a Norbert skin. Hey, so cute. As well as get the Wasteland Tycoon. If we do get you 100 skins up there, or 100 points toward those skins, we do get another full skin. A great way to support the stream. Get yourself some epic skin. Rock that yellow fedora. Be that Teamwork Tycoon. I can't wait to do it, because I feel like we're gonna do Sparkle. Do the Sparkle Dog in there. Now look at this. We got peeps already backing me up, rocking the yellow fedora. Rotisserie G's rocking it right now. Come on in and join us, everybody. Super fun game, little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We play it in between the primary game that I'm typically playing. In this case, some Satisfactory. How's it going? Going good, man. Going good. I'm super excited. Been taking care of the IRL a lot this weekend. A lot of stuff going on. Been running out videos and guides and all that kind of stuff onto my YouTube. Feel free to check that out in the chat. There's a link in there for it, as well as I've been really going through some game withdrawals. Really want to get in here and have some fun playing some games. So now we're doing some upgrades today. So we're upgrading all of our boxes, and we're letting those run in there. Now you can probably guess what I'm going to do next. I'm going to go ahead and take all this out. Again, too much to have in my inventory. Hold on, let's run back over here in our what I call the temp box. Put that in there. And then, or actually we're going to need a little bit of this and a little bit of that. There we go. We'll just keep that on us. Now here's a faster way to do this. Just hit F and take these out. Right? You just instantly be able to take those out of there. Just like that. And then we're going to take that out back there. Now why do I put this right here? What's the purpose of it being right here versus anywhere else in my base? Well, it's right next to my hub. And what I do very often is I'm by the hub making something or making an item or whatever around the hub. So as I move my levels up, I will move the hub and I will move wherever my stuff gets stored. Right? And it's really important to have that extra storage. And what I'm going to do on this level is I'll have a bunch of extra storage. And then in the level up above, which will be between that top level and this level, I will have also some storage as I move my way up. But right now, we want to go ahead and just upgrade this. As you can see, put that in there. And then reestablish our line back here, which I believe is coming from this one, if I remember correctly. Let's take this out. And a great way to know is just climb up the ladder and look and say, okay, is that plates? Yep, that's plates right there. Awesome. And we'll go ahead and run those plates out of there. Oh, and we need our lifter. There we go. I don't think I have enough plates on me, which is a funny irony because this whole box is full of plates. Or whatnot. Huh. What's going? Oh, I have it backwards. No, I know I got it backwards. Look at that. See right there? When you see that going this way, that's an output. Even though it's not green, all the rest of them are green. I don't know why this one's yellow and the rest of them are green, but that's going the wrong direction. And the second I started to run that out, I'm like, okay, it's got to be a most of the time it's a direction problem. Whenever you're having a problem with a particular item, it's the direction in which you ran it. Now, I told it to be the same as that one, but when I ended up rotating it, I rotated it in such a way that it was in the opposite direction. There we go. Now we can put those plates in there. And then I'm going to go ahead and run this out. You're going to see I just start using just level 3 everything, right? Level 3 everything. Now, to pull that out of there, I need to use some of these plates from in here, right? And why am I making little ones like this? Well, that's so I know what's in that particular thing. I always find it's funny I run out of the thing that I need to make the very... Like I ran out of concrete right there, and I ran out of plates right here, which this is concrete and that's plates. I know, it's like life's a little funny irony. Is that in the moment in which you're trying to make the thing work, it's out of the thing. Right? All right, now we're going to run our plates in there. Now, it's going to run a lot more plates into this box than it is going to run it over here now. So keep that in mind. But there is a backlog of plates now, so it should run fairly quickly. And instead of upgrading every single one of these lines and all of that, I'm actually going to be retooling the factory, so there's no reason for me to do that. Really, the supply lines are the ones that you typically upgrade the most. And then the rest of them are all upgraded based on how much you're doing of that particular thing. We'll get into that. Okay, so we're going to do the first 3 here. And we've got all of that stuff out of there. Very nice. And so we'll take out our poles now. Right here. Now, if you are going to feed this from underneath, you need to think about how you're going to feed it across. Now, one of the problems right here is the fact that I don't have gaps in between here. Right? I don't have gaps in between this one and that one. Now, this particular one that I'm doing right now, actually, I don't have any of these in here. I'm not actually running these pipes right to there. So there's really no reason to have that box. And I'd go ahead and take the box out and just have a way through there for now. But when I do bring my rods back again, I definitely want to have that spot. And I want to leave a gap. And the reason why you leave a gap in between there is so you can run in between your boxes. Now, when it's a small box, you have a little bit of access, you can run up on top. Same thing over here. You can run up on top and just run across the top of them. But I find very often I have something behind the boxes, or I need to get to behind the boxes to do a sort or whatever I need to do. It's better to leave a gap over the long run, especially if you're bringing stuff from down below, which we will eventually bring the stuff from down below into these canisters and run the canisters up to the higher level. And so, based on where you put that box on your foundation is how well it's going to be able to be fed from down below. Now, I'm not going to do all the rest of these. I'm just going to do those ones as an example, just because those are the number 1 and number 2 things I need right now. I need concrete, and I need lots of plates. And so we're going to let that run. Now, another thing I need, number 3, would be screws. And these screws need to go way faster than this, incredibly much faster than what I've got going there. So let's go ahead and run back over here. And again, since we know we're going to retool all of this, there's no point in going through and upgrading them all and doing all of that if we know we're going to fix it up in the long run. Now, this goes through a cooldown period. Once it's done with that cooldown, you can go ahead and feed all the items that you need for that particular thing right into there. Now we've got 78 of those. And now I can kind of run back and forth through here to get to the item I need to, which is this right here, which is rotors. And then we'll just keep kind of manually feeding any extra screws we have. Now, we have a bunch of screws in here, so I'm going to take all those screws out, and I'm going to go ahead and add a feed line into here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and bring this down, and then I'm going to go ahead and work a bit with our container here. We're just trying to sneak in a container back here like this. And then we're going to go ahead and do just a little temporary thing here. I do a lot of temporary stuff as I go along. I feel like you don't really get into the permanent stuff until later. Let's go ahead and put that really close. I don't think that's gonna feed down. Probably not. Okay, so this is coming down into here, right? So all the screws are coming down into here. Actually, let's do it like this. Even better idea. Let's go ahead and take this one. And let's turn it around the other way. So we're going to fill that gap back in again. Because right now, we don't need any of these screws for me. I need 100% of those screws to go into that item right there, which is our rotors. And so I'm going to turn it around. Actually, I probably don't need this. I can just take that out now. I'm going to turn that around and actually have it run back this way. And we'll line it up and, of course, move back by 2 so we have a nice 90. And then run that into there. Right? So it's going to run every bit of those screws in there. So instead of me manually feeding this in here like this to try to speed it up over and over again, I'm actually just going to put it in this box, and now it'll do it for me. So notice I took some out for myself as well. Now it's going to feed it in there at the maximum speed. And right now we're at 30. We need about 70 more. Now another thing we can do right down here, you can see we've unlocked overclocking and underclocking. We definitely want to get a bit into that. But again, look how I'm now blocked from getting from one side to another. Now later on, you can unlock some skates, which allow you to jump pretty high and get past all that stuff. But I just jumped on the conveyor and then jumped over. That's why I left it as a 2 for now. I mean, as a 1 instead of a 2, so I can just jump over it, get over it for the moment. You can also use your jetpack to fly over when you get to your jetpack level and all of that. So let's feed that in there very close. So we're 90 away from unlocking our advanced steel production. Now, what does that do for us? And this is why I'm not revamping everything. Is because the second I turn that on, forget about it. I'm going to have so much power and so much production it's going to be insane. And we're going to retool the entire production the second we get that unlocked. We can do some vehicular transport down here too, but see, that burns up some of my rotors. Not worth it. What else can we do? Hypertubes. That we could do. We got 50 industrial beams. I seriously doubt it. But let's go see. I got 13. 13 over here. So I could be making industrial beams. I can go over here and say, okay, hey, you know what? Let's retool this for industrial beams. Oh, wait a minute. It's not in there. All right, let's look under materials, electronics. In there? Nope. That's because this particular item is not made by industrial beams. This particular item is made from a single source. It's made from a dual source. It's made from assembler. So I can't really make those industrial beams there. But just so happens that this one back here is making me some plates. And we go ahead and look at our plates in here and see how many we've got. 25. All right, we'll take that. Got plenty of plates for right now. We can go back here and say, you know what? I want to retool this for industrial beams. So hold on. Why can't I not make any industrial beams? Right? Why is there no industrial beams in there? Even though it should allow me to select those recipes. Well, this one over here, again, that's an assembler. And then this one over here is a constructor. Now, the reason why I can't make it is I haven't unlocked it yet. For each thing that you do, you need to unlock that particular item. Now, it just so happens that the thing I'm working on is the thing that unlocks those encased industrial beams, which is a funny irony because you need those encased industrial beams for your hypertubes. So the obvious unlocking should be this one first, so I can get to the encased industrial beams, so I can make encased industrial beams, and then put them into here. And you're like, well, Kismet, how'd you get 13 of them if you can't make them? Well, I found them around the world. You can actually go around the world, find items instead of making it and putting it in there ahead of time. I could actually go right now and search for a whole bunch of stuff that I can't even make yet, which is kind of fun. Kind of fun to go do that. You can play through different ways. That's the fun part of the game, is that you can play through one way this way and one way the other way. Very, very fun, I find, in the long run. Very, very fun. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, feel free to put Kiz or Kismet in the chat, K-I-S or K-I-S-M-E-T. You don't even have to put the @ Just put Kismet in the chat. It highlights it red. Know you're talking directly to me. I love to talk to peeps in the chat. For sure, for sure. Okay, so we're going to let that run for a while. Now, that's all ready to rock. That's just going to keep pumping out rotors all day, every day. And so we need to think about what is our next thing we're going to do while we're waiting for that. Well, let's go ahead and look for some more MAM upgrades. In here, that one's finally done. All right.
Tool belt has been expanded.
Awesome. More of our tool belt. Now we have more items in here. So we can just go ahead and stop taking stuff out of there. So we go ahead and grab, say, our 2 other items here. I actually don't have any paint in there, I noticed. And we can go ahead and put these into there. So we got those for later on. Now we got our chainsaw and so on. Now, if we bring our chainsaw, we should probably keep a bit of solid biofuel on it so we can use that. And then the other thing is our paint canister, this right here, which is interesting that I don't have any paint in there. We'll go ahead and grab some flowers out of here. Surprised I don't have a paint canister somewhere, but such is the way it goes. So we'll go over here and we'll go ahead and look for some paint. Now, I very rarely ever go in and automate paint at all, or automate fabric, or automate biomass after the beginning. Very rarely ever do that, but I'm going to go ahead and make some here so we can start to work on a bit of our roads and stuff. In case we need it, we'll have it as well. Now, I would love it to have this stuff right here, your paint and your biofuel and whatever, to have its own slot down here, like fuel for the thing, right? So it's like you're actually putting it in the item versus having to carry it around in your inventory, because it sucks up a couple inventory spots. I would prefer it to actually go into the item, that you drag it into the item, you drag the paint into the item. Now, the interesting thing about paint versus chainsaw is that when I reload like that, and then I look at it, it's still the same, right? It's 110. But the actual item itself now has 100 in it. So if I do take it out, here's the weird thing. If I do take it out over here, over here, if I do take it out of my inventory and set it right there, it still has 100. See, still has 100 in there. So it's actually in the item. So this particular one is actually 100 of those things in the item. And I go ahead and use it right now if I wanted to. We right-click to get the right color. We select the color, very important. And then we can say, okay, this is going to be our road. Notice it's gone down to 96, but I don't have any on me. So in this case, it actually goes into the item. Now, if we go to the chainsaw and we say, okay, we're going to use the chainsaw. And then we're going to go ahead and take the chainsaw fuel out of there. Chainsaw doesn't work anymore. Notice it disappeared. So when it comes to the chainsaw, you have to have it in your inventory. When it comes to the paint gun, you don't necessarily have to have it in there. Right? So good to know those game mechanics. Good to know the difference between each thing. And I highly recommend testing that stuff. That's how I learned it, by just testing it and see if it goes. Hey, that's Mr. Non-You. How you doing this morning? Good morning, morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday, and I had to take care of a bunch of IRL stuff. I'm a busy guy, everybody. I'm a busy guy trying to take care of IRL just like all of you. I'm sure you're having a lot of ups and downs in this tough time, though we are coming up into the holiday season. Tons of awesome stuff to give away here in the stream. Can't wait to spread a bit of holiday joy here as well. Whoa, it is getting really cold in here. Hold on, I got to go over this way just for a minute. Now, I'm a big wimp, everybody. I'm a huge wimp because I am from California, and geez, am I cold. Right now, my feet are freezing. I should have put my, what I call my winter socks on. You know, your nice thick socks. I'm kind of a little tempted to change out to my thick socks here. Maybe when I'm on a break. When I'm on a break, I'll switch out. Because my feet, you know, how when you sit at the computer for a long time, that your feet get really, really cold because that lack of circulation. That's why I like to get up every few hours, is to get up and walk around and keep that circulation going, right? Or just stretch out a little bit. Get it going. Spider Official coming in, showing some love. Thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, and becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here at the Kismet channel. Welcome. I'm rocking the Discord partner t-shirt, or hoodie today, and rocking, of course, the Kismet Wasteland Tycoon underneath there. Rocking that. Hi, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I have these padded house shoes keeping my feet warm inside. Well, there you go. There you go. That's what I should do. I should get me, I have some slippers around here. My wife keeps buying me slippers. I'm not a slipper dude. I don't use slippers. I use flip-flops, and I use regular shoes. But I'm not much of a slipper kind of guy. I'm not walking around with my pipe and my slippers and my monocle and my pocket watch. That's what I always think of. Whenever I think of slippers, I think of somebody walking around with a monocle and a pipe and, you know, like wearing their robe and all of that. I'm not that. I'm not that dude. I'm just a regular dude. I'm not so fancy. That's what I always think about when people wear slippers. But hey, that's your jam. More power to you. Enjoy those slippers, everybody. I could use some slippers right now on my very cold feet. But such is the way it goes. Okay, we need more rotors. Bring me my rotors. Now, I feel like the purpose of this coffee cup over here, see, sometimes you try to get on the lip of this edge and then over. The purpose of this coffee cup is to get rid of all the other stuff that is blocking your view. Like that, and that. It just blocks your view when you're trying to build and do that kind of stuff. So I feel like that's what the coffee cup's purpose is. Plus, the name of the developer for this, of course, called Coffee Stain. So, of course, you're going to have a coffee cup. Now, here we are. We're at 37. Holy mackerel. That thing's cranking. We want that to be cranking even more. So how do we make that go faster? How do we boost production on that? Now, we're not producing enough items to really boost it anyway, but we're going to get into it anyway. We're going to go in here. We're going to get our little glowies, our little worms here that we have going on. We're going to do a bit of overclocking. So right in here at the very bottom here are your power shards. And so we're going to convert this little worm into our very first power shard here. I could have sworn we got some other ones, but we probably put those in the MAM. Put all those away in the MAM. Yeah, I think we use those in the MAM to do some research. So let's go over here and we're going to do our first overclocking. And that's going to be of this one right here. Why do I want to overclock this one? Well, I can see that it's maxed out. And whenever it's maxed out, you know you're getting more of an input than an output. A great time to throw that in there and fire that up. Now, watch out when you fire that up, because right now it's using 15 megawatts. Watch how much it uses after. Boom! 28.7. So even though I'm only going 150% faster, it actually takes 2 times the amount of power almost to get it going. But it's now going to produce those rotors at a faster speed. And that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to make a bunch of rotors for us so we don't have to make it as well. If you have a backlog of resources, it's also good to utilize that backlog of resources along with the thing. So you want to make an extra one of whatever it is, right? And you'll see me do that quite often in this particular playthrough. We make an extra one to burn all that excess resources. So it doesn't backlog a ton of stuff into here. Now, right now, we can see that it does have a lot of backlog of iron and whatnot running into here. And that's because our belts are too slow. Our belts are too slow to make this go at its proper speed. But, as you might have noticed, we are now to level 3, so what do you have to worry about? Now, these belts here, level 3 belts, just for reference, go at 270. I only need this to go 120 right now. I need to go 120. So you just go in here and you just hit up all these belts and you make them go faster. Now, how do I know it's a 120? Well, if I go look at the first one here, this is at 30, right? So it's coming in at 30, going out at 30. And the same thing, so 30, 30, and 30, right? So 30, 90, 120. So it's a total of 120. How fast is it coming in? Well, it's actually only coming in at 60, but I have all this backlog, right? So I have all this backlog I could burn up, and thus I'd have more plates, and I could use those plates for other things. Now, do I need to go back here and upgrade all of that right now? No. I would not worry about that. If you have a backlog in here, you don't have to worry about speeding that up yet, though we will speed that up and double that up and do a whole bunch of stuff with all of that later on. But for right now, we're just going to increase our production just by making our lines faster because we're skipping the 120 part where we have to do level 2s. I'm not going to bother with level 2s. I'm going to go ahead and fire this in here. And there we go. So those are all upgraded. Now, of course, when it's coming out, you got to make it go faster coming out of there, right? Even though this is not even going at a high enough speed. But this over here, is that backlog? That's backlogged as well because we're making so much of each and every one of these things that that it's really not necessary for it to go that fast. But now here we are. Okay, so now our finished product is going to be our plates, and our finished product is going to be our rods. Now, do we have a backlog in here? No. We don't have a backlog in there because we're not really fully utilizing all of our resources for plates and not fully utilizing our rods. Though, see, look, our rods are a little bit behind, right? It's at 5. Why is it so far behind? And that's because, again, the output of this is behind the running the poles up on the thing. It's coming out at 15. But it's backlogged, right? It's backlogged all the way down the thing. And again, we go in here, we speed this up from afar. I love doing this, where you just like precisely get it from way back over here. That's a lot of fun. And then now way on the other end of our rods are now running over here. And running down into this. Now this has a lifter here. Make sure you also upgrade all of your lifters, or upgrading your belts are useless. So now we're even faster going into there. Same thing with screws. Screws and rods are now going at the maximum possible speed that I can do it for now. But that's nothing. That's nothing. I'm about to gear this up in such a way where everything not only doubles, but it's going to triple and so on, and double again and so on. The faster and faster I make this. Now that's going to be my plates over there. Now everything over here needs to be reworked, right? So the second you start upgrading all of this stuff, of course, everything else needs to be reworked down the line. Same thing over here. It's not running at a fast enough speed. Should be running at 120. But now it's running even faster than 120, right? Because I've created an overflow. So I only really needed 2. But now I've got 3. Now that I've got 3, I've got that running. And then this running out the other side. What's the speed it's running out? It's only running out of 10. But for some reason, it's stopped. Why is it stopped? That's because the box on the other end is probably full. Let's go take a look. And that's a good thing, because I'm going to need a lot of copper sheets here in a minute. I'm going to need a lot. If you notice, by the way, I've got this yellow. That yellow means that that's my road. That's my primary road that I don't want to put anything on, typically. Unless I do, if you know what I mean. All right, copper sheets coming down, and let's look at where they're going. They're going into this box. That's a box full of copper sheets. And that's why our production stopped. So we could upgrade it. We could make a bigger box. We could run it in there. We can make multiple boxes and do all that. But don't really need it, right? What do I need to go faster? What is the main thing over here that I'm really using a lot of in this very moment? And that's screws. That's what I really need to go faster. I need more screws. Now, I've already fed this in here, and it's going as fast as it possibly can right now because the rods are going as fast as it can. And it's going out at 40. Now, 40 is actually about the speed of this, of the conveyor I have right now. It's actually 60 is the speed of the conveyor. So just going in and telling it I need to go faster doesn't really help me on screws, right? What I need to do is I need to make more screws, and I need to make that go faster. And that is what we're going to get into in a bit. But I don't really need to do it right this second. Right now, it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time for me to be able to unlock my next level production. And I work in rotations of working toward that particular item. Now we need about 30. And I'm very focused on just doing that particular milestone and then going to the next milestone. And then doing that milestone and going to the next one and so on. Now look at this. See, it's starting to slow down. See how it's getting lower? How do I know that? Because it's probably burnt all the screws that are already in there. See? And already utilized all those screws. And now we're getting very close, right? So we need, right now we need 27. I have 17, so we need 10 more. And now, I can tell you that I have enough screws there for 10 easily. So we'll let that run, come back, and then we'll upgrade to our next stage. Then we'll get into our advanced steel. Now, speaking of steel, while we're over there doing that, over here we've doubled the production. So it's actually coming out at 120, even though I have it going much faster. And it's running in here. Now, while we were off doing all of that, look what it did. It filled this entire box full of coal. Now, it has a huge backlog of coal. I'm only using one foundry right now. But I could probably use more. Now, the same thing over here. I've probably got a backlog over here, which I do. So I could, in theory, go ahead and make another one of these. But if I do that, I'm going to burn up the very things that I'm trying to make, which is my rotors. And I don't want to do that right now. And so we'll just let this run at the rate it's running. But we can go ahead and, speed that up over here. We go around, speed a little bit of this up on both sides. There we go. And so that's coming out as fast as it possibly can and going into the box as fast as it possibly can. So that gives it just a little bit of a boost. And you can see we got a crazy ton of stuff in there. And all of this will run, of course, eventually over to my primary area. Now, another thing we need to think about is how's our power doing? Let's go ahead and take a look. Look at that. Now, this is just the beginning of the game. This is just with 6 coal. Now, remember, we got 3 pure coal nodes. And that means that I can make basically 15, 20 times the amount of power I'm making right now. Literally around 5,000 megawatts, which is about the amount of a nuclear power plant. I can make a lot of power, and that just makes me as giddy as can be. Now I can just make whatever I want, and I can automate as much as I want and just spend time collecting the resources and bringing those resources in. But the main thing you have to work on in the game is the logistics of doing all of that, right? To bring in all the resources and micromanaging all the resources. And this will be my resource level, and then we're going to build up a bit higher. So we still, while we're waiting for those last little rotors, we need to think about how much higher do we want to build up from where we are. If you notice from down below, we built up a certain height, and that height correlates to the amount of coal plants that are going to be underneath there, right? Those coal plants are actually going to be underneath in the water, and I'm going to fill this all in here, probably add another round of it here in a bit, or I might end it way over on the other side. I don't know, whatever I feel like in the moment. Now that we got that going. Now, I can save a little power, even though I don't need to, because I have so much in this particular playthrough. I can save a little power by jumping down here and going to my water extractors. Now, right now, my water is producing 120 water. It doesn't need to do that. It only needs to produce 100. Why is that? Because the pipes only go at 300. So there's no reason to go in and have it going any faster than 84. So I'll underclock these down, and they'll go from 20 megawatts down to about 15 megawatts. And it does save you power. So if you're really hurting on power, now that adds up. If you have 10, 20, 50, 100 of these suckers, all of those little tiny megawatts add up over time. And before you know it, you're running out of power all the time. And I like to save power on my power, which is what I'm doing there. And that's got more than enough water, more than enough coal to run that plant endlessly and perpetually forever. There's nothing that I need to do to make that run any better or any faster or any more efficient. All right. And see, it's just going to perpetually keep itself running as long as the power doesn't kick off. How are we looking over here? Now, we're actually utilizing some of the resources over here into the awesome shop. Now, the awesome shop is one of those things that you want to go as fast as you possibly can. Bam. Let's get our chainsaw out. Bam, you're out of there, bro. As fast as possible. This right here, this connection between the box and your awesome shop should be going maximum speed. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and speed this up. Now, I don't need to speed it up, but it is nice to speed it up just so it's feeding in here faster, and it's feeding in there faster and feeding out there. Now, one of the things to do when you are doing this, and we'll get into that battle here in just a second, if you're going to do it there, make sure you do it back here. Make sure this is now coming out at a faster speed. Because if you don't, what happens is later on, your power is going to go off. And why is my power going to go off? Because now it's splitting 300 this way and only just a little bit this way. Right? The split between the two, because this one's going faster, so this one's pulling more out of the main line than this one is. Now, this only needs to run at 60, so it's fine. But overall, if this has an overflow, this will keep this running, where it's just perpetually running the entire time. And then anything else it needs, it will run that way, which is nice. And so that means I'm going to have a lot more tickets over here. It's going to unlock those tickets faster. You can see I'm almost to another ticket. And I just let that awesome shop run and run and run. And soon we're going to have a Mark II over there. So that's going to be now at a much higher rate. So let's run back up here while we're doing this battle. And then we'll get into the next stage. One of my favorite next stage parts. We're gonna really gear it up. Holy mackerel! It's an all-out battle royale. Let's do it. Oh man, blowing it up. Oh, still even Steven right now though. About 40. Oh no, not 20. Down to 26. Oh, I feel bad for these guys right now. They're about to get the pincher move from everybody coming in, wiping them out. We got one more down here on the left. And then one way up in the right. I always hate it when there's one way up in the right, because now you got to wait for everybody to walk all the way up there. Who's it going to be? Oh, I see someone running up there. Who is that? It is EA with an H. EAH, I'm going to call you. All right, open the captain's chest. Bam! Let's see. Subi, JC Hunter, Rotisserie G, Agent, Orange, all getting some love. Wow, 50 gold for both of you guys. And, of course, Digital Chill. Fantastic name, by the way. Coming in with a nice 20 assists. Congrats. All right, back to the map. And now it's time, everybody. Rise to the occasion. Now I'm going to pull out the big guns. I'm going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon himself to help you guys. We're going to go middle, though I very rarely go middle. Let's gather up together, everybody. We're going to make a one force. One cohesive force. There we go. One cohesive force, or concussive. I guess it'll be concussive. It'll knock them out. Cohesive force right there where we push our way through and wipe these out. We got some level 10s. We got some level 10s. Line up, everybody. Line up around me. You got to use your epics. Use your legendaries. Now, if you just joined us for that last battle, this particular battle is going to give you a chance to get some rare skins, right? Or some random skins. So you're going to have about 15% chance of getting those skins. So make sure to go in and join us. Especially before we do these big chests, you want to do the one before so you have that higher chance. So make sure to be in every single battle. And you can join us for free, by the way. It is free on mobile and on desktop. It's called Stream Raiders. You go to streamraiders.com. You'll find the link right there in the chat. You find me, your captain, Kismet. We're going to be blowing it up all day long. I'll go into battle mode later where we just go ahead and run battles all day long while I'm working on stuff behind the scenes, more videos and more stuff that I'm trying to work on. I'm a very ambitious dude. I'm always doing a lot of stuff. I try to stay busy, if you know what I mean. The second you stop staying busy, start getting lethargic, that's when I feel like you're in trouble, especially when you're my age. Especially when you're a bit older, everybody. You should always be, spurring yourself forward so your life doesn't stall out and so your dreams don't stall out as well. Always be working on it a little bit. Okay, now I'd love to go in here and unlock all of this stuff and whatnot, but we don't want to do that. We want to go over here, grab a bit more of our rotors, and then we are going to go to town. We're going to have a full revamp of the entire base here. A full revamp. We're going to go up to our next level. right here. All right, let's go ahead and feed it in. Advanced steel production. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Milestone reached. Improved miner included to double extraction rates and improve efficiency of new pipelines. A collection of new, more complex parts is now available for crafting. An additional project part can now be constructed. Further progress to the next phase is now possible.
Awesome. Yeah, now we can do our automated wiring, which needs to eventually go into our space elevator. Now, another thing right here is our hyper tubes. Now, we're going to need a bunch of encased industrial beams whenever we're doing stuff or certain stuff in our hyper tubes, like entrances and things like that. So we will need to get that going. I'm always thinking to the next thing, what production do I need to make so I can do the next thing and unlock the next thing? And one of those is encased industrial beams. So we need to get that going. We need to get a lot of this going as well. But if you ever played the game through and then you come back and play it again, it's a little tough to play in the lower levels, only because the conveyors are going slower and you don't have your hypertube. So going from place to place takes a lot longer. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and work toward our hypertube. So let's go ahead and select that. And usually there's a cooldown on it. If there's not a cooldown, you're styling, because you can just literally just feed it right in there. And again, since I'm running all this over here, I can go ahead and grab a bunch of this. This is why I have it right next to my hub. So I can literally just walk right over here to my hub and put it right in there. Again, encased industrial beams is the thing that we need. Now, we can go in and say, okay, hold on. Now we need to make encased industrial beams in here. So again, we look at that. Oh, it's not in there. I can't make it in there. Then we run again over to this side. And we say, okay, we got enough plates for now. We need some encased industrial beams. So we go look in here. We say, okay, is it showing up? Aha, there it is. What does it need? It needs a bunch of steel beams, which I've got a bunch. I need some concrete. I've also got a bunch. I got a bunch of all of that. So right now, I need to retool this entire back part of this over here and take out all of this stuff and put in the stuff that I actually need. Now, I call this offline production. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a very large box over here. I'm going to offset a little bit here so I can put them both next to each other. And another very large box, right? The double stackers. Then I'm going to run it as fast as I possibly can into here. Now, what I would need is I need a bunch of steel beams and I need concrete. Now I have a bunch of steel beams on me and I'm making a bunch more. So I'm going to say this side is going to be steel beams. I highly recommend taking at least one stack back out again because you're going to need it in a minute. And then on this side I need some concrete. So I'm going to put some concrete in there and let it feed. Now I could come back and just manually feed it into here, which I don't really want to do. All I want to do is let that run and have it do some of the work. Now back over here, of course, we have tons of concrete. So we're just going to grab a big stack of concrete out there. In fact, let's do this even smarter. Let's go ahead and grab a bunch of this, store it all over there, including that concrete that I just grabbed, so I have a bunch of concrete for later. And I'm going to grab all the concrete out of that box. I'm going to take the concrete, I'm going to put it right into here. And now that has a bunch of concrete and a bunch of steel, and it's running at 270 into there, and our inputs are only 24 and 30. So it's not like we really need a massive speed, because this goes really, really slow. This is another one I suggest to overclock, right? Overclock that as much as you can. Same thing here. When you're waiting for something, you want to overclock the heck out of it. Just if you have a lot of resources and you're just waiting for that particular item, that's when I overclock. When I'm in a hurry, or I just want to burn up those resources and get better use out of it. Okay, so speaking of rotors, hold on, let's go back and get some more rotors over here. Like so. Let's get those out of there. We'll go back and get our resources that we're using over here. There we go. We'll go ahead and put some of this stuff back in here that we're currently not using, and that'll give us some more room. Very nice. And I like to keep a lot of concrete on my character too, if you might notice. A lot. Okay, so that's going to make some encased industrial beams. Now I'm going to race it. I'm going to make 25 of these and see if it makes 25 before I'm done with mine. Let's go. We'll see. I already know the answer. Hey, Ozzy, how you doing, man? How you doing today? Thanks for being here in the stream. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Tuesday. Hope you had an awesome Halloween. Hung out with my boos, as I like to call them. It was funny, my daughter, when she was little, I'll never forget it. And actually, I have a video of it, too, of her going, every time you say boo to her, hey, my little boo, she would go, and do that face, man. Those are the things you remember, by the way, as a parent. Is those little moments like that. The little moments where your kid did something unexpected and cute like that. All right, so I made 25 of them just that fast. Done. Easy. Easy peasy, right? Let's go over here and see how many it's done. It's done a whole bunch. And then put them over here. It's done 18. So obviously I can make them faster than it can. So at this stage, this is another one along with plates that it's much easier for me to make the thing. So I'm going to go ahead and grab some of this back over here. Or actually, I don't even need to. I go around this way. Try not to fall off to my doom. Let's go back over here where it's been cranking a bunch of these out. Over here. We'll grab those. And again, we'll race it again. Now, I'm trying to get to 50 so I can unlock my hyper tubes. Oh, hey, whoa, bro. Go around there, bro. Trying to get to 50 so I can get this going on. So let's go ahead and get 37. I've got enough to do it right there. Now, if I look, hold on a second. Wait, I've already got 57 on me. Because I had some earlier that I found. I've also made some as well as it made some. We're good to go. Now, I find when I get to this stage, things start moving quickly.
Fixit Incorporated has processed and incorporated frequent Pioneer requests for pipe-based personal transport. Introducing Hypertubes. Safe, aesthetic, adaptable, fun. Enjoy a view of your hard work as you soar through incredibly tight turns. Build them today. Note: Fixit Incorporated is not responsible for any harm caused by irresponsible use of this product.
All right, now this is when the game starts getting really fun. Now, when you're using your hypertubes here, now I create a whole nother section down here in my hypertubes, so I'm going to go ahead and hold down the Alt key on PC. Alt and then down, and you notice I've got my pipes on the second one, and I've also got the pipes on the third one. But I'm actually going to replace the third one now with my hypertube. So we'll go into transportation. We've got all of our hypertubes. There's also a hypertube wall, which is really good as well. I highly suggest unlocking that. We'll get into that. All right, so hypertube is going to be number 1. Entrance be number 2. Support, probably not going to use it. Stackable, maybe. I'll put that as number 3. Now, we've been getting some tickets, and let's go look for our tickets over here. Let's see if we have any extra tickets. Don't see them in there. And I think I took everything out of over here. Yes, I did. Okay. So we need some tickets, so we need to run over here to our awesome sync that's been running. And we need to grab our tickets out. Let's print those tickets. Or coupons is actually what they're called. Get those out of there. And then back here to the awesome shop. Now, this is not like a pay-to-win thing. This is not something you spend real money on. It's just a game mechanic that's really, really fun. When you have a bunch of extra resources and you just want to get rid of them because you're just making so much stuff, you can unlock tickets, which unlock all of these fun things in here. Now, the thing that I most like to unlock is this right here, the Hypertube wall attachment. It is awesome. I love to take all of these attachments and unlock those, but right now I have 4, so I need to choose between these items. What do I need most? Now, I've also can unlock foundations. I've already unlocked the vehicle, all of this other stuff, equipment and parts and all of that. I feel like all the rest of the stuff is just useless. I don't unlock any of that, and I don't unlock a lot of these shapes and whatnot. Also, you can scroll down, by the way. And the reason why I don't unlock those shapes is that I'm most likely not going to use them. So they'll just be in my way when I'm looking for the things I actually want in there. But the number one thing I would unlock would be walls and attachments. So really, well, walls would be second. Well, actually, the first thing in walls I would unlock, or foundations really, is this right here, the double ramp, which you can see I've already unlocked. That's incredibly useful for when you're going down or up and making ramps from place to place. But attachments actually would be number 1 at this point. And I want to go ahead and get this Hypertube wall attachment, so we'll add that. And I really want to get this, but I don't have enough, because this is the greatest thing ever. This wall attachment for power. And you're going to see that this really makes a difference when we go to scale up all of our factory by a factor of like 5 right now we're about to do. We're about to really scale it up. Now, what we're going to need is we're going to need a lot of conveyors. And to do those conveyors, we're going to need a lot of copper as well to make these hypertubes and whatnot. But the number one thing I want to do right now is I want to make a transport between where I am down to where my nodes are. That's the furthest thing away from where I'm working. So I want to go ahead and make a hypertube over here. Now, one of the things I suggest about your entrances is to make them in such a way that they are easy to access and they don't accidentally suck you in there all the time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make a ramp. Now, this is one of the things I was working on in my last playthrough, and it is a lot of fun. Oh, I got to cut the power. Got to bring my power out of the way there. There we go. We'll work on all that revamping of power in a minute. So I like to have the ramp so it's going up, so that it's not at the ground level. So what I'm going to do is add some walls behind here. And I'm like old school. I like to have like the first wall and the second wall and so on to act like a legit thing. It's not necessary to have that many walls in there. But I'm going to go ahead and put those walls in. And then I'm going to put a wall up here at the top. Now in that wall, I'm going to add the new thing that we just added here in transportation is our hypertube wall support as well as our hypertube wall hole. Now I'm going to use the hole probably more often. So I'm actually going to make that number 2. And then this is going to be number 3, and that's number 4. All right, and then, of course, we want to run some power to it eventually, but we really want to add our new thing here, which is our wall outlets. Now, I love the double. Now, the reason why the double is so cool is you go from a single pole, which is doing 4, to a double wall hole, which is doing 4 per side. So now you've got 8 on both sides, even without having the next level wire you need for doing the level 2 poles and doing all of that. So I much prefer to do the double wall outlet. So we're going to actually set that as number 5. And then this is number 6. And I'm talking about right down here. We're doing in the quick keys over here. Because the first thing I'm going to want to do typically is that wall hole. But I use the pipes more often. So that's why I have that as number 1 and this is not as number 1. So I'm going to use the wall hole. And then what we want to do is we want to take our hypertube here and we want to run it. Now again, notice there's something that says you need, oh wait, I need copper sheets. Now this is why I've been backlogging copper sheets all this time, because I'm already thinking toward this in the long run. And that's why I have a bunch of copper sheets in here that I can grab. Now I've got a bit too much concrete on me right now, which is usually a good thing. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and downscale a bit of this concrete so I don't drop items. And so we're going to say get about 3 of those, and now we're good. Now we're about to create our very first hypertube in this. Now I can create a hypertube like that if I want. Or I could go ahead and make it more manageable by controlling the way that it goes, right? Now right now it's on default, you can see up there. And there's a toggle mode over there, which is you can hit R, and then R again. And then now it's going to, now it went to noodle. And now it's going vertical. I much prefer to use the vertical, and this is why. S for super awesome. So yeah, so as you can see, it's going straight down, and it's going kind of like that. Now, if I move it forward a little bit, and we kind of back up so we can kind of see what we're doing. Now you can see that it's more vertical in the way that it creates it. Now, another thing you can do with hypertubes, you can control the angle by first clicking. The first click is going to say, okay, this is where my thing's going to be. Then I use my scroll wheel to adjust the angle. Now, if I hold down the control key, it's also going to adjust the angle left and right. And if I let go of the control key, then it's forward and backwards, right? So you can control exactly where that's going to be. I can also control the height of where it's going to be along the way. So let's go ahead and do it. Now, I would definitely push it forward a bit, especially if you're going to adjust the angle of it, because what it'll do is sometimes the angle will not match that. It's going to say invalid shape or whatever. You can also go in and pre-put down all of your stuff. I don't like any of my stuff to clip, so I will try to put it down in such a way that I can control that angle and then also still get that vertical. Now look at that, it's going through that item there, right? It's going through that particular thing. And so that's probably not good. And you've got to experiment around with it, right? Experiment around with it until you get it just right. Now me, I'm going to go ahead and take this out because I don't like stuff to clip for any reason, ever. Other than foundations. Sometimes foundations will go into the side of a wall and I just RP that I cut into the wall. But there we go. So now we have a nice vertical. Now why do I want to do that? Well, that's because when I come out of there, and I go down this way, it's going to accelerate my dude, and he's going to be going really, really fast. And that's nice. Also, why am I putting it down at this level versus the upper level? Well, this can also act as a railing, so you don't go falling off to your doom all the way down. And that's basically what I'm going to use it for right here. Now going the rest of the way here, we're going to need to change the shape again. I just typically leave it on default, or you can use noodles pretty good for this one. But I just put it on default and let it decide what my best option is. So I'm going to go ahead and put it right here. Now, I really don't want this to be at this bottom level right here, because when I'm coming down the ramp, I'm going to run into it. So right about here, I can go ahead and raise it up just by clicking and then moving my mouse up. And now it's going to go up, but also act as a barrier up here in the upper levels. But when I get down here, it's not going to need to be a barrier because there's the ground right there. So pretty fine. Now we can also use our hyper stackers, which I highly recommend using as many stackables as you can. So we're going to add that to number 7. And so instead of doing this, I go ahead and take this out. And I go ahead and say, you know what? I want this to be up above that first level. And so we're going to go ahead and run that in. Oh, wait a minute. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. That's a pipe support. Very easy to get those confused, by the way. This is under transportation. Aha, there it is. Like, Kismet, did you do that on purpose? Yes. If I don't do it on purpose, I will let you know. All right. Now we got to go in. And I do that all the time. I'll get those two confused. I'll get the wrong one. I'll put it in there and be, oh, God, why isn't it working? That's because I put the wrong stackable in there. But the stackables are great. Because it makes it a bit easier. Now watch this back here. Remember how I had to take that out? Let's go ahead and take all this out back here. Take our stackables. Move it back a little bit. Now I want to actually move this over so it's not taking up my entire thing. And then I can control it a little bit easier, right? Look how easy I can control the way that hypertube goes. And the same thing here. I can go back and say, you know what? I want this to be vertical. I'm going to hit R. Then R again. R again. Now I'm going to get that straight. Boom! Vertical boost. Dropping me down across there. Now I want this to go all the way across. Now how far can your hypertubes go? That should be your next question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now this is 6 foundations long. And this is typically how far a conveyor can go. But if you notice, it doesn't say I can't go. In fact, I can keep going and going and going and going. And bam! I end up right here. Right there, and I can still keep going. Now, right about there, see it turn red? That's as far as it can go. So let's turn around and kind of get an idea. It's very far. It's more than 12, just like with power poles and some of the other items. Now, I want this to go right through here and go into the next thing. Right, so I'm going to do the same thing, but this time I'm going to put up a little bit higher. I'm going to put a wall hole right in there, and then I'm going to run it from all the way over there to all the way over there. Nice. Easy, right? And that's what's great about the wall holes. The wall holes make it so much easier when you're creating elevators to go from different levels of your base. It's super useful. How goes the stream? Going awesome, Philip. How you doing, man? That's cool. This is a big brain game. Well, kind of not. I feel like anybody can learn it. It's really not that difficult. I feel like a lot of the mechanics are basic after a while. And really, it's all about the fun of discovery, right? Discovering how to make things go faster, discovering how to make things. Now, look, I just started the game. I don't even know how many hours into it I am right now on this particular thing. Now, I've played through the entire game multiple times before, many times, 10, 20 times, I can't remember. But right now, I'm about 23 hours, which isn't a lot of hours in Satisfactory. 500 hours, 1,000 hours is a pretty decent sum of hours. 24 hours, that's like a couple days, you know, probably, let's see, about 4 sessions of me playing it. I played for about 6 hours. So let's say 4 times I've played the game, right? So 4 sessions of play. And that's not a lot for making this much progress in that amount of time. Now, I can make even more progress. I can go even faster if I want to. But I love to just kind of take my time and enjoy the journey, right? That's one of my favorite things in any game. Now, let's go ahead and see how long we can go here. Now, one of the things we got to be on the lookout is that these 4 resources here, we have a bunch of that. Now, look at this how it's going vertical there, right? You don't want it. That's a little awkward to do that, though it is still fun to do it that way. I'm going to go ahead and go back to default. Even though, look how much straighter conveyor is, right? Conveyor 2D. That's an interesting one. But the problem is at the end of conveyor 2D, it flattens out. Let me just go ahead and put that down just so you can see. See, it flattens out at the end and just seems weird because it's cutting into the thing, right? But actually, if you're doing conveyor 2D mode, that's the mode I'm in, by the way, the build mode, and you're actually going in and clicking it and then rotating it, then it looks nicer, right? Looks much nicer. So I highly suggest conveyor 2D when you're on an angle. And thus why I talked about that. So let's go ahead and run all the way down to here. Now, one of the fun things you can do is go all the way to the corner here, and then go 1, 2 this way, and then rotate it, and it's going to give you a nice 90. Now, it's just a little bit beyond, but we're going to go ahead and just call it that. And again, I could use it as a railing and keep it down on the bottom area, but I just want to get A to Z as quickly as possible. Now, over here, same thing. Now, I would probably put what I call a stop. Just like you make a bus stop or a train stop, I would put a stop right here. Why? Because I might want to build out that way. I might want to go get something from over there. I might want to go in these other directions at this point. So right here is where I will add another ramp. Now, if you notice, this is actually 3 wide, and the reason why I do that is so I can have conveyors on one side, and I can have my transport on the other side, or power, or whatever it is I'm looking for in the moment. Now, we're going to go around the back side of this, and again, same thing with our walls. Go ahead and put our wall in. Actually, I want it to go the other way. I like to put the bottom wall in, too. That's just me, so it looks like it's legitly there, right? That's just me and my deal. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a wall hole here, and then we're going to take this and we're going to switch this back. I highly recommend switching this back to default if you're unsure. If you're unsure what you want to do with the conveyor, back to default we go. Now, could I go in and just have it go into another wall hole over there? I absolutely could if I wanted to, but don't really need to. Let's go ahead and work our way down. Got to watch out for these little bee guys here. And again, we'll go in and rotate to conveyor 2D. Go there, rotate it down so it matches that angle. Now, I could actually make this go underneath here. Do I want it to do that? No. And the reason why I don't want it to do that is because I'm going to accidentally get sucked into that about 50 times. If you put it at the ground level, you're going to be running along, not even paying attention. You're going to be run by it. Boom, it's going to suck you in there. I've had it happen to me so many times that I no longer put anything at that ground level. But what we can do is go in here and put our hypertube supports in and make it up a little bit higher. Or we could do a mix and match. All right, take all that out. We can do a mix and match where we use our other support here under logistics, our stackable wall pole, and we could use that as well. So we use our wall poles as a foundation, and then when we get up to the top part, then we go ahead and use our hypertube, right? And you can also use your piping in there as well. But we're going to go ahead and just make this up a little bit higher. Again, kind of acting as a pseudo rail, and then put that up there. Now, how would it be better to do this one back here? Well, again, if you don't need it as a railing, if you're not trying to keep yourself from falling off, then I highly recommend using your nice hypertube stackables. And one of the things I love about this game is look how far away I can do that. Look how far away that is. That's really far away in any game. But look what happens if I use my Convert 2D, right? Doing that weird thing again. Right? Doing that weird thing where it kind of pinches the thing at the end. So we don't want to do that. We'll go ahead and do this and then hit R. It's really about this connection over here. By the way, default is Noodle, by the way, if you notice. Now I'm going to go ahead and go back to default and see it looks the same as Noodle. And there we go. And then this is just a connector. It's all really about the cosmetic look of it. It'll still function just as well, no matter which way you do it. Okay, there we go. Now, right down here, as part of my road area, I'm going to go ahead and expand this out just a bit. I'm going to go ahead and put in a, on this side, right there. I'm going to go ahead and put in a ramp. And then walls. Again, I could put these two command keys, but I find sometimes I'll just go into it and use the thing as opposed to switching my keys all the time. Alright, and then this will come across and go into here. But, small problem, right? We don't want it to hit our conveyor. Now, in this case, it worked out. I could also use a vertical to do it. Now, remember, when you're coming out of here, you're going to be firing out of this thing like a cannon, right? You're going to be like, pow! You're going to be firing out of there. And so if you don't have enough foundations, boom, down you go, bro. And I've fallen many times. Many times. I highly recommend not only putting a bunch of these in front of where you're coming out, but sometimes you awkwardly come out at an angle. Not very often, but sometimes you do. I highly recommend adding another layer of wherever you're coming in and out of there. Like that. And so because this is going to be going downhill, I'm going to get fired out of there like a rocket for sure. Now, let's go ahead and add in our next thing we're going to need. We're going to need our hypertube entrance. Now, right now, I've run out of resources, so I'm kind of bumming. How could I fix this so I can get back all the way up there, even though I've run out of resources? Well, you'll have to take out some of your hypertube, so you get some of your resources back. Right here, I've got some of these steel pipes back. We'll leave that wall hole there. And the same thing here. Hold on, I need to go get some resources. So I'll take that out. And then I'll go back a little bit back here. I'll put that entrance in. All right, great. Now I need some power. Where can I get power from? Oh, I just happen to have a power line down there. I can go ahead and run that in there. And then off I go. And now we're taking our first hypertube run in this playthrough. Now, again, remember, when I come out, I'm going to fire out of there like a rocket if I'm coming out this way. But I do need to come back up here and get my resources. And see, I don't really need to go to this level. If you notice that I don't have a stop on this level, though I will add one eventually. I don't have a stop on that level because I don't need to go to that level right now. What I really need to do is get right up here. Very nice. And of course, normally I would run all my resources over, but we know we're going to retool all this here in a bit. So I'm not bothering to run it over there. I'm just going to run over here and grab it. Boom, boom. Nice. Keep going on all of that. Now, you're going to need a lot of pipe resources. You're going to need a lot of steel beams. So we're going to get into that. Now, we need to add another entrance over here. And again, we're out of the thing that I was talking about earlier that we need to make a bunch of. And that is our encased industrial beam. So I go make some. But because I think ahead, I knew I was going to run out of them eventually. Over here, it's been making me a bunch. It's been making a huge amount right over here, and it's out of steel beams right now. So I go ahead and supplement my steel beams with the ones that I just picked up. Right there. But it's making a bunch of those while I wasn't even around. While I was doing something else, it's over here making those into this box. Right? And see, that's how I think ahead. I think, okay, what am I going to need in about 10, 15 minutes? I'm going to need rotors. There's a bunch of rotors there. And I'm going to need those steel beams to be converted into encased industrial beams. So that's why you'll see me set that stuff. I call it set it and forget it. I'll let that stuff run and come back to it later on when I need it in the moment, which is right this moment. There we go. We got that going. Now we're also going to do our double outlet here. What we're going to do is we're going to chain this. We're going to take this out. We're going to chain this through this outlet and then onto that. See how much cleaner it is on the wall. Now, I highly recommend attaching your entrances from the back, from behind. Oh, man, I'm always running out of something. Need some wire over here. I got a little bit. Little bit. By the way, the reason why I'm also not upgrading all of these boxes is because if I did upgrade all these boxes, they're going to fill with resources. And so when I move all my stuff, I'm going to have boxes and boxes of resources I'm going to have to deal with, and I got to pick them up, and I got to move them. I don't want to have a lot of extra resources yet. If I have a ton of resources, turn my heater off. If I have a ton of resources backlogged and I go to move my entire base, well, then I got to move all those resources. I've learned that lesson in the past, so that's why I'm not making a massive amount of extra resources. Just enough that I might need in the moment in which I need it. Let's grab actually a little bit more wire over here. Sort that. There we go. Okay. Now, let's get into some connectors. So, again, connect your hypertube from behind because the line is cleaner. And so we're using the double wall. There. Okay. Now, before we go, what is it we came up here to get? Very important to remember before you go. Encased industrial beams. We got those, right? So if we want to make a hypertube, we need all of that. We need to make an entrance. We need that. we need to make this wall whole thing. Now, I'm just pressing the buttons over here to try to look at what I need. You can also put it in your side thing over there, your to-do, by using X, and then going in and saying parts. I need so many of whatever part, or I'm trying to make so many of each thing. Now, it looks like we've got everything we need. We go here at 6. We go number 7. All right, we got a bit of everything. We're looking good. Let's go. We'll do that battle here in just a second, everybody. Watch how fast I go here, especially down this drop right here. Am I gonna die? Maybe. Booyah! Ah! Woo! Made it to the water. I did that on purpose, everybody. So again, it doesn't look like you're gonna fire that far, but look how far it fired me completely over the side. It was like 10 foundations long there, but that's okay. We got to come down here anyway, and we got to go battle this guy. Now, I don't think I have enough health, but we'll go try it anyway. Because I'm crazy for crying. Might be dying. Oh, I own that dude. You got spanked, bro. Ha! Take that. I don't need that. I'm not going to even bother picking it up. But I just own that dude because I need that guy too. I need a bunch of alien organs. You got to get those guys who are shooting at you. Those spitters. All right, now I'm way down here at the bottom, and I can make my way back up again. I just thought I'd show that to you because it give you guys a little bit of a laugh, firing me off the side. But what we need to do now is we need to tool up all of this production over here. We need a little bit of coffee. Slurp, slurp. We need to tool up all of this production, and we need to work on our hypertubes. So our hypertube... Oh, stop. Our hypertube basically comes all the way down here because we're going to be reworking all of this and doubling and tripling and so on and tapping into new nodes and doing a lot of stuff down here at the bottom. Now, the reason why I've made it like this is because I want to have a stop right here. And so instead of it launching me off the top there that launched me completely over the side, I want it to come out here where I end up on the foundations, and I have a lot of extra space. Because, again, based on the speed at which you're traveling is how far it's going to fire. Look how far that is, everybody. I came out of there. I didn't have a jetpack or anything else. That literally launched me completely over. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 10 foundations up over the side. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't stop myself. I was holding the nest. There's nothing I could do. Off the side I go. Now, we're going to go ahead and take out this entrance over here because we use that entrance to make our way back. And then we're going to run that down to there using our default mode. And then up here into there. Okay, now that's a much better place to enter and also exit. Entrance in. We're going to need our power. Let's go ahead and put our power on the side there. Go ahead and tap into some of this power we've already got running. Up into there, and then we connect it from behind. Now remember, that only takes up 1 from that side and 1 from this side. That means we have 3 still per side. We still have 6 connections into that one spot. Now, we're going to go ahead and work a bit on all of this. Now, I'm going to walk down, or actually use my little vehicle. Grab my little vehicle. Just throw that down like this. I'm going to drive back down where that item is, and we're going to start upgrading and working on all of that down there where the iron is. All right. And now while we're doing that, let's go ahead and do this battle because it's battle time. Let's go. How we doing? Oh, these guys are getting crushed. 86-5. Let's get them. All right, nice. Nice battle. You guys get 50% chance. Now let me know in the chat if you guys get a rare skin. I always love to know that. Someone's going to get 200 gold. Who's it going to be? Boom. Whoa, 2 people got 200 gold. JC Hunter and Rotisserie G. Boom, you guys getting it. Hey, Riverdog. We also got Flizzy as well, getting some love. And Smoking Taco Getting some love as well. CW coming in MVP with the 9 assists. Nice job. Let's rock on to the next one. Oh, we got another 4 skull and then a couple more. We're going to get to the boss. Let's go, everybody. Let's fire it up. Another shot coming in saying, I had to move my resources on Astroneer, and it was not fun. Yes, true. True. Very much so. Yeah. Hey, Riverdog, do me a favor. Just full up ban that, IB King. Just ban that, bro, and then, log that, please. Everybody comes in and puts a bot in my channel. It's insta-ban. Insta-banned for sure. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into some more battles, everybody. I got to put my unit down. Who am I working on now? Oh, God, I can't even see. I have to readjust my lighting, and I had to move my thing around today. Archer, I guess, right? Oh, Musketeer. Look at all these guys. I haven't even used any of these guys in battle. I can't remember. I've used my Archer before, but I don't think I've used my Musketeer. Let's pull out the Musketeer. I'm going to put him back here in the corner. Let's say back here. Let's use him out. And so the cool thing is when I put a unit down, I can only put one unit down. But when I put him down, he's an epic unit. So he's an epic Musketeer. And I have a lot of units. And of course, in the moment, they're going to lend you guys a hand. Now, I prefer to use my healer, Norbert. But he's already max level. And so whenever we are on a really hard one, I will use my max level ones. When we're on just a regular battle, then I will use my other ones so I can get a scroll. Every time you put down one of your units, if they're not at max level, they get a scroll, except for legendaries. Legendary ones do not get scrolls automatically. You have to actually find those. I think my biggest one right now is my mage that we're trying to level up. I'd love to get my war beast, Templar, and all those up. Right now, mage is level 18, so pretty good. I'll get my buster going, too. I thought there was another buster. There's like a balloon buster, too. Yeah, right here, balloon buster, legendary. Yeah, at some point, we'll get that guy really going. But I feel like you guys got this handled. I'm just here to help you guys get the loot. That's the way I look at it, right? So this is a 4 skull. This one's pretty tough, but he's a level 23 musketeer. He should help out pretty well. Let's get it fired up, everybody. We're going to play a lot of Stream Raiders today, and we'll go into battle mode later. We'll be doing battles all day long, so make sure to hang out in the stream all day. Now, back to it. So what I've done is I've run down the bottom, and you're like, well, Kismet, you didn't make a hypertube. True. I didn't make one yet. We'll make one here in a minute. One of the things we want to do, of course, is to think about the elevation of our hypertube. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of push this out just a little bit, like this. Let's turn the sound back on. And then say, okay, if I was going back up again, if I was standing down here and if I was going back up again, I would most likely want to go up here on the left side. And this is one of my favorite things I've discovered in my last few playthroughs is I love to do this. I like to have it where it's like this, and then I can just walk up the ramp, and then it activates the hypertube. As opposed to having it down to this level where I keep walking in front of it, and it keeps sucking me up into the hypertube, right? Which is what I don't want it to do. Now, one of the things also I like to do is to go ahead and walk that distance. Now, you can go from the end, which is what we're doing, and then work your way backwards, or go from your base and work your way forwards, whatever you like to do. Me, I know that I'm going to run this to right about here anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and just use my stacker and just put it right there. And then I'm just going to keep that on default. Easy, right? Easy, easy. And then again, I need to get it from one side to another. Now, I can also just put it up on top of here, like that. Instead, and say, you know what? Forget that. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to go ahead and take this. I'm going to run that up here and use my existing stackers instead. And thus, I don't have to create a whole nother line of stackers and have another thing in the way when I already have it. And it's actually really fun to be up really high. Now, again, at the bottom there, it's going to fire me into Barstow, bro. It's going to fire me out of there like a beast. I'm going to show you another way to stop yourself down there in just a moment. But right here, we're going to go ahead and grab this, and we're going to run it down the line. Now, how far is the maximum distance I can run this? I always look and see when it turns red and starts to separate. See? When it starts to separate, you know that's when it does. Now, that's actually perfect, because here's also what I want to do. I want to take another one over here, and if I want to keep going along this rampage, by the way, I'm hitting F and then middle mouse button, the scroll wheel, so I can pick items up, because once I've already made the item, I no longer need to use my quick keys down here. I don't need to go into the menu. I can just hit F like I'm about to take it out, and then middle mouse wheel, which is like an eyedropper. So it picks up that particular item. So in this case, I pick that up, or F, pick up the wall outlet, F, hypertube. You really want to get in the habit of doing that. I've been trying to get in way more into the habit of just picking items up as opposed to having them in the bar and doing all of that. Much faster way of doing it. So we're going to go ahead and connect those across. Now I'm out of sheets again, so we'll go use our hypertube. Now what else is going to this going to do? This is also going to act as a blocker. So when I come flying out of here, I won't go too far into Barstow, but there is a drawback to it, which we'll see here in a second. So look how much faster this is, dude. Plus it's hands off. When you're traveling via your hypertubes, I feel like it's one of the coolest things in the game. When you're traveling, oh, we got a bonus thing going to go on today too. I forgot. We're going to play some Ghost of Tsushima today. That's going to be fun. We'll play some of that later. I heard that game is absolutely incredible. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys have played it. Let me know what you think of it in the chat. So I definitely want to get that going on later on. Remind me of that, everybody. I almost forgot. We're going to play a bit of that today. Very, very fun. It'll actually have to be the first time I actually switch my... because it is rated mature, I have to switch my rating on mature here in the channel. So, like Kismet, after stream, after dark in some countries. It won't be after dark for me. But we'll have to go into mature mode to play that one. But it looks really good, so I want to check it out. Especially the story looks really amazing and all of that. I watched a few other people play it, and I'm like, okay, I'm down for playing that. I'm down for that. So it is a sponsored event, so big love to them. But I only play things I think I would like, or maybe you guys would like. So we'll try that out later. But let me know in the chat if you guys have played it. There we go. Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima. It's like a samurai game. Samurai game. Very, very cool. It's on my PS4. I got it all set up and had it set up over the weekend. I almost forgot. Almost forgot. What do we want to do here? All right, we got to get our vehicular transport going. We've unlocked everything in here. There's nothing else we need to unlock. We got to get our space elevator fired up. Now, when I get to this stage right here, right, where I've unlocked tier 3 and 4, this is when I retool my entire factory. Because you've got faster belts now, you've got your hypertubes, you've got all of that stuff. You've got plenty of stuff that you're going to need. Now, let's get some more of this. Let's sort that. Now, whenever you have a small stack like that, like I have a stack of 11, put that back in the box. And grab a stack of 100. Because there's no reason to carry around a stack of 11, or even a single stack of an item. Which you can see I've got a single stack right here, 1. Right? You definitely don't want to have one of those items in your inventory because it's taking up a full inventory slot. I find that I'm constantly optimizing those extra resources, and I'll come back in here and look into to see about all of our resources over here. And I noticed, by the way, that I'm using this box, even though the other box, the one I targeted for being these, and that's just because of convenience. It's good enough. Good enough. Now again, over here, now while I'm doing something else, it's going to keep doing our offline production. Let's go ahead and put another 100 in there. Now another question you should be asking yourself is, Kismet, why are you working on this and not reworking on the factory? Why are you not making more plates and more screws and all that stuff? That's because what I'm doing right now leads to what I'm going to do later on. So that's why I'm doing this first. And the number one thing that I need right now is more iron. I need more iron, not just for plates, but for steel. Look how fast I'm going to be going. This is going to be awesome. Boom! All right, so now the other one has stopped me. Now, the one problem with that is that if that was on right now, I would have got into there. I would have knocked me into there and off I go. So, if I put that right there, it's probably not going to be the best idea. I should most likely put it on an offset over here, and so it doesn't launch me in there. And I've had that happen before, where I put my things too close to each other, and then I come out of one, I get in the other, and then I can't stop in that moment. So I highly recommend thinking that stuff out, everybody. But you can put a wall there to keep yourself from flying off the side. I could have done the same thing when I flew off the side over there. I could have just built a wall. I would have hit that wall and then fell onto the foundation. And most of the time, you can survive that stuff. Not always, but most of the time. All right, again, more power over here. We'll go ahead and grab this power. Actually, let's do it on the other side. Run that power there. Run our entrance power in the back just because it looks cleaner. And then we'll run our hypertube over there. Now, I would not take that hypertube right now. The reason why is it's going to knock me clear off the side, down where I don't want to go. So, Same thing down here. So we're going to go down here. And we're going to create ourselves a little area. Also, it'll protect you against any baddies that are going to come up into your face. We're going to go ahead. Make ourselves a little enclosed area. Now, I highly recommend putting an extra level on the output side for sure. Because sometimes you'll just go over the wall. And that'll be it for you. All right, so let's go ahead and put in our entrance, which I think I've already got in there because it's not allowing me to do it. A little bit of power. Where's our other power line? Up here. Run that across. Down to there. And again, we'll be reworking all this power as we go along. Doesn't look like it hasn't. Oh, I didn't press entrance. I was doing wall hole. That's why. Wrong thing. Okay, now, boom. Entrance, good. Now, I suggest to test this stuff. Now, I could create an individual hypertube for every single location that I go to. And I've seen people do that, where they have 50 entrances, and you go into a certain entrance, and it takes you to a certain spot, like Willy Wonka. I feel like that's a waste of my time. I feel like by putting stops, just like you would with a train station or a bus station or something like that, putting in stops is the smarter of the idea. Now, by the way, if you go into a hypertube, and it's straight, and you're like, oh, wait, I'm going to go back. You hold down S, and it actually turns your character around, and he goes back the other way. Like that. Very nice. Okay, back the other way. Let's go ahead and test it out in this direction. Got to go get that glowy over there, too. Boom. And there we go. You took one to the face, but such is how it goes. Now let's go get this glowy over here while I'm thinking about it. Another one up there we need to get. Because we're going to need to boost some of our production later on. Now, I very rarely ever boost those extractors. Ever. I feel like it's not necessary, and I'll show you why here in a minute. Let's go over and take out some bees. Nice. Boom. Bye-bye, bro. All right, let's get our little glowy friend here. We got to hold down the key while I'm thinking about it. Any other glowies we can grab real quick out here? No. Just that one up there. Now, if I had my skates on, I would run and I would jump across there. But it's really unnecessary because I can just literally just build myself a ramp over this way. And then not have to do that. Oh, I need my foundation just to be sure. There we go. Now, I highly recommend not leaving these in here. Now, the reason why you don't want to leave that in there is an animal's going to come across and he's going to get over here and you're not going to expect it. Boom, he's going to be right there. He's going to kill you. So I highly recommend not doing that. Now, let's go up here and do a little bit of battle. One of the things we can also do is use our vehicle. I love this vehicle. It's the greatest thing ever. I highly recommend unlocking this as quickly as possible in the game. This vehicle is the vehicle I use the most. Even though later on you get faster vehicles and larger vehicles and all of that. But this one's used the most because it is the most convenient and it sticks to foundations like it's glue. Right? The other vehicles work great when you're in the sand. This one does not. It slides all over the place. But when you're doing foundations, this is the best. Really? Ah, see, they always love to come from behind like that. They're sneaky. Really? What the heck is with my swinging today? I always am swinging behind me because they love to circle around behind you. You can't just wait for it. I just swing wildly because it's fun. I try to get one of them right at the very beginning. Now, here's the thing about your health. See, my health typically is at 3 points. I could have brought it all the way up to the top. I got plenty of barrels and all that stuff. I can go make a bunch of stuff. But I typically keep it at 3 because I'm at the base. And it will automatically heal me back up to 3 just by hanging out, just by not being in battle. And so you'll see me hang out at 3 a lot. Because I'll die and come back and do whatever, or I'll take a lot of hits and whatnot from mobs. But I typically don't worry about healing myself unless I'm going out and fighting the spitters that shoot out a bunch of fire and stuff like that. Those, you need to keep your health up because they'll 1 or 2 shot you if you're at 3. They'll actually hit you for 3 in 1 shot. Bam, you're dead. Just like that. So keep that in mind. All right, so back to what we're working on. We're trying to upgrade our iron. We want to get our iron going much faster, and this will be the first thing that I upgrade down here. So we have more iron for more of what we need it for. Now, if you notice, we have an iron here, which is our main iron, which is going to our production of our plates and things like that. That I don't really need to worry about right now. So what I'm going to do is add another transport right over here. And let's do it this way. And I don't mind if I have to walk a little bit to get to the next transport or whatever. I don't mind at all. I feel like that's my jam. Just create little stops and then a wall hole. Again, so we come out of this one. Let's go ahead and widen this out. Gonna need some concrete. And there we go. So now we got it here. We land here. We can deal with this. Again, this is a pure node right here. It's pretty insane. There's actually 3 pure nodes right here. Notice it starts up and stops, starts up and stops. That's when it burns that up. So let's go back. We're going to need some concrete. And this is what's so great about your hypertubes is that when you run out of resources, you can go back and grab your resources. Now, one of the things I highly suggest to do when you are building a lot in a certain area is to bring a bunch of resources forward and to place them in a box, especially concrete. If you're going to build out a whole bunch of foundations and build out a whole area really far away from your primary base, is to take a couple trips, right? Take a couple trips, do that, or there's a very large vehicle you can use. You can put some stuff in there and drive that around if you want. Both of those ways or all of those ways are a good way of doing it. Me, I just use my hypertubes and just put it on my character's inventory. Now, what I could have done before I left is I could have made a box, put all my stuff in that box, and then came back, got a bunch of resources from here, and then dropped it off. And that's what I normally suggest. But I really don't have that much stuff on me, and I don't need that much concrete. But if I needed a lot of concrete, that's what I would have done instead. Okay, so now we got some more concrete. Let's look at what we need to do. We need stuff for hypertubes. We're going to press all the hypertube buttons. All right, looking good. Maybe a few more encased industrial beams. Let's go look at that. It's actually where the plates are now, right here. Yeah, a little bit more of that. Nice. Is there anything we can get rid of off us? Yeah, we've got these little guys here that we can go ahead and convert. What else do we got? We got some food and stuff. Put all that in there. We can convert these guys that we picked up into some boosts over here to power shards. All right. Now again, we're trying to make this run as fast as we possibly can over here. And so this one right here doesn't have enough steel beams, but I can put some steel beams in there. But I'm actually going to make this go at 200%. So now instead of producing at 6, it's going to produce at 12. But it's also going to go from 15 megawatts to 45. You'd think it would just double, go to 30, but it doesn't. When you overclock stuff, it really ups the power. I have plenty of power, no big deal. But now it's going to do it at 12, but it's going to burn through those steel beams much faster. Now again, everything that I'm doing leads to me doing more of the thing. What I really want to do is up my steel production. And to up my steel production so I can make faster belts, I need to up my ore production. And when I have more ore and more coal, I can make more steel. And steel allows me to then make faster belts. And those belts allow me to make faster everything. Right? So that's why I'm focused very much on steel right now. Steel is the point you should be working on here when you're done with Tier 3 and Tier 4, is really ramping it up to such a point in which you never have to worry about your steel beams or your steel pipes, which is what we want to get to. We want to get to a point where we have so much of this, we literally have boxes and boxes of steel beams and steel pipes. That's more important than anything else, except for a bit of encased industrial beams and a bit of rotors. That I'm making over here too, so I can make better machines here in a moment. You'll see in a bit. Now I've got a bunch of stuff on me here and a little bit of concrete, a little bit of everything I need. So let's run back again. Now now we can have fun because it goes way faster this way. Now, there is like a hyper cannon. You can put a bunch of entrances next to each other, and it fires you from one into the other. It makes you go super, super fast. I just use the in-game mechanics. I feel that's better. Boom. There we go. That stopped us. We want to stop and go look at our limestone over there. We go work on our limestone. We definitely need to do that. There's actually 3 nodes right here, and we're going to upgrade all of them and start running them up there. Let's go ahead and go this way. Keep working on our hyper tubes. Okay. Now, we've got these 2 lifting up over here, which we can see. And we also have a stacker there. So I could go in and put a stacker pole right there, but it's going to clip through there. It'll still work, by the way, but I don't like it to clip. So I'm just going to move this forward a little bit. I'm going to look at the one I've got. I'll go ahead and line it up. And I go ahead and add stackers after the fact, like that. And then I can just say, you know what? Let's just take our hypertube over there. Because we already got stackers. No reason to redo all the stackers and all of that. I mean, we've already got an established stacker there. I like to put my hypertubes on the top, by the way. It's just more scenic when you're running from place to place. That's just my jam. But really, you can put them wherever. You can put them in the middle if you want. Because this game is a first-person when you're... Oh, wrong thing. Because this game is a first-person game when you're running around and a third-person game when you're in the hypertubes, it actually makes it weird when you're in the hypertubes because you're actually above the area in which you're going through. I find that very odd, but I don't know, maybe they'll change at some point. Now, look, we got a problem there, right? We don't want it to go into there. So what we can do is go ahead and just create a little side area here where it's going to readjust that and turn that over that way. So we'll bring this back down. There we go. That's actually going to make us go faster. I mean, we're going this way anyway. We need to go to this node. So while you're going to the node, it's a good idea to get all this in here. Notice, by the way, I can add these from really far away in pre-existing stackers. And that's what's nice about having those existing stackers. Make this a lot easier just to connect to what you've already got. And run that stuff down to there. Now, in this case, we're going to run it down to here. So we're going to go ahead and put another stacker right there. And now we don't have to walk over here again. Now we're looking good. Now, one of the things we do need to do over here, though, is we need to kind of revamp our power a little bit. So I'm going to go over here and go ahead and just put in a couple walls. And we'll go ahead and put our power there. We're going to go ahead and cut this power line. Go ahead and run the power from there to there. From there to up there. Keep that running. Now, I highly recommend doing this instead of having it up there. I recommend doing what we've been doing, right? Wall hole. And then we go in and we put in a ramp like that. And then we look at where we're going to get fired to. We're going to get fired this way out of here. And again, put it up as high as that wall is and then put up an extra one. I also recommend putting it around. Like that. So it acts as a little shield. So you're going to come out of there, you're going to fire across, bam, into that, and then you'll be right next to the thing you're trying to get to. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one out and this one out and just divert it to its own little area. There we go. And then we add our entrance. We connect it from behind. Now we're looking good. All right. So now we got our entrance running. Now, one of the things about these hypertubes, when you start adding these, you all of a sudden notice that your power goes way up. And you're like, dang, why is it doing it? Because every one of these entrances are always running, right? They're always running all the time. So it's a good idea also to put down a little power pole just to check your power every now and again. You can see I've got plenty of power, and I'm not hurting for power right now. I don't have a lot of extra production going on right now. So every now and again, you want to check that. Now, down here at this side, this is a Mark 1. But as you can see, this is a pure node. Now, I actually don't need to upgrade that to a Mark II, even though I could if I wanted to. I go in right now and upgrade that to a Mark II. And that would be, it does need some industrial frames, which I could make. And then it needs some mining, which I could do. But what I really need to do is I need to upgrade the lines. I need to upgrade the lines so that they're going to go faster. And again, notice I'm skipping over 120, and I'm going right to the 270. Now, when I upgrade this, it's going to be going at 240. So at that rate, everything is going to be working out math-wise. So now on my way back here, I will also go ahead, and I could have done it on the way through, but I'll also go ahead and upgrade this one. Now this one's one of the ones that's furthest away, so it's going to cost me the most. And I could have done the closer one and used it instead. But I feel like it's always a good idea to do the hardest thing first. That's how I like to do stuff. When I make a to-do list, I make my to-do list the day before, by the way. Always a smart idea, a great Kismet tip for you. But when I'm doing stuff, I typically will try to do the hardest thing first. In this case, this is the furthest one away, and definitely all this stuff needs to be upgraded all the way down the line. But while I'm doing this, of course, it is also producing steel back at my base. And we'll just walk this through, and eventually this will all be upgraded. Don't worry. This will all be upgraded in the long run. But this is one of the drawbacks of running your raw resources. And I did it again this time. I did a couple playthroughs ago. Is the fact that I have to come back and upgrade every single one of these lines and micromanage these lines and keep going back over here. Versus just making the iron ignis over here. And then I just keep expanding the iron ignis and run the iron ignis back. Or I just have it making plates over here and just running the plates back. That's the easier way to play in the short run, in the early game. Now, in the late game, you want to have more control over your raw ore. And so this is more of a late game thing, where it's going to help us a lot at the end so we can control our ore at the end game where we can ramp up and have much more ore. So all we need to do is just upgrade the extractor and then have all the lines at maximum speed. And that's really, really useful. But in this case, I'm definitely going to run out of these. So I'm going to go ahead and hit as many of these as I can. And I'm going to run out there. All right, I'm out. Can't do any more. So let's go ahead and go back. And this is what's going to happen. You're going to run out of this. You're going to run out of that. And you're going to constantly have to go back and upgrade. Now, once I get this all the way up, and again, this is my hardest upgrade right now. Once I get this all the way up here, I can then upgrade my steel production. In fact, I can double my steel production. And so that's what we're going to do. And I'll put that stop in down there later on. But for right now, I'm just going to put a kind of pseudo stop in. I'm not really going to stop there. I'm not going to stop down here because my resources are up above. Another thing that does when you're coming up that is actually slows you down when you're going up. And so it doesn't fire you out at 100 miles an hour. If you want to slow it down, you can do a vertical one just to slow yourself down in that particular section before it shoots you out of there. All right, so we got that going. We came back here because we need more of our items over here. So let's take a moment over here and upgrade our production a little bit. So eventually, the iron is going to be coming out of here at a much faster speed, right? So the iron is going to be coming over here at 270, which is actually really 120 right now. So it's going to be coming 120. And the foundry can take it in at 45 per minute, right? So we just do the math. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 45?
120 divided by 45 is about 2.6666.
Burner 666. So basically 3 of these. So it's going to be able to handle 3 of these. Can it handle 3 of them right now? No, because I don't have it set up for that. But I definitely have enough coal. This coal right now is going in 120. So coal's already ready. But I got to get the ore ready. Now over here you can see that I'm outputting at 45 per minute. And this inputs at 60. Now I cannot keep that production going fast enough because I didn't have fast enough belts. Right? But I still want to keep that running. And the other thing I want to start getting more of and get working here at some point is also my frames. But I'm going to go ahead, not equipment workshop, craft bench. I'm going to go ahead and just make them myself. All right, there's no reason for me to run back and do all of that when I could just make some right over here. And actually, we could just say, you know what? I want to make 2 more of these foundries. Let's go ahead and just press ++ right here in the thing. It's going to put it in our to-do list. It's going to tell us exactly how many modular frames we need. Up here. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of those. Now, I feel like you got to get through the tough stuff. You got to, you know, make the priority wherever it is. My priority could be iron plates right now, or my priority could be rods, or whatever. I have plenty of that stuff, so there's really no reason to make that my priority in this moment. But I'm definitely going to run out of rods, so I definitely want to run back, grab some more of those. Now, where are my rods at? Because my rods are not running in that box anymore. So I need to kind of follow where my rods are going and say, where are they at? Oh, okay, here's some in here. I got a little backlog. I'm going to go ahead and grab those out of there, grab this out of here. Now, another thing that I can do, since this actually is running rods in here, is I can change this to modular frames instead, and the rods will already be there. Okay, great little smart idea. And then reinforced iron plates, happen to have some on me. I'm just going to go ahead and feed those in there and have it do some of those for me. So again, I love to retool the factory without having to make any more infrastructure, without taking all the extra time to do all of that. My time is my most valuable resource. And so there we go. And then back over here to make some more steel production. And we're going to really ramp this steel production up insanely here in just a moment. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and make some more modular frames. And while I'm making those modular frames, let's go ahead and do another battle. Battle time. Time goes by fast, man. Goes by fast. Morning, Fuzzero. How you doing? Hey, Ensifer. Thanks for being here. Love to see you. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. What game? I just missed it. Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima on the PS4. Pretty excited about it. All right. Let's get this battle done. Okie dokie. Boom. Yet another win. Let's see. Chuck, JC Hunter, Subi, CW all getting some extra scrolls. Kellamal coming in overall MVP with the 19 assists. Congrats on that. Nice, nice. Oh, look at that. We got some more mage scrolls. Awesome. What else we got? Shadow Flame Warrior skin. Cool. All right, working our way toward the boss. Again, we're going to be doing battles all day long. Man. Let's see. Flying Rogue. What do I feel like doing? Centurion. Let's do Centurion. Let's do this side, Centurion. Look at all these peeps. Feel free to gather up, protect each other. Let's do it, everybody. Follow that link in the chat, streamraiders.com. It is a free-to-play game and super fun. Now, while you guys were watching that, I made some frames, made some modular frames, and then I went in and put down these smelters. So now I've got 3 smelters, and of course, we want to go ahead and run it into those 3 different smelters. Same thing with our coal here. Now, if I do it right here and I run that into there and all of that, it's way too close. Don't make stuff too close, everybody, that it just makes it really cumbersome. So we're going to take that out. Now, another thing we're going to need over here is a bit of a larger box like this, just to put some of our stuff down in the moment, so we're not dropping too much stuff on the ground here. We're going to take all this production out. Get that up off the ground. Sometimes it'll drop resources on the ground, depending on, you know, when you take stuff out. Okay, so we got that backlog and into there. Now, obviously, we want to have a bigger backlog than this. So what we're going to do is go ahead and move this industrial container back here. Oh, we need a little bit more resources. We're going to move this industrial container back over to here. Now, the great thing about the industrial container is it does have 2 inputs in the front and then also 2 outputs. So I go ahead and take this out, and I'm going to go ahead and just run that into there. And then we'll go ahead and upgrade also this lifter, because we're going to need to upgrade that all the way back down the other direction, so that's going to go much faster. There we go. So that's going to run that in there. Now, very quickly, we need to take all this out of here, put that in there, and so on. Take all this out, take all this other infrastructure out of here. Very nice. Now, if we're really tricky, we can coordinate ourselves. And I'm going to probably move that again. But we can coordinate ourselves where this is coming out and feeding into the smelters all of our stuff that we need. Oh, we need our resources back. Sort that. What do I have a lot of? Don't need that. Don't need this. We need all of these. A little bit of that, a little bit of this. There we go. We can also go ahead and take our vehicle, put it in there, get an extra slot. All right, so foundry, we're going to go ahead and put our foundry in. Now, we want to kind of center it a little bit here, so I'm going to move it a little bit to the left. There we go. Now, we want to kind of center this, and I could move that over, and I'm going to revamp all this later anyway. I'm always constantly revamping it. But one of the things we want to watch out for is our direction, right? If I just put it down, and if you look at it, you've got this green arrow. The green arrow is saying that it's going in the wrong direction. It's going toward me because this is a double input forward. So we need to take those back out. We can hold down control and take them all out at one time, up to 50 items. So we need to go ahead and look at our direction. Say, okay, you know what? Let's move this over even more. Let's go ahead and do this. And yes, I do that stuff on purpose, just so people can see the issues along the way. So that's pretty good, but is it lined up to our coal here? Not really. Not really. It's kind of offset just a little bit. So hold on, we'll do it again. Let's go ahead and take this out. Now here, great way to line stuff up, by the way, is just to put a splitter down or a merger, either way. I just line that up, and then we can kind of line it up in this other direction. So we'll say the first one we want to line it up, and we want to line it up on the first one. Now, if you see these arrows, when the green and the orange get together, it creates kind of a darker orange, right? So that you know that that item, the output of this item is lined up right there. Now, that's way too close. You don't want it to be that close. I don't like it to be really close. I like to be able to see the conveyor belts working, and it just makes it easier. So I'm going to go ahead and say that, and then move it forward, and I'm going to look at where the white line is here, too. That's a great another indicator whether you've got it lined up right. All right, so if that comes out of there, it's going to go straight. The coal's going to go straight out of there and straight into there. Uh-oh. Not quite perfect, right? Even though it all lined up, and we saw the green lines, and we saw it line up over there, but still not lined up perfectly. So let's take it out again. One more time. Again, we see the thing lining up. We move it forward. We see how we're lining it up over here. I would suggest moving a little bit to the left, and then maybe this, right? Maybe that. Oh, wait a minute. Now, how come that's now offset? Well, you're going to find you have to fuddle with this a lot. A lot. And so you can also try to go in and create a line, but I find using a splitter is the easiest thing that I've found. Just by backing up or getting up on top of the splitter. And run this out. Splitter's the wrong way. Allow me to rotate my splitter around. You don't really need to have it where it has a splitter here for right now, but you'll see what I mean. And then if you get up on top here and you line it up this way, see how much easier that is? You can see the arrows pointing at each other. Getting up on top of it, I find works much easier. Because sometimes, notice the green line isn't there? The green line is when I'm in the center of the item, but not necessarily the center of the input. But notice that when I did this, and then I went back, now it's say, okay, now you're all lined up, kind of. See when I move it back further? See that? It's kind of interesting. It doesn't work perfectly. Remember, this is early access. If you have trouble with it, best thing to do is just eyeball it like that from behind, and then run that in there. GG. You're good. Okay. So we got that done. Now, another thing we can do is say, wait a minute. I don't want to do that. I want to do something else that's a bit more tricky. Because I want to do something else later on. Right? So later on, I want to be super tricky. So I'm going to take this out, and I'm actually going to line it to the other side. I'm going to show you why I'm going to line it to the other side here in just a second. But we're going to go ahead and line it up to this side. So I want it to go into the right side. And so we're going to go ahead and run that out. Make sure it's nice and straight. It is. Now, what I can do while I'm running this along is actually basically put resources in the other side at the same time. So I could stack it up on top of this like that, right? Now, one of the things that I need to do is I need to decide which one is the top one and which one is the bottom one, right? And which one I'm going to feed in here and which one I'm going to feed in the other one. Instead of feeding the coal into this one, I could have it come out of the splitter now and go into that one instead. Now, why would I want to do that? Well, because when I'm going along and I'm going to feed my ore in there, I'm actually going to have it feed the ore via a lifter, right? And of course, this lifter is going to be going in the opposite direction. It's going to be going into it as opposed to out of it, right? And so I've got to watch out when I'm using my lifters that my offset is correct, right? Because that lifter is way too close. So we need to offset this out just a little bit further from where we're using our splitters here. And we need to look at the line, where we're lined up, where we lined up this way, and do that. Now, another great way of doing it, if you want to know where you were before, you just put another one down, a line to it over on that side, and then it kind of gives you an idea of where you were. And so we'll go ahead and take that out. Go ahead and grab this one. We'll align it to our current one, and then we'll move it by just a little bit to give us a little bit more room. Again, visually, that helps you a lot. Align stuff by using multiple aligners, right? You're using this as an alignment, using that as alignment. Uh-oh. It's offset, right? It's offset. So again, take this out. Grab this. Line that up by that. Push it forward by one. I had it like this, so I want to move it forward this way. Again, we're using both things as kind of an alignment tool as well. And then when we run it in there, it'll be nice and straight. Or if we want to run it up above and keep it nice and straight, then we have our lifter, and then we have our item up above. You're welcome. I just saved you a lot of time trying to figure that out. Again, looking for those offsets, looking for that. Now, again, we'll go ahead and run this into there. And up above, we're going to bring this, and we're going to run that up above, and then also be able to feed our ore in. Now, what this does is creates an infinite line of items. I can just keep repeating this over and over and over, what we call inline production. There's center split, where you put one in the middle and then you split it into the two. And then there's inline, where I'm bringing all the resources into splitters and I'm just splitting it as far as I possibly can. It's actually the easier way and the more efficient way of doing it, though the time in which you ramp up, it takes longer. But in the long run, this is a better way to build, for sure, is to build in such a way where you're bringing it in, you're lining it up, and you're splitting it in such a way that you can keep it going down the line. Now, let me show you what I mean. Now, the next one that we have over here, we're going to align it to the current one that we have. Now, the next one's going to be just that much easier, right? So we go in, we grab this one, we line it up over to this one. Now, we got to watch our direction of how our splitters are going. Very, very important. But if you notice, it shows you there. So it lined me up at least this way, right? It's lined me up that way, but this way, not so much. All right, so it's not telling me exactly where that alignment is. But at least you got it in the one direction. So how do I get that lined up? Well, you physically just go right here. You look at this green line here. And then I look at the arrows up there in the center. And that tells me that I've got it going in the right direction. Now, I want it to keep going this way and keep splitting down the line. So it's going to go into here, which we see the three orange lines there. I call them orange. They look pretty yellow. But the three lines there tell me that it's going to split this way. So I have this, the input this direction, right? Input's coming from here. Up here, this input needs to go in the other direction. So the input is this side. Now, how do you know? Well, wherever the orange is, that's the side you need. Now, the middle one, I don't even need. That middle one can go out of there. Though, if you are kind of a purist and you're like, hey, Kismet, I don't like it floating, you can go ahead and have it there just to hold it up. It's up to you. It's your jam. So, now the other thing we definitely want to do is take out our conveyor lift and put that back in, because that is usually the number one issue I have, where that conveyor lifter is not actually physically plugged into there. So, take this, run it over here. Now, we're a bit of a stickler. So we want to go ahead and, you know what, I don't like it going at an angle. I mean, if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it. I might as well line it up and make it nice. So let's go ahead and take that out. Let's put all this in here. Let's grab all these resources out of here now. And so we can go in and just, you know, kind of make it nicer. Now, this game is about making it do what you want it to do, but it's also about making it look nice along the way. So we'll just go ahead and line that up. And then we'll take this out. And we'll go ahead and run that. Oh, really? Just a little bit too far now. Always something. Do I have any more in here? No. Yeah, right there. All right. And then we'll reconnect, so we'll keep that going. Again, make sure you put that right back in there before it fills up or you're going to run out. And then beautifully, perfectly straight. All right, so I have it coming from underground up there, or the bottom level from there, top level from up here, and now we have our two resources. Now, one of the fun things I like to do, very rare do I put it in the front, but we're going to basically put our power in the front, and you'll see why here in a moment. But let's keep going down the line here. Now we need to do the same thing down here. Right? Now, do I need to split it right there? I don't need to, but it's just fun to do it right there so that it stacks both of them. It stacks the bottom one and it stacks the top one all at the same time. If you think ahead that way, it does work pretty well. And you still got enough room to get underneath there if you want to. Okay, so we'll go ahead and stack this. And we're going to stack its direction. Now, I'm going to speed up a little bit. I think you guys got the gist of this. So I'm going to go ahead and start putting that into there. This now straight into there. Oh, wait a minute. That's not where that goes. Where does that go? That goes into this one, right? But that's okay, because now we can do something a little bit different. Well, we can go ahead and say, okay, well now on the rest of these, because this is the straight one, on the rest of these, we can split it to the other side, right? We can say, okay, hold on. When we're going down the thing here, you can change direction. That's what I'm trying to show you. You know, it doesn't have to be all symmetrical if you don't want it to be. You can go ahead and change direction and say, you know what? Okay, now when this comes out of here, I'm going to have it go in there and then split into there. And then the one at the top is going to go ahead and go into the top one. And so we'll put our lifter in. We'll do our straight split there. Our inline split. And then we'll just connect this into there. So you can do it either way. It's up to you. Whatever your jam is. It doesn't really matter to me as long as it works. Though aesthetically it is kind of fun to do that where you're having consistently the same. Now I find it's usually easier to do this part and once you've got this lined up to do it like that after you've lined it up and got it going. But again, we can do it the other way. Now the only problem with doing it with this forward now is the fact that this coal right here is not going to be split the right way. I'd have to run it into this side and then split it out that side, and then I could connect it up there. So every one of these would be behind, and then behind again, and then behind again, so on. So that's why you want to shift it now to this. You want to shift it to this because this one is going backwards into there. So the first one you can get away with it, but the future ones you definitely want it to be right there. And I'll show you why. Now we're going to get into the third one. And again, if I put the splitter over on this side, I'm going to have it go back into there. So I'll have to go out of here and then tie over this. I feel like that's a much messier way of doing it than just to have it going straight into the first one, into the first input. All right, we'll go like this. 1, 2, and then 3. There we go. And again, I'll speed up a little bit. That into there. This into the lifter. Super easy, right? Super, super easy. Except for we have another problem. And what's our other problem? Our other problem is the fact that we can't continue on or. Now, I'm doing this on purpose. I'm doing this on purpose so you guys can see the issues you're going to run into along the way. You're going to run into a bunch of them, just like this. You're going to be like, oh, God, what do I do now? Well, here's the thing. It's usually best to do a consistent side so that you can run stuff down the road. And whatnot. So everything has a plus and minus, right? So in this case, I'd have to do the same thing here. I'd have to tie this over to here like that. And nobody wants to do that. You want to all go in line and look nice. Now what I can do is I can actually do 2 splitters at the same time in 2 different directions. And so in this case, this one's already lined up. That's fine. In this case, I wanted to go straight, but I also wanted to go straight up above. Now, how do I achieve that? Well, they're not required to be exactly the same. I can take these out, take this, put it over here, line this one up like this, and put it up, up, and then put it like that. They don't have to be stacked on top of each other. And now you can see that's into there. So, they don't have to be that way. They can be up in the air like that. Like that. You're good. So the first one, you can get away with that, but in the future ones, they need to be offset or they need to be in such a way that you can run it and then split it into each of those as you go along. So really, I find that's a great way of doing it. Now, you can also do it the other way, right? You can also go ahead and have that one off to the side, run it out, run it into there, do all that. You can do it like that as well. You can have it straight up through the center if you want. The problem is how that it attaches. If it attaches on the side, then obviously it can't go straight. If it attaches on the other side, on the inside, then it can go straight, especially on your lifters. I like to do it like this. This is my jam. But it is nice to figure out how to make that work as well on both sides. But you're always going to have an input problem when you start doing it from the side, you start messing with it. Now, later on, we don't have to do any of that. Later on, we could actually have smart sorters which sort the different resources into different sections, and you can run it all in one line. You don't need the lifters at all. And we'll probably do that later on because that's pretty fun. So you just have it come down, it hits the smart sorter, and it has both the coal and the iron on the same belt. And then it says, okay, all the coal goes into here, all the iron goes into there, and then puts the rest down the line. And if it has any overflow, it'll run that overflow out as well. And that's really some advanced systems. And we haven't done that too much, a little bit, but not too much. Okay, so we got all three of those ready to rock. Now on this side, again, those are the main issues that you have when you're running your conveyors. Let's do walls. And so we'll put a wall over here, and I'm going to put it up pretty high. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and do one of my favorite things to do, and that is the double wall outlet right there in the center. Let's bring it back from over here. That one's full. Over there. Now, since I only connected one there, that leaves me with 3 to connect right there. Now, also on the other side of that, I can go and I can connect this side 4 more times. So very cool. All right, so we got that going. Now we need to tell it what we want it to be, and then off it goes. Go make steel. Steel ignis, steel ignis, steel ignis. Boom. Right there. Now we're producing a lot more. So in theory, though we don't have enough resources to do it, we're doing 3 of these at the same time. So it's going to output at 45 per minute. And we want to convert it into steel pipes and to steel beams. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use our kind of a bit more advanced way we've been using our stuff. And production, come on brain. We're going to go ahead and do our constructors. And for some reason, constructors line up perfect on these and not on other things. I don't know what's up with that, but again, I don't make the game. I just play the game. So this needs to go in at 60. So what's our output? Hey, Siri, what's 45 times 3?
45 times 3 is 135.
135. So 45 times 3 is just coming out at 135. So the math doesn't work out perfect. It's going to input at 60 and output. But here's the thing. We do one that's that, and then we're going to go ahead and do another one here. We're going to do steel pipes. That's going in at 30. So 60 and 30 is 90. And again, we're coming out 135. What if we go ahead and just say, screw it. We're going to go ahead and do an extra one over here. And this one is going to be steel beams. So 2 doing steel beams. And if we have any overflow, well, what the heck? Make some steel pipes. Right, so you can put all of those in a row. They don't have to be separated into separate things. You don't have to do them in front of each other or whatnot. You just run them all in line. And because we have fast enough belts now, we can go ahead and basically make it whatever speed we want it to go, as long as it's going in the right direction. So again, if you line up this way, I find this is way easier to line up your mergers just by visually seeing the arrows. And so there's our merger. There we go. And so now this is going to come out of here. Again, I'm using level 3 belts. I'm just ignoring level 2s. No longer need to use level 2s. Not worried about the math. Not worrying about making it exact. I don't care. That's a later thing for me anymore. Then we're going to do a splitter right here. So now as it's coming down, it's going to be going in this direction. There we go. We're putting our input on this side. You can see the orange is the input, plus you see the lines. So this is going to all merge all this back together into, in theory, 135. And then from there, it's going to go across here and then into these constructors. And we're going to tell it steel beams and so on. And then right here, then this is irrelevant to do the one at the end because it's not really splitting. It's just going straight in there. I'm gonna back that up by 2 and create that nice 90. There we go. That into there. This across to there. Okay, so now all of those are running nicely. Now, one of the things we need to do is back up just a second. And we need to go look at all of our stuff and make sure that it's getting where it needs to go. Now, I've noticed that this doesn't have any iron in it. Right? This one right here, for some reason, doesn't have any iron in it. I have a bunch of iron ore. I mean, I can put it in there. But I want to know why it's not working. And I can tell you why it's not working. The number one thing that causes my stuff not to work. And that's the lifters. The lifters are not properly attached to those splitters. So take those lifters back out again. Run this way. Run it again. And now you'll see it properly working. Again, that's the number one thing that trips me up. Is those mergers need to be added after you put in your splitter. Or you can put them in beforehand just to see if you figure out spacing, and then come back, take them out, put them back in, and then everything is working well. All right, now all 3 of them are working. How can I tell? By the green light right up there and the fact that they're spitting out a bunch of these. Very nice. Now, again, we'll grab the power from over here. I'm going to bring it over this way. Come here, you. There we go. Have that power pole. Now, I like to connect it from behind. That's just me. So I like to connect it over here. It's a little bit more hidden in those cross connections. And then because it will go in and power from behind and then power the front one. As you can see, all 3 of those have powered up. So now we just went from 1 constructor to 3 constructors. So it's 3 times the production now being done in theory. Now, the thing is this has a huge amount of backlog. So I could, in theory, actually be running at that full speed. I could be running at 45 per minute because I have such a big backlog of both coal and iron. Eventually, that backlog is going to run out, and then it's going to be slowing way down. But for right now, hey, it's great. Let it run. GG. Okay, now we're going to be making a lot more. Now over here also, we go ahead and take any excess resources, put them in there. Like if we want to go ahead and take some of this stuff out, we could put all of that in there and let it hold on to it and then feed it forward. We'd also put a box in between. Well, not because the conveyor that's going out is going out much faster. And the use of it is actually at a surplus, so it's burning up that excess resources. Instead of causing a backlog, I prefer to cause a surplus of resources and be making more than I'm bringing in, right? So make more of that item if you have a bunch in a box. And then eventually those ones in the box will diminish and it'll be going at maximum speed for a little while. And then eventually it will catch up. And then you'll have not enough of each resource to keep that sustained. But it doesn't matter because you had made all of those resources along the way anyway. You get the general idea. Those are already maxed. Again, I like to take some of the resources off of me in the moment too and try to feed all that stuff in there. That's already fully fed in there. All right, so that is working. Now we got to go to this side over here and put a nice output. Okay, now I'm just going to go ahead and now I'm moving it. If you notice, I'm moving it closer to my base over here. And I could just run it up here on the top, which I think I will. All right, run that up to there. Now, we're also going to go in here and check any extra, because right now the thing I need is a lot of steel beams. That's the number one thing I need. More than I need pipes, though I need some pipes too. We want to get it up and over into that over there, or we go down underneath and try to get it up through there. But how do I get it to go through all of those lines that are in the way now to get up into that box? Get that out. To get up into that box. How do I get it into these boxes even though all the stuff's in the way? Well, over, under, whatever you want to do, that's your jam. But how can we control the height of that? And that's all about the output. So if we want to go ahead and line these up, we could actually control the output of those. Let's say right here. There we go. We need some more. More. Now, if you notice, the thing we're making is helping us make the thing that we're making. I love those moments. Okay, so we got these two right over here. Now, the thing we want to do is actually make them up above. I can take this one out and have it floating if I wanted to. Not my thing, but if you like it floating, more power to you. Not my jam. I prefer it not to be floating. Now, the ones at the bottom actually are extras, right? And so I wanted to end up going out on this side. I want to go in on the other side. And that's going to be real difficult for me to do. Because I also want to have it lift upwards into that area. So what I can do is I can go ahead and take this out, and I could switch this around like this, and input it this side, and then do all of that. And I could do that through going like this, and then I could offset this one, and I could run the conveyor right down through the middle and do all of that. Here's what you do. Don't do any of that. Don't do any of that. That's way too much work, take you too much time, and waste your time really in the long run. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this one down. I'm going to put one on top of it. And I'm going to look at the direction, right? Now, it automatically puts it opposite most of the time. And so I don't want it to be opposite. I want it to be in the same direction. Now, why am I going to do that? Well, what that's doing is it's just literally acting as a base to hold that one up. And I'm not going to use the bottom box. The bottom box is just there to align it. Just like you would use splitters to stack the splitters on top. So it's there only for alignment purposes. Oh, we need some more of those beams now. Which conveniently is right here. Oof, look how many beams it made already. It's going to make a lot more beams than it is, by the way. It's going to make a lot more beams than it's going to make those over there. Okay, so nice. Now I want this to go from there. I'll say this one. Into that one. But that's going to go through there. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try this. And then we'll run it into that one. Now, is it hitting anything? Well, most likely. Because the levels of all these stackers are typically at the same level, right? Like that. Now, I could also say, you know what I want to do? I'm going to go ahead and go from the lower one. I can grab it from up here. Sometimes you can grab it, sometimes you can't. Very finicky. It just wants to give me that top one. Whee! Alright, grab from the bottom one, run from the bottom of the top one. Won't let me do it because it's going through that splitter right there. Let's take the splitter out. Let's go ahead and try it again. Bottom one. The top one. Aha! Now that seems to be working. Let's go see that. Okay, bottom one to... Oh, right through the conveyor. Again, you'll notice that all of these stackers are at the same heights as this over here. And there is a way to get in between there. And it's all about controlling the height of that item. Now, how can I control the height of the item? Well, I could do this, right, and do that, and I could do a lifter, lift it up, control it manually like that, which is pretty great. You can also go ahead and put down your stackers. And depending on the distance in which you put the stacker is the angle, if you're going downwards. So you can kind of sneak that underneath there, like that, so it's not running through the other belt, though it still looks like it's still going through it a little bit. Let's go look. Oh, man, I'm good. Man, I'm good, everybody. Nope, went right underneath it. Now, what is going to come out of this thing? Our steel beams are going to come out of here, right? So say we do this. Say we go ahead and run our steel beams up there. That'll be number one. And let's go ahead and do a lifter. Let's go ahead and do a lifter in the top one. And we'll bring this all the way down the bottom level. And then we're going to do a merger. And I'm going to pull this one out a bit. And the reason why is I want this to go around the other one. You'll see why here in a second. So we'll pull this out, line that up, two back. Nope, that wasn't two. That was one. Line that up, 1, 2, there we go. That's 90 degree there. Merge into there. And then we want to make sure that the output is on the out. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. Where's our deal? Right, it's in the wrong direction. All right, hold on. We got to fix that. Take that out. Merger, align it so it's going in the right direction. Take this out. Oh boy, now we've moved it closer. Now we need to adjust. Now, one of the things that I would do when you're doing this is practice a lot with your offsets of your mergers and splitters, for sure. Yeah, let's bring that out just a little bit. I can tell that I've either got it too far or too close. I mean, I got too far out or it's too close to the item after a while. You'll get a sense of that, right? And the reason why I want it to go out is so that I can run it into here. But I also want it to be aligned that way. Line it up, 1, 2 back there, and then you got your 90 there. Now this one's easy. This just comes out of here, goes into there, right? And one problem, it can't go in there. That's because I don't want to go in that one. I want to go in this one up here, right there. Like that. Now, that sucks. I don't like it. I don't like it. So I'm going to bring it out here and then say, you know what? Let's go this way too. Rotate it. Yeah, not only are we making it, but we're making it look beautiful at the same time. Right? With our nice 90s and the way we have it aligned. And then we have the 2 lines running up into the upper boxes. You can connect it to the top one, the bottom one, doesn't matter. In the long run, it will matter later if you're doing outputs and inputs. But there we go. So now we got that running, and that's now running over to that box. Now, our other one, we're going to have to get that one to work. Same thing. Use your stackers. Try to control that angle. Go from the top one down to there. Oh, I'm out of thingy things. The very things that I'm running into there. Out of my beams. Okay, now here we go again. It's not going to be as easy though, because you got all of these ones like that. All right. Okay, hold on. Let's take this out. Take that out. Again, making this stuff match up is one of the hardest things in the game. No, that's not good. And we'll come down to this level. Get that. Down to that real low level. That was not bad. I guess we'll go with that. Now, in this case, I'm actually going to have this one go down. And connect down in there. And there we go. So again, you can make it all work. Now, we're going to make that look way more beautiful later on, everybody. I'm going to use wall hangers. We're going to line it all up. We're going to get it all look beautiful. But again, some more Kismet tips for you on getting that stuff to go where you want it to go. Now, we tripled up our production over here. Now it's making both beams and poles for our steel production. So our steel production really cranking. It's going to make us a bunch more, which we're going to need to make a bunch more. And we're going to up our steel production even more here in just a moment. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run into the battle. Let's go. Battle time, everybody. Let's fire it up. LC Play Games coming in and says, hi, Kismet. How you doing today? Just unlocked Nuclear for the first time on my save. Well, congrats on Nuclear. Oh, you're going to have some fun now. Make sure to get that radiation suit. And remember those filters for your uranium suits. Those are going to be super useful. Stream Raiders? Yeah, right now. We're doing it. Firing it up. Firing it up. Sometimes we run a little bit longer on the Stream Raiders. Don't get entitled in my chat. That's what we do because I'm playing another game. Stream Raiders is really a side game that I play whenever I'm playing my primary game. There we go. Okay, we got it fired up. Another win, everybody. Now remember, we're going to be doing battles all day long, so don't worry. We're going to get a ton of battles in. We're going to go into battle mode later on. Smoking Taco, JC Hunter getting some love. Subi Piccolo coming in, getting some love as well. Riverdog getting some scrolls. Agent Orange coming in. Whoa, look at those kills. Holy mackerel, 28 kills like a boss there. MVP. It's boss. Speaking of boss, it's boss time. The Headless Horseman will be ours. All right, I'm going to pull out the rogue here. I feel like we're going to go center on this one. I'm going to put him right there in the dead center. You guys gather around. We're going to fire up, try to get that boss, try to wipe all these other guys out. I think we got enough peeps to make it happen. Come join us for free in the chat. Stream Raiders on mobile and on desktop. StreamRaiders.com. Look for me, your Captain Kismet. You have access to the battle board. Feel free to snatch up some of those skins. They do help the stream tremendously. All right, let's keep her going now. It's fired up and ready to rock. Over here, we're creating a bit of surplus. And as long as this keeps moving over here, if this is coming out faster than it's going in, that's a good thing. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. How are we looking over here? These are max. That's going at max speed. Max coming out at max. How do I know it's maxed? It's because it doesn't have an overflow of steel ignites in there. And it's burning up all the excess resources which are sitting back here. So in theory, This is actually inputting this at 270 right now, which is great, but that's not going to last forever, especially here in the iron, which we need to upgrade. The coal is right here. That's easy. We just upgrade those few lines. Where the iron is a much more large undertaking. And that's what we're going to get going here. Now, we're obviously going to have to come up here from time to time to deal with this up here. Now, we can keep going up the thing and all the way down there, but we could put a stop in right there, and then just when we want to come up here, we could come up here and create a hypertube and all that stuff. If you want to. I'm okay for now. We'll just let that run. And now what we need to do is let this kind of backlog a little bit. We can go ahead and do some other stuff. We can check in on our MAM. Whatnot, why we're letting it backlog a bunch of that, because we're going to be running some high-speed lines here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and look at here. What do we need? We need a bunch of stuff in here. We need some screws on that one. All right, let's get some screws. Let's see if we've got any extras. Doesn't look like it. Over here, none there as well. Let's go ahead and jump. Whoa. Jump up here on the top. Get up there. God, I want my skates. Over here, do we got a backlog in here? We do, but here's the thing. This no longer needs screws, so we can just take that out. Take this out because we switched that from rotors. And now we should have a backlog in here, which we do. Nice. Nice, nice. Very nice. And then we run over here. Alien organisms. Which one was it? This one here. Rebar gun. Yeah, that'd take about 5 minutes. Get that going. And while that's running, we'll see how we're looking up here. Looking good. Okay, grab some of that. And so now we're going to backlog a bunch of this. Now, I don't need to take my hypertube right now because I physically want to walk down here because I want to make this all go much, much faster. Right now, I've got 263 of them, but you're going to see they're going to go really fast. And we're going to upgrade this to level 3. This already is a level 3. And up there, that is already a level 3. Now, again, this is the problem with your raw resources. You spend a lot of time doing this. Walking back and upgrading all of this stuff as you work your way back. There we go. And if you miss any part of this conveyor, it's just going to default to the slowest part of the conveyor. Now, if you notice the conveyors actually look different, see how this is a lot thicker on the side with that yellow line? Good to be eyeballing your stuff here to make sure that it did thicken up versus your other ones, right? Be looking at that and say, okay, yeah, that's now looks like the new one. Doesn't look like the other one. This level 1 is now going straight to level 3. Watch out for your power lines, too. They love to get in the way. That one's already a level 3. Oh, we already made it all the way to here already. All right, now, that's level 3, baby. That's pushing that at high speed. And now, how do we know if it's going at full speed? Well, first thing is we can see that there's no gaps. You want to make sure there's no gaps in between there. If you know it's going at maximum speed if there's no gaps. Now, because that box up there is not full, it's going to run it at maximum speed. But eventually, when it runs out on that side, then it's going to go much slower because it's only extracting at 120. So it's actually going to be every other spot. So you're going to have a spot in between that's going to be empty. But right now, there's a backlog of it, so it's going to run it in there as fast as it can. As long as that's running at that speed, then you know it's working. Now, you can also get on the conveyor and follow it all the way down to look for any gaps in there. If at some point this starts to gap, then you know you have a problem either with not enough resources going through, or if you just see it slowing down. If you see it slowing down on the way, it should be going very, very fast, meaning you should be going fast on it. Great way to test it is to ride on it, too. Is to see at any point does it slow down while you're riding on the conveyor. That's another great way of knowing. Okay, so we got that going. Now, that's only a level 1 extractor there. We're going to be getting into level 2s here in a minute. But our main thing is we need a lot of iron and we need a lot of coal. And we got that done. Now, all the way back down the other side. Boom. Here we go. Now it's time to get back to our basics. It's fun every time. These hypertubes are fun every single time. And now all the way over this way. We just built all this just now. Today. We can get from place to place. Super convenient. Switch over to my Hypertube entrance there. Power there. Now, why is that turning on and off? This is turning on and off because this is not going fast enough. Right? That's okay. We'll deal with that in a second. We're going this way. So you start the gap. That means that the conveyor goes faster than what it's being produced, and that's what you want to see right here, because this is only on 120 right now. Pure node. And there we go. So now that's running. We can see that's running at level 3 all the way through. I suggest to give it a run through, where you just run and look at your conveyor. Make sure you didn't miss the corners or something like that. But you can see by the gap, because it should be catching up now, and you should see that gap in between. Because it's producing at 120 and this goes at 270. So you should see basically a single open gap. And that's what we want to see. That's correct. And we also know that there's no longer a backlog in the original item. We can look up here. We got our gap. Also look at the sidelines. Got like little lights on the side. And let's make sure our lifter's a level 3. Our connector line's a level 3. Yes, all that's level 3. Very nice. And that's a level 3 up there. About over here. It's a level 3. Yeah. All right. That's all level 3. That's done. That's it. So we just ran that really long line from all the way over there. Now, by the way, we didn't upgrade that to Mark II. But we could if we want to. And so, let's go ahead and head back over there. Test out our hypertube entrance here. Now remember, for every one of these hypertubes you add, those entrances cost you 30 power. That's a lot of power, too. That's a lot of power. That adds up quick. Let's check out our hypertube. Patooey! Boom! Take one to the face. One to the helmet. All right, nice. Now, I want to go ahead and upgrade this to a Mark II. Now, we got real lucky. We found some pure nodes. I've never played this particular level, or this particular start area before, but we were pretty good. We went in, we got our stuff that we needed to go. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make a couple portable miners over here, like so. And then I want to go ahead and make a miner level 2. Now, I'm just going to put it on the side here. Now, we also need some modular frames. Let's go in there and see how many modular frames we can make. Oh, we got to make our craft bench. By the way, I suggest that every one of these that's not right next to another one, I would create both of these things and just leave them there. You're going to need them quite often. All right, so I need 10. I've got 2. So luckily, I brought enough rods to do this. Now, the thing I'm doing right now is actually going to boost my steel production, not my rod production. Important to know the difference. All right, there we go. So now I'm going to actually take this out. I'll take that out. I've got to drop some resources. So very quick, I'm just going to make one of these little easy ones. And sort that. Put some plates down. And grab all this stuff up. It's going to be in my way. There we go. You might notice also that I have foundations down for my extractors. I just RP that I cut a hole in there and all that stuff. Don't be too critical about it, peeps. All right, there we go. And then we're going to go ahead and run our faster run again. There we go. So now this particular one, instead of being 120 now, is our very first 240. So it basically just doubled the speed of our previous one because it's a pure node. So pure nodes are the best. Obviously, they use less power. They give you more resources. They're the best to use. They're the most efficient one to use. I very rarely ever overclock them, by the way. It uses too much power. So now that's cranking out at 240. Now here's the thing. I knew I was going to upgrade that. And thus, instead of going to a level 2 belt, and this is very important. If you only learn one thing in the stream, is that don't upgrade that to level 2. Because if you upgrade that to level 2, And then the next thing you're going to do is unlock a faster extractor. Guess what you're going to have to do? Go back and upgrade it all to level 3 again. That's why I skipped level 2. Because I know that I'm going to be using the faster extractors. And plus, it's easier to make steel items than it is to make concrete items. So now that's running at 240. The belt goes at 270. So sometimes you'll see a bit of a slight gap in between those. All right, just ever so slightly. They're not perfectly overlapping. That's because the belt is going faster than the actual extractant. So I've already pre-built in my expansion later on. Now, of course, when I go to level 3s, that'll be the next time I'll need to upgrade these. But I only need to upgrade it level 1, level 3, and then the highest level, level 5, later on. Those are the only upgrades I do. This just saves me lots of time from re-upgrading my lines and upgrading my lines and upgrading. That's just a huge waste. That's a huge time sink that I don't like to do. But now I got 240 firing up over here. Let's head back again. And look at all of our hard work. Blazing it. Because we have lots of power is what makes all this possible, too. Again, I like the use of stops, where it stops you from place to place. Hey, Jazzelyn, how you doing? Thanks for hanging out. Stream Raiders? Yeah, we're doing some Stream Raiders right now. There we go. Kismet, I never bothered with level 2 or level 4 bells. Yeah, me either. I don't bother with them. I have tried them before, where I've gone through and started with raw resources and then upgraded to level 2. And I thought, that was dumb. That was dumb. I'm literally going to be using level 3s in just a moment. So I went in and spent all that time upgrading them all, and I was like, duh, that was dumb. I should have just waited for level 3s and just upgraded to level 3 stage, which is what I did on this particular playthrough. All right, so we got that going. Now, again, my number one thing right now is steel production. I don't care about limestone. I don't care about plates and rods and all of that. And we'll gear all that up in a bit. But the number one thing is steel. And the reason why I need steel is because I want my conveyors to go faster, right? And so I can use level 3s instead of level 1s or level 2s, which I rarely ever use. I actually used level 2 resources. So we got to go over and say hello to that guy over there, the yellow guy over there. My level 2 resources, I would rather use on other things, those reinforced plates. I would rather use them elsewhere. All right, all the way back up here we go. And back over here to our steel production. Now let's just look at how much steel it's made while we were gone. Boom. Whole bunch of it. Let's grab it. How much pipes did it make? Let's get up here on the top. Look at the pipes. Boom. Look how it did way more pipes. Even though I'm only using one constructor, it produced way more pipes than it actually did on the beams. So that's why you only need one on your pipes, and I would put all the rest of it on your beams. So I have 2 on beams and 1 on pipes. All right, let's jump down, even though I don't have my skates because I'm crazy. Whoop, whoop. There we go. So now we can go ahead and redo our math. Right, we're going to redo our math for everything that we're doing over here. And now it's instead of coming in at 120 on the iron, and you're going to see this sucker fill up really fast. Now look at it go. And you can see that it's not burning it faster than it's using it. Right, so it's going to start to stack. You're going to see another one pop up. It's now feeding in there faster. Oh, it's right on the edge. There it goes. And then so it's going to start to backlog. Over time, it's going to backlog this entire thing. Now, I don't want it to do that. I want it to actually go way faster. Now, before I do that, though, as I need to consider this over here, which is my coal, because it takes 2 items. It takes coal and iron. So we're going to take this out, our lifter. I just take the lifter straight out, everybody. Just take the lifter out and take your thing out, because that's all going to get wonky anyway. I suggest just to take it straight out. Let's go over here. I probably have some of these things already sitting over on the other side, but we'll make some more over here. 1 more miner. Now, you only got to make 1 more. If you take it out, you only got to do 1 more, because what's going to happen is that that particular item will give you 1 as well. So if you just take it out, it'll give you 1, and I would have had an extra 1 to do it. But our biggest problem, and I could have just left it there and just upgraded it straight onto the thing too. I find upgrading the belt gets messed up versus just upgrading the item itself. And I could have left it there, but in this case, we want to go ahead and make also some more of these modular frames. We're going to need our poles. Poles, and more poles. Or actually, it's already got 50 of them in there. Even better. I got way too much of something. I don't even have that many plates on me. Oh, I got some random resources on me. Hold on, let's get rid of some of this random stuff. There we go. Stack all that in there nicely. Yeah, I thought I had a bunch of these. Alright, we're going to use a bunch of those here in a minute. So yeah, it's already made a bunch of these. Now, I should have these actually running into the box over here. Because I believe this last one is my box. Let's go see. Oh, it's the one before that one. One before that one. So it's this one. Right here. Because what it did is it ended up stopping. And I didn't want it to stop. I wanted it to keep running. But that's okay, because it just made me 50 of those, so I don't have to make them. I love it when it makes stuff for me that I don't have to make. And same thing over here. We'll lift that. Turn around here. And again, notice I'm using the fastest speed I can right now, because why upgrade it later? There we go. And same thing with this. We'll bring this out. And we'll just go ahead and use this other box, even though that's not really what it's intended for. Throw it into that box. Just so, because this will be too tight of a turn to try to throw it into there. Let's grab that out. Grab this out. Now, this is biggest problem right here is there's no reinforced iron plates being made and put in there right now. Right? So it doesn't really matter. But what I needed a bunch of those, so I queued them up. So while I was doing something else and I come back, guess what? I got a bunch of them. Now I can upgrade all my nodes. And once you kind of get the game mechanics down, you can think that far ahead. You can think toward the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Which is very, very useful. Okay, we got to get down here. And we got to upgrade this to a Mark II. Very nice. And then more lifting. And our level 3. Bring that straight into there. And actually, we go up above now. Doesn't matter. There's no lift when it comes to conveyors. So you can put it up on top just so it's easier for you to walk underneath it. I highly recommend to get into that. Look at that. It's got a huge backlog. Huge backlog. So now, if we go in and do our math, right? Now we've upgraded both of those to the Mark IIs. We say, okay, what's the input here? 45. And what is the speed at which we're doing it? 240. So we've doubled our... We already tripled it up, and now we've doubled up on the triple we did, right? So yeah, it's a lot. It really scales up quickly at this point, which is a lot of fun. So, now we go ahead and say, okay, it's 240. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
So it's 5.33333333. Basically, it's 6, right? It's 5 even, 6 with extra. So, now you can see that we have 3 going, right? We have 3 foundries going. But you know what we can do instead? Hold on. Let's go ahead and get 6 of them going, because we're going to double up again on top of our thing. So we'll just take all this right back out again, like this. Now, why am I taking this out and not just adding another row or whatnot? That's because I already have it all inline. So if I want to just do it inline, I can just keep making foundries down the line and then do my constructors elsewhere. Oh, and I'm starting to drop stuff. Hold on. When you start to drop stuff, throw yourself down a nice industrial canister. Offload some of your stuff. And there you are. Now, I'm going to leave these boxes here, and I'm going to do some trickery with that I already thought about earlier. And we're going to get into that here in just a bit. Okie dokie. I can remove multiple things, but I feel like sometimes it gets screwed up. So I try not to do too much of that. Okay. And now I'm just going to really go to town, because this is why I made all these frames. The real reason I made these frames, other than level 2 of those, is so I can go ahead and put these in. Now you can see we're going to run into a problem here. These boxes are in the way. Let's go ahead and take one of these boxes out and see if it lets us keep it. What's the problem? What's the problem? Encroaching another's clearance. I'm going to go ahead and take this one out like that. We'll take this out and so on. So we'll just take a little bit of that out so we can move this over just a bit. There we go. Now we got all of those. Now it's just rinse and repeat, everybody. Rinse and repeat. Here we go. Ready? I'm going to speed up a lot because we already got it in line. So we know which directions we're going. So we're going to do this. Now we already figured out distances. We already figured out everything that we need to figure out here. So now, all we gotta do is just build it. That one's irrelevant. Because you don't need the one at the end. That's not splitting. It's going into the end one. No point in doing that one. All right. Now that we already put these first, we're not going to have that issue of these not working. We'll go ahead and put those in right into place. Do that one. It's not going anywhere. Why split? Take it out. Don't need it. Don't need it. There's no point in having that splitter at the end there. I just run it straight into there. Very nice. All right, now we got that going. Now we got to do our cross connects here for all of our coal. And just that quickly, since you'd already established how to do all of that before, see how quickly I was able to build that? This is normally the speed at which I build when I'm not playing on stream. Actually, even faster than that. I typically slow down on stream because people are trying to watch what I'm doing. And then, like, if you go too fast and people miss something and like, oh, man, oh, that was cool, bro, I missed it. Right? I don't like to do that to people, so. Okay, so over here, we still got the connectors we had from before. So we go ahead and utilize those connectors right here. And we tell it what we want to make. Make sure your inputs and outputs are on the right side. Of course, here it's pretty obvious because you only have an output on one side and two inputs. All right, there we go. Now we got to fix something over here. We're going to take all this back out again. And because we want to actually change the direction of which way all of this stuff is flowing, which way the mergers are flowing. So we're going to have the very first one. This is going to be the end of the line. It's going to flow that way now. Instead of flowing toward us, it's going to flow that way. Now, why am I doing it that way, and why not just run it this way? Well, I want to run back that way, then go into a bunch of constructors, which are eventually going to feed back this way, and are going to feed into my boxes over there. So that's I'm thinking that far ahead. Now, remember, the first one you don't need. Second one, we'll go ahead and do a merger. Let's go ahead and line it up visually by eyeball. And then we're going to make sure that the green side is going that way, right? So it's facing down the line. And I would just keep repeating that down the line, eyeball it, look for the green line now, because that's going to help you. If you do this all in line, if you do it all at the same time right away, it will keep the orientation of your mergers. So it's very, very useful. Down the way, just makes it go faster, basically. Oh, that one's a little bit off. Little bit off. There we go. Can't do it. Can't do it. We gotta have it. We gotta have a beauty, don't we? We gotta put a beauty in there. In there, two back. Look at that 90. Look at that 90. Woo, she's a beauty. All right, now we making some stuff. Now we gearing it up. Wee, make the loots, make the loots. All right, we're going to have a bit of a power problem here, but that's okay. You know what we got? We got a ton of concrete, so we go ahead and just bring this out just a little bit. A little bit of something. Right over here. Now that we've geared this up and we're making a whole lot more output. Now, again, the numbers are not going to be perfect. I feel like after a while, I stopped doing perfect numbers. Once you know how to do perfect numbers, you stop doing perfect numbers. The reason why is because it's not very time efficient to sit and make perfect numbers. If you're making perfect numbers all the time, then you got too much time. You should be making what's most efficient in that moment and what's necessary in that moment if you're trying to progress through the game. Now, if your goal is to make everything perfect, well, then that should be your goal. There you go. Spend the time on that. In my case, I'm just trying to progress through the game to get to nuclear power. That's my kind of goal as I go through. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and put my creation over here. I'm going to go ahead and put a little in-between area right over, let's say there. And then we're going to create a bit of a backlog of our ignits there. So those will keep running while I'm building the rest of the factory. Now, right now, again, it's coming out at 45. And how many did we make? We made 6. Hey, Suri, what's 6 times 45?
6 times 45 is 270.
Roughly 270, right? Now, of course, that's actually going to end up being, it's actually going to end up where I have too many. So it's actually not going to be perfect. It's not going to have enough resources. But I have a backlog of resources, so it's going to burn through that first. And then when that backlog is gone, I build for a backlog. I build because while I'm making the thing, it's backlogging all of those resources. And then as I'm going along, I'll make an extra one so that it burns up the backlog. And once that backlog is gone, that's okay. Then the other 5 are working just fine. And then number 6 is not going to be working as efficiently or not at all. If it doesn't have enough resources, it won't work at all. Or I can go over there and turn it off. I know. What a great idea. Huh? Just turn the thing off when you don't need it. So I always build an extra now. I feel like that works pretty good. So we're at 270. So now we go ahead and work back more on our production over here. So we're going to get our constructors and we're going to run them this away like this. I'm going to show you a cool trick to keep it going in the same direction too, by the way. Both the input and the output actually is going to go in the same direction. Okay, so over here we're going to say, okay, steel beams, let's do it. I want to make a bunch of steel beams. How many steel beams can I make? Well, the input of this is 60, right? So I have roughly 270 right now. Hey, sorry. What's 270 divided by 60?
270 divided by 60 is 4.5.
It's 4.5. Now, actually, this one I'm going to make poles. Now, why am I going to make it poles? Because the ones I need the most of is actually the pipe, or is the beams. The pipe's not so much. It's going to make 20 pipes per minute. Where if I go over here and I say make some beams, it's going to make 15. So it's actually going to make less beams than it makes pipes. But I usually end up with a lot of extra pipes and not so much on the beams, because the beams I'm using for upgrading my conveyor. So go heavy beams, not so much pipes. Now, I don't have to do the math at all. I can just put a bunch of these in here, run them all in line, and based on how much resources it has, it'll make whatever. But we kind of generally know that if we take, hey, sorry, what's 270 divided by 60?
270 divided by 60 is 4.5.
It's 4.5. So we have 270 roughly coming out. Really, it's more like 240. But say we'll go on error on the side of extra, right? So really about 5. But really in the end, when this starts tooling up to maximum speed, it can only go as fast as the input, right? The input is going to be 240. So if we want to do the real math that makes this work, then we need to do the real math all the way down the line, right? You don't want to just start, you start upping and upping, and then all of a sudden your thing isn't working right. It's good to come back and figure out the real math. So let's start with the real math, which is 240. That timing. Hey, Suri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
All right, so 5.333. Now, at some points, it's going to make extra. But let's say it's more like 45 times 5. Hey, Suri, what's 45 times 5?
45 times 5 is 225.
So it's 225 output of steel ignits per minute, roughly. That's the real number, right? That's the real number that we need to work, not the 270, but 225. That's a big gap, right? See how all of a sudden your numbers can really get inflated? Very important to watch out for that. So now we say, hey, Suri. She's going to wake up. Hey, Suri. What's 225 divided by 30?
225 divided by 30 is 7.5.
So we can make 7.5 or almost 8 of these. I would make 8. 8 of these for steel pipes if we wanted to. But let's go ahead and go by our 60, which is our steel beams over here. So, hey Suri, what's 225 divided by 60?
225 divided by 60 is 3.75.
So it's not 5 or 6. It's really 4, right? It's really 4 of these it can roughly do at the rate at which it's eventually going to ramp up to. So that's good to keep in mind. So roughly about 4. But if we think about it, steel pipes take half of steel beams, right? So if we say, okay, we're going to make 4 of these, we can make 2 of them. That would only take up 1 of the 4, by the way, because it'd be 60. 2 of these could be steel beams. I know it's a little confusing. So the normal one's input is 60, right? These input at half that speed. So we can make 2 steel pipes over here, right? And that's roughly 4 coming at 60, 60, and 60. So this 60 here actually is going to split into 2, right? So that leaves you with 3 left. So now you have 3 left. Again, this is just math, everybody. The basic math. Then you have 3 constructors left for your steel beams. And that's the way I usually do it when I get to this stage. 2 and 3. Right? So 2 steel beams and 3 steel pipes. Though I could go another one here and it's going to be at a lesser rate. But I feel like that probably is enough for now. And we can always come back and change it if we want. We can just literally go in and change it to steel beams instead. Because the input is the same, no matter which one of those you do, which is great. Really does help out a lot. So, all right, that's that. Now we're going to have that come out, and we're going to have it run right into here into our splitter. And while I'm going ahead, and I think you got the gist of this inline stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and run this down, run the splitters in, do all of that, while you guys are doing this battle. Let's go! Battle time! I always like to see if I can get stuff done while you're watching a battle. That's a boss battle, everybody. Congrats on that boss loot. Bam! Right there. Kahana, Piccolo, JC Hunter, Jimbo, and Riverdog. All getting the extra loot, including those guys getting 50 gold each. Blauhorn coming in acting like a boss with a 17 assists. Overall MVP. Let's keep it going, everybody. Let's collect some scrolls. Barbarian scrolls. Nice. Some flying rogue scrolls. All right. Where are we at now? Let's see where we want to go. We're going to go. I've been very much focusing on the blue and the green chests. Let's keep those going. Let's see. Up here, down across. Oh, yeah. That's definitely. We got to go hit a mystery, though. What about down loot? Kind of like that. Then down. Could go this way. So up here, get you guys some extra gold. Hit this one. Down, up, across, down again, across. So here, either way you're going to go. I got to go that way. Go this way or we go mystery? I would go this one. This is the path of least resistance down here. You're going to hit that one though. But you're not going to get as much gold. You're not going to get this. And then this is going to be the tough one there. Or we go mystery. But we can go here, and then that'll give us a decision between these. It'll get a lot of some battles. Well, we're going to have a lot of battles today. Let's just get into it. Let's get into it. Fire it up. What do I feel like? Archer or Musketeer? You know what? Let's keep my Archer going, too. My Archer can shoot really far. All right. Boom. All right. Throw my Archer in there and see what happens. Come and join us, everybody. We're going to be playing some Stream Raiders all day long. Now, I see that I get a big surge of peeps in there for glory. Exactly. Hey, Dark, how you doing? I see a big surge of peeps in my channel. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon. I love to build, I love to play games, and I especially love to chat with you in my chat there. Now, I might be on the homepage right now on the recommended tab. Usually when I see a surge of viewers, that's usually what it is. Twitch giving me lots of love. Now, I'm 50 years old. I'm a 50-year-old partner streamer on Twitch. Also partnered with my buddies over this side. Discord, as well as Stream Raiders, and obviously with Twitch. And somebody else who I've now blanked on. I've blanked. I totally blanked, everybody. Now, I do have sleep apnea and vertigo, so if you like to see a stream that goes off the rails, you're in the right place, because it does go off the rails all the time. But then again, that's part of the fun of watching it. Who's the other person? Stream Elements. That's what it was. Stream Elements. Sorry, Stream Elements. I love you guys over there. Don't think I was forgetting about you. I just have a bad memory. Thank you so much for coming in, showing some love. Now, here we are. We're tooling up our factory. We're getting it to a whole nother level here. And we're really going to town on this steel. Now, we actually have two separate lines of items here. So we need to watch out for that when we're out here working on bringing it all back to the main edge here. Now, one of the things that we can do, let me turn my sound back on. One of the things we can do is we can run it up above and down below. So we can run this in the lower side and then try to run it back to those boxes. Now, at this point, I would abandon these boxes because they are in the cluster zone, as I like to call it. Let's take all these boxes out. Like so. Now, I'd look in your inventory and see if your inventory is full. Because if your inventory is full, most likely you drop some boxes up there. Most likely. No? No. Oh, lucked out. Lucked out on that one. But most likely, you're going to end up dropping boxes if your inventory is completely full. Let's see if we see one here. Just lucking out that it's stacking. There it goes. You're going to start seeing these boxes on the ground. Make sure you got lots of room. Now, I actually have some ignits on me right now, so I could actually manually go in here, tell this to be steel, and put these ignits that I have on me right in there. Steel, those in there. Great way to get these off of you, by the way. It's just to, right when you switch it, is to do it before it all feeds in there. Boom, like that. There we go. I got all those off of me. Looking good. Got some more room. Good little Kismet tip there. Grab that. We'll grab these out. Now I was going to leave these here, but we really don't need to. We take those out. Get some more room to run around. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and run all this in here. Now we're going to need some power. Now, I already thought this out, everybody. I was already next leveling you guys about an hour ago. Because watch this. That's how far I think ahead, everybody. I'm thinking I can connect these on this side, and I can connect those on that side. That's right, I thought of that far ahead. That's the way it is. Once you can visualize stuff in your head. Now, I'm a graphic designer. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. Worked for the top companies in the world. Been very lucky in my career. Not bragging, just saying that I've been out there and I've done amazing things. Hopefully, you go out there and find what you love to do, like I did when I was young as well. Now, this is actually what I do now. I do streaming. Now, I wouldn't say I do it for a living because I don't make a dime doing it. I put every penny back into the stream to create little moments of joy. And that's what my stream's all about. Little moments of joy, whether I give away free Stream Raider skin or whether I give away $60 bag or, you know, a pack of $100 worth of games or an Xbox or a PS4 or whatever. Whatever I feel like giving away or whatever my... so my sponsors send me, like I have a $150 Mr. Handy if you love some Fallout merch to give away this holiday season. So if you haven't already done so, make sure to hit that follow button so when that merch comes up for giveaway, you'll be ready. Now make sure to be lurking in the channel as much as you can. You earn up those Kiss Caps. Now Kiss Caps can be used to buy tickets to the giveaways, right, to the raffle. So you more you have, the more you have. You can never have too many. So the more you lurk in the channel, the more you get it. Whether you're subscribed or whether you're not subscribed, everybody has a chance to win. That's the way I am. I feel it should be even. Now, of course, the more you hang out in the stream, the more Kiss Caps you have, the more chance of winning. If you are a subscriber, you do earn Kiss Caps at a faster rate, but it is not required. So if you can't afford it, that's fine. But if you can't afford to support the stream and support the Kismet Love Train, feel free to go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Again, remember, it's never required to donate, never required to put any bits or to subscribe. I'm here for you guys to bring up your day just a little bit. All right? And hopefully I am boosting your day. Good, good. Yes, very good. Let's do it. Let's do it. So now that's why I was thinking next level right there. And that's why I love those connectors. You build something on one side, and then you build it on the other side of the wall, and bam, now you've got all of that stuff fired up. And there it goes, man. It's already got 30 of them in there. We better hurry up. Now, over here, what we can do is we can go ahead and merge these together. Now, these first two are the same. So we're going to go ahead and merge these together on this side. Now, in this case, I'm going to have it go in this way and go out toward me. And that's just to offset it a little bit so it's not in the way. And you'll see why here in just a second. So we'll come out, line that up back by 2. There we go. Nice. That's going into there. This one into here. Now this one's going to be out over here. Just to offset that for later. We're going to run that back toward our area there. Now same thing here. We're going to go ahead and merge her. We're going to merge all the same stuff in the same direction. Again, watching that green arrow over there. And I like to offset it just a little bit so that I can see if it's actually working. This game is a very visual game, and I really enjoy that about it. Again, I don't want to connect that to that because those are going to be 2 different resources. Later on, we can do that with all of our smart splitters and all of that fun stuff. Okay, so now we got that going over that way. Now, what do we want these to do? Now, I actually want these to end up on the far side over here. Eventually. Or really temporarily, because we're going to redo all of this here in a minute. You think all this I'm doing right now, I'm literally going to tear it all back down again in just a bit. But we're going to go ahead and put this all the way at the end here, just to have a nice place for us to put that for right now. Then we're going to go over here and we're going to say, okay, we're going to go ahead and lift this off the end of this way up here. We're going to turn it this way up a bit. And we're going to take this and we're going to run it all the way over there. Oh, we can't run it there. What's the problem? The conveyor belt is too long. The story of my life. Story of my life, everybody. But that's okay. We can go ahead and use our lifters to align it. Now, also, you want to keep in mind the clearance of your other items over here. So I'm going to try to line that up. Now, that doesn't look too straight to me. What I'm going to do is go over here, and I'm going to line it up earlier. I'm going to line it up right there. I'm going to take this out over here. And then when I go to do the next one, if I can press the right button, if I go to do the next one, notice that it does show me the alignment now all the way back here. I can also just roll it really close to that item. I'll show you, take this out. Roll it really close to the item over there. And then start to back up. And it will give you the full length. Whatever you feel like doing. It's your jam. You do it however you want to do it. We're going to bring these way up. Now, same thing over here. We're going to line that up. I'm going to put this right here. Goes up there. And then this one's going to go there. And that one is going to go there. This one's going to go up and over. Because it has 2 inputs, so we can use the top one. I like using the top one usually. And there we go. That was it. Boom. Easy peasy, everybody. And we have our 2 separate resources running into 2 separate boxes. For days, bro. So not only did we just triple that up, but we just doubled the triple. Right? So we just doubled it up again. Now, you notice that we only got 5 now instead of 6, right? Because I did 3 before. And now, instead of doing 6, I'm doing 5. And that's because otherwise it'll just eventually, 2 of those will be useless. Because the 5th one is the extra one. All right? That's the one that's running any extra resources that we have backlogged right now. And eventually, it will run out. Eventually, it's going to run out of steel ignits. And it's going to run out of iron. And it's going to run out of coal at that higher speed. But that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to run out of the boxes. All of these boxes that have a lot... Oh, that's nice. All of these boxes that have that running, we want that to eventually run out, which it has run out. That's because I didn't put the power back in. That's my bad. I just realized I forgot to connect the power. No worries. But we want it to run out anyway. We want to burn through all the rest of that coal. And then over here, now we got a problem, right? See how imbalanced it is now? We have so much extra iron and extra coal. Now we don't have a lot of extra coal, and we have lots of extra iron. So now we really offset it really bad. Now what I would do is I would pull that out and put that in the awesome sink. That's what I would do, because now it's really unbalanced. But that was my bad. I forgot to put the power back in. Such is the way it goes. Such is how it goes. But that's cool, because it burnt through all of those resources, and thus we're not going to have a huge backlog of them. But let that run. Let's go ahead and get any resources from over here. Try to consolidate. What do we got over there? We got a bunch of stuff over there. Consolidate all of this together. And these are just temporary boxes that I threw down to get that going. Oh, wow. That actually all fits together. Notice how when I took it out, put it in, took it out, put it in, all of a sudden now it all fits? That's because of proper stacking. Okay. Now, back over here. Let's go ahead and drop off a little bit of that. Oh, man. Look at all those puppies. We got a lot. Okay. So we got that going. Now that we have a lot of steel, and we have a lot of concrete being fired up over there, we still need to upgrade our concrete and do all of that. We need to be thinking to our next level. What is our next upgrade? What is our next item that we need to produce and all of that? Now, I'm not going to actually move my stuff until I've unlocked the next level of this over here, which is our space elevator. Our space elevator right now needs these items. Now, doing 500 versatile framework is a lot. But I feel like really what you want to do is get tier 4 and 5 done, and then unlock the space elevator, which is going to unlock the other tiers. And then when we get to those tiers, then that's when to do it. Or we could just retool it now. Either way. Now, I could spend the time collecting all of these and making all of these, but I feel like I'm not in that big of a hurry. I'm in a little bit of a hurry, but not that big of a hurry. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is look at my offline production here and take this out. And you're going to see it's going to start to drop on the ground because I have too much stuff. Again, here, take that out. There we go. Now we can do this. And so while I am now retooling my factory, it's actually going to basically set it and forget it. So I'm going to go in here and take all this out. Take all of these extras out. So while I'm retooling my factory, it's going to make me a tremendous amount of steel poles and steel beams, which is what I needed to do right now. I need to make me a lot of those so that I can redo everything. Redo it all. So let's go in and let's decide how tall our manufacturing floor is going to be. Now, when we unlock our larger items later on, they're up to 5 high. And we've already kind of started it over here, but they're up to 5 levels high, and you want to make sure you've got that extra room. Now, me, since I'm going to end up way up there eventually, that'll be actually where my base works myself up to, this level down here is going to be my conveyor belt level. This is actually not going to be my production level. It's going to basically store all my resources and feed them into the upper part of the base. Now, I like to err on the side of caution. I like to put an extra one in. That's just me. That's my jam. It's just up to you. Whatever you like to do. It's really not necessary to jam it as close together as possible, unless that's your favorite thing. If you like jamming it together as close as it can to just, minimize as much use, as you're using, me, I feel like that's a pointless thing. I've always a pointless thing, and I've done that before. I've done playthroughs where I just jammed it together as close as I possibly can. Now, one of the things you definitely want to do over here as well is you want to go ahead and add another wall up here on the top, and we'll go to this side. Another wall, and then another wall again. Now I got to fix these walls because these are going the wrong way, and I can't handle it. So those all got to be redone. I'm kind of setting the precedent of which direction I want my walls to be, and then how high up I want my walls to be. Now I've got this really nice ramp over here that I can use and utilize to go all the way up to this level. And I strongly recommend having a nice central ramp, especially early game. Later on, not so much, but early game for sure. And just having it where you can get to that level using your ramp in case your power goes off. But that's not the way we're going to do it, right? We're going to do it the fun way, and that's we're going to put a ramp right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in my wall hole right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and put another entrance in. That's why I backed this up by 1 so it's not on my road. And then we're out of resources. Uh-oh, where'd we throw our resources? You guys remember? You guys remember where I threw it? I hope you did. Because you don't remember where you threw your resources, you're in trouble, bro. Though I could just go pick up a bunch more. I remembered that I threw them way back here. I'm going to go ahead and downscale a bit of this for right now because we're not going to be doing a tremendous amount of that. We'll just leave it in the end. Or what we can do, actually, we move it over here. Even better idea. Let's move it over here into this one, which also has some resources it's holding on to for me. Here's another little trick. I'm going to go through here. I'm going to see it way over there. Just take it out. I'm just going to drop it in my inventory if I have enough room. And we good. All these other resources. Now we got a tremendous amount of all of that just backlogging into that box right by where we're going to build. Okay. Wall hole. Now, the problem with this is that the direction of the lifter and the wall hole, or the hypertube itself, is going the wrong way. Right? I need to put it on the inside. Let's go this way. I need to put it on the inside. So when I go in that one, it ends up there. So really what I want to do is now offset this by 1 so I can have it just basically hidden behind the wall. And it won't be in the way. So we'll go ahead and put our wall in over here. Put in our wall hole. We can see it from way down here. There we go. Our wall hole. And now we're gonna get this. Right, now it already knows that it wants to go vertical. But watch if I change it to vertical. It's a little more vertical, if you know what I mean. So that's default. And it automatically knows that you're going vertical, even if you just leave it on default. It just seems a little more, but it doesn't change it at all. It's exactly the same. If you have it on default or vertical, it has already changed it to a vertical mode. So there we go. So we want that to be offset just a little bit, which means probably we want our walls to be offset as well, but right now our production's in the way. We'll deal with that in a minute. And then we want to put in our entrance. We want to go ahead and start using our wall power instead of this power here. So at every opportunity, you'll see me cut out and run it through those. And that's how I replace them, like that. As I'll run them through, and eventually I won't use these poles at all. All of that will be gone. So we can go out to that upper level. Now be careful when you go up to upper level, it doesn't fire you off of there. Whoop. All right, nice. Now we're going to go to town up here on this level. Why are you building a really long one, Kismet? Ah, fantastic question. Fantastic question. And it will have a fantastic answer eventually. Okay, now when you move up to another level, like I've moved up to this level, all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of resources. So I suggest, again, give yourself a nice place to hold all of these resources. And this is going to be a giant undertaking. The reason why is I'm basically going to retool my entire factory. And so we take all of our resources, we drop them in there. But that's not going to be enough. That is way not going to be enough. I'm talking like really go to it. I'm like, get serious, people. Get serious on that building. I need a little bit more of those poles. But let's put all that in there. And then over here, we can go ahead and get some... Actually, got to get a resource back for a second. We got to put in the rest of our stuff. Ramp. I much prefer the ramp. It's just so nice that I don't constantly get... let's put it on the left side. It's so nice that I don't constantly get sucked into that thing. Again, remember, since we have this on the back... Oh, actually, we did on the other side on that one. Let's do it over here. There we go. And so I bring the power from down there into there and then connect it through the back. And now this level has power. Right? Because I can just key it right off of there. And down we go. Let's hope we don't... Oh, God! Oh, we were saved. Now it's like an elevator, right? So you have an elevator to go up and down between your different levels. Off and running. Now we got more resources down here. Let's grab all of those. Up we go. And now you can basically guess what we're about to do. Now I'm going to take a break here in just a moment. How are we doing on our battle? We still got about 9 minutes on that battle. And so now we're really going to go to town. One of the things I suggest to do is to grab all of your concrete. All of it. Grab all of it, take it with you, because you're going to need a whole bunch when you start doing a whole bunch of foundations on a whole nother level. Let's go. Store it all in there. I would take all this out, just leave that as that. Over here, we got all that in there. Take all that out. I would probably put it on this one, which is probably closer to where I'm going to be building. Take all that on me, this onto me, sort that, put that, a little bit of this. Now, I don't need much of this, and I don't need much of this. What I need right now is a ton of concrete. Because now we're going to get serious. We're going to get serious about building. And to replace all of that down there, I need the room up here on this level to make all of the things I want to make. And so we need to look at kind of what our levels are there, where we're going to be raising stuff up over there. And so we're going to look at this. We're going to say, okay, is this right over where the node is? Yep, perfect. Looks pretty awesome. Because remember, we're going to bring our steel production up here from down below. Now, right there, where's that coming up? It's coming up right there. But I kind of feel like we could bring it all the way to the wall edge and then bring it up there. So we're going to go ahead and plan for that. I'm going to go out 2 more and say right to the wall edge. Maybe, let's see, about 3 more. 1, 2, 3. And there's our edge that matches up to the wall down there. We could bring that up instead of using that lifter. We can go ahead and put it right up there. Now, one of the things that I like to do is make a really long row of foundations, and then I turn around, and then I can just go to town. Now, what else is this doing? Well, it's actually going to give me access to this top part over here, too. We happen to have this level at the perfect level to go over here and see what's up with what's up. Now, I highly recommend having your thing going on. We'll go look around, see if there's anything up here. You know what? Let's get the chainsaw. No fuel for it. Bummer. Then we can look around, see if there's anything we can grab up here. Definitely suggest to look off to the side. Sometimes there's, you know, glowies, little glowy worms hanging off the side. I think we already came up here and got some stuff. Now, me, I would take out all of this wood for sure. Cut those trees down, take that thing out, and then flatten that all out, which we'll do eventually. But let's get back to it. Building. Look how quickly we built that, right? This game is the greatest, man. It has the greatest building in any game ever. I highly recommend it. It's called Satisfactory, if you're not familiar with the game. It is an instant buy for me. It's currently still in early access. You can get it on Steam, or you can get it on the Epic Game Store. Whatever you prefer. I don't care about the store. All I care about is the game. Showing those devs some love. All right, there we go. Very nice. Oh, man, I need to take a break. You're like, ah, now I know why you made so much concrete all this time, Kismet. Now I know why you were making so much concrete, and that's the first thing you upgraded. That's because I know in the long run, I'm going to need a lot of it to do this kind of massive expansion. Look at that sucker. Now, here's the cool thing. We're just going to have lines and lines and lines and lines of production, because that's where all of our resources are coming from. Our resources are coming from that side. Now, before I ran it up into the other part there to be next to me, but it doesn't need to be that way anymore. Now, we can bring everything up from down there to up here. Now, here's the other thing. I could keep on building. I could build out And instead of having all of this down here, we could replace all of this with it just coming straight up and running straight to us. I highly recommend that in the long run, that you bring it right from the node up to the level in which it's going to be produced. Just way easier. You don't need all this zigzag stuff and all these ramps and all that stuff. You're just bringing it up to that level. And eventually we'll do that, especially with our limestone and all of that. But that requires a lot of work because you're going to have to use your lifters and then connect another lifter at the end and then lift that and so on and so forth. It's not that hard, but because it's up so high and you're doing such huge heights, it does require a lot of extra effort. Hey, Pink Ranger, how you doing? Everybody say hi to Pink Ranger in the chat. My awesome mod. Also my other awesome mod, River Dog, hanging out in there, having a good time. I have loved Satisfactory since I got it last year. Yeah, I've played through like 20 times. I still love it every single time I play through. That's a hard thing. That's a hard thing in a game, is to make it very repeatable, to make it where you really want to keep playing and playing and playing. That is a very, very difficult thing. And I think these guys absolutely crushed it. Now let's run back this way and realize that we have to tear everything down downstairs. Right? We got to take all of that out. And that's no problem. I don't mind doing that at all. Get my coffee cup out. Make sure we don't fall down there. And away we go. Boom. But we need to take all of this out and bring all of those resources upstairs. Now, do we need to do it right this second? I would say no. I would say leave your resources in. Now, I took out that other stuff on the other side because I'm not using it anymore. But all of this stuff that's working away just fine, I would leave it. I would not touch any of this. I wouldn't take it out at this point. I would actually rebuild what you're going to build up above and then take this out, and this will be the extra resources, and use up all your other resources, because I have plenty of everything now to redo all of this, but to the umpth degree, especially my screws. My screws got to be on a next level, bro. They got to really, really be on that higher level. So let's keep it going. Now I'm going to go ahead and get to a point where I can, or get in a spot where you guys can watch all my stuff running from here to there and everywhere. Like right over here. Enjoy a bit of the view. I'm running way over on my break today. So I like to take a break every two and a half hours, but it's been 4.5 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break, get up, stretch my legs, get the blood flowing, and we're going to get into some more mega building in just a bit. So I'll be right back. Feel free to talk amongst yourself in the chat. I'm back, everybody. All right, my poor kids were freezing, so I had to go in there and set up a heater for them. Had to get the heater fired up. All right, we're back. We're ready to go. Oh, man, are we going to get into it now? We're going to really get into it. Let's go. Okay, so we built our upper level out a bit, and we're working a bit on our production. We're going to let that production run. We can use those resources later on. And we're just going to start building like crazy. I could stop poorly building there. Bye-bye, space elevator. Whoosh. No more space elevator. Alright, well, Kismet gonna need that. Yeah, maybe later. Notice it won't let me build over the top of this, even though I'm 6 up. It doesn't let you build over the top of your hub, so bye-bye hub. Now, I strongly would suggest to build your hub right away, though it may have just dropped it on the ground. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, see, it dropped my actual space, my hub part down there, because I just didn't have enough. If I had my skates, I could jump down. Right here. Wah! Ouchie. Look at that. Look at that. So close. So much closies. Closies, closies. Alright, put that there. Put that thing back where it came from before we all die. Alright, now we're starting to use our hypertubes effectively. Grabbing our stuff. Again, when you take your hub out, put your hub right back in again. Now I'm going to put my hub at the base of this thing again here, base of the ramp. And I'm going to move it more toward the center area of where we're going to be working. Now, if I die, what it does, it puts me somewhere randomly unless I have my hub down. So, you definitely want to have your hub in such a way that's going to be nice and make it nice and easy. Now, I'm going to put my hub, I think, in long ways here. Let's say like that. In the front of that, like that. I'm not going to use the back of it, so I don't care if it's back there. But I do hate to see those exclamation things. I feel like those shouldn't come up again when you know, if you've done it a couple times. Maybe the second time it comes up, but maybe not the third or fourth or fifth time you're taking it out and put it back in again. Otherwise, I got to run around and get rid of those exclamation points because they just attract my attention when I'm trying to work. Trying to do some work here, people. Now, one of the things I can also do at this point is to go in and say, okay, I want to color this area in and tell it this is where I'm going to be working and all of that. But this actually is going to end up there. So for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it there. Another thing we're going to be doing is making a bunch of resources and then running them down here. So we're definitely going to need our storages along here again. So I can just grab the storages and grab the stuff I need. Notice that, by the way, this way, instead of running it the long way, I'm running it sideways. So I can go ahead and just go right here and then grab the resources on that side. And then eventually we'll have a bunch of resources on this side as well. Now, the basic resources are going to be on this side because everything's going to be building toward this direction. And then the higher end resources are going to be on this side because the more advanced stuff is going to be built on that side. We've already kind of pre-thought that out a bit. Now, when we change it up a little bit, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Well, let's just keep her going. Fill that in a bit. We'll go ahead and extend that out on that side. I feel like we're pretty good. That looks pretty good to me. Okie dokie. Now, we got to get our other stuff up here. So we can awesome sync all of this stuff and get our awesome shop. All right. What I'm going to do is go ahead and put an awesome sync and an awesome shop up here. For my excess resources, which I'm going to start having a crazy ton of here in a minute. Let's grab all of this. Let's put our concrete back in there, but take a little bit out. Grab all of this stuff. What do we need? Plates. There we go. We need some screws. Oh, I thought I grabbed plates. Maybe not. Maybe not enough. There we go. Okay. And so right next to this also, I'm going to go ahead and put my awesome sink. Let's say right there. And my awesome shop. Now the funny thing is this awesome sink is really not going to be used for anything other than to check on where my other awesome sink, how it's doing. Now I need some power, so I'm going to go ahead and grab a wall over here like I like to do eventually. I just have all my power on the wall. And thus I don't have poles blocking all my other stuff. There we go. So I'll start that up just so I can see how many coupons are in the other one. They actually are now connected. So I can go ahead and just collect those coupons, even though it's in my other one is the one that's actually running the awesome thing. Now here in the awesome shop, we want to get some more things unlocked. Our conveyor wall, eventually our pipeline, and whatnot. We got some foundations and things like that. But let's go look at our walls here and see what do we have in our walls. Really the only thing that I would need out of the walls would be doors. But the other thing that I want is this thing right here, the metal conveyor walls. And so I need to get a lot more tickets because I only have 2 now and I need to get a lot of that stuff run in there so I can get my conveyor wall. So that's my long-term run that I want to do is use the conveyor walls to lift stuff up and get it up to this upper level. So again, right now I'm only at 2. And so I need to run a bunch of resources in there. Now, do I have a bunch of extra resources? Oh, I sure do. I sure have a ton of extra resources. And so let's build this out a little bit. Now eventually my higher end resources are going to be over here, but for right now, we're going to go in and we're just going to make ourselves a nice storage area here. Now, we really don't want it to go that way, which is the way I just did it. I actually want it to go forward here, where the green side is forward, so I can go ahead and just run this from there directly into here as fast as possible. And then I'm going to go ahead and make another one, and this one's going to go in the opposite direction, in case I have more than one box full. Now, I have a ton of extra resources, and I really want to get this fired up. But I'm really not going to use that in long term, right? It's just going to be temporary while I get rid of some of my resources. Or maybe I might do it in long term. I don't know. But let's go ahead and throw some stuff in there. What do we have a ton of that we can get rid of? And that eventually we need to move some of it up here to the upper area. So first, let's go ahead and expand a little bit more back here. Get those filled in. And start to mark out where we're going to do our boxes. Now, I like my boxes to be fairly close to this, just so I can grab them. Now, I'm going to actually offset this a bit, and I'm going to think about where is my road, right? This is my primary ramp, and so my road is most likely going to be down the center, aligned with my ramp, so I can go back and forth or go down, do whatever I need to do, or use my hypertubes. So I'm going to say that that's my primary road, so I'm going to go ahead and start with this. And notice that all of these are going to be double. Now, if you notice, the way that I place them is in such a way that if I take this out, I can go ahead and access down below. Now, I can put them a little bit forward or a little bit backwards. I like to leave a little extra room so that I can run out the things without them being in the way of my primary stuff. So I'm actually going to take all these back out and run them back just enough to where I can go ahead and run those resources from down below up to here. Again, this is the stuff you need to be thinking about right now. And the same thing here and the same thing here. Now, if you notice the way I have it aligned, it actually aligns, all three of those align to those missing two foundations, right? And I can bring it from down below. Also, we can use our walkways later on like we did in a previous playthrough. Now, I also want to make sure that I don't do this. If I do this, then it's going to, one, not have a gap, and two, it's going to make it where it doesn't align across all three of those. Now, you're going to see over time that it actually doesn't perfectly align down there than it does up here, and that you don't have enough space to put your other items in there and whatnot, unless you actually leave a larger gap in between. But we're just going to leave a small one for now, and we're actually going to just fill those in so I don't accidentally fall down those for right now. Then we left a bit of room here, so now we can go ahead and just go ahead and put in our thing that tells us what it is. It doesn't matter how long this is. You're going to line them all. I just throw it in there. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, first thing, concrete. Second thing, plates. Third thing, poles. Fourth thing, what's the fourth thing I need right now? Wire. Cable. This is going to be copper sheets, which I don't have on me right now. So those are the things that need to end up in there. Now, I'm going to take what I have on me right now, which is just a smattering of other stuff. Oh, I do have copper sheets in here. Oh, well, actually, let's just run the copper sheets over there while we're at it. And again, it just makes it easier for me to get to the back of this. And eventually, we'll put a walkway in there so we don't fall. We'll revamp all this again for sure. All right, copper sheets. There we go. So now we got all the basics covered there. We need to do some more. So again, we'll move over. Pull this out a bit. Now, where the metal part is, allows you to tell it what direction you're building. It's really, really useful for when you're building stuff and having a good time doing it. I love to build. There we go. Love it, love it. Gotta go grab my food. All right, enjoy your food. Enjoy the grabbing of your food. Okay, what do I need next? The funny thing is you might think modular frames, or you might think encased industrial beams, because that's typically in how you build. The next thing I need is actually these. Is my steel beams and my steel items there. And so at this point is when I will flip that. And so that's really what I need. And then right here we can go ahead and say this will be metal plates, which typically you put your plates first, but I'm going to put that there because when I'm running from my base, what do I need? Right? I'm going to need a lot of that. And then more out here. So I have a nice long line of resources I can run and grab. Okay, so we decided that one is going to be that. We'll go ahead and put this as encased industrial beams. Let's see what else we need over here. I think that's it for this group. So let's go ahead and put all of that particular type in that particular box. Oh, I forgot screws. I forgot screws. That's the other thing I was going to do. Screws. I knew I'd forget it at least once. I typically do. That needs to be over here too. No problem. No problem. Easily fixed. I did that on accident. I totally forgot. Totally zoned on it. Because normally what I do is I do screws along this first line and then I put this one in last. So I like this one to be separate. Its own deal. But the problem is that's going to be in the way. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to have to take it all back down again. Bye-bye. And we're dropping loot. What a surprise. Put all that in there. Let's fix that up again. We forgot our screws. A lot of times I find it's just easier just to take the individual item out and faster than using the control. Because if you do too much of this, it starts taking out your foundations. And then you end up putting all your foundations in again. See, like that. That's why I feel like sometimes it's really annoying to have to do that. But such is the way it goes. But sometimes you do it just right. You got it. Okay, let's accommodate our screws this time. So, A number 1. Going right there. Oh, nope. I need to offset that forward a little bit. But the back of this has to open up and to connect to it. I think I need to let that hang over just a little bit anyway. So let's put that in the center of that one. Like I said, twice as fast the second time. Okay. This is our concrete there. That's where our concrete goes. Alright. Put all these back in real quick. Come on. Okay, boom. Rods. Screws. All right, nice. And then wire. Cable. Copper sheets. Putting all this away as I go. I should have control clicked it, but I didn't. These rods, control click. I'm kind of cleaning up my inventory at the same time I'm doing this, which is great. Over there. Into there. Getting there, everybody. Getting there little by little. All right, this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and change my mind on that one. I'm going to change my mind and put plates into there. Then encase industrial beams here. And then I should actually probably put rotors there, but I'm going to put frames. I typically like rotors to be on the other side of my resources. So there we go. Nice big long line of resources. Looking sexy. And now we no longer need this stuff over here for right now. Because we can go in and just resort all of this. Oh. And now we have a whole bunch of resources up here at the top level that we can use. That's probably good enough. And then also we need a temp box, which is just where I throw my stuff. I'm just going to throw it right there for right now. This is where I put all my other stuff, you know, like all this random stuff. And then we need a more permanent random stuff box. I would say right there. Let's go ahead and build a little bit out this way. Some concrete back. A little bit of everything back. We're just establishing where those are going to end up. Good to do that along the way. Okay. Got that, our more permanent box over here, and then everything over here is going to be our, our actual production. So I have our craft bench, equipment workbench, and let's turn it this way. Something like that. We need our MAM. I'm going to put that literally right next to this. Grab it out of that box and feed it into there. Alright, looking good. Things shaping up there big time. Now this is the part where I talked about if you have too much resources, it's just really tedious to bring all those resources up above. Because right up above us here is where all those resources went. So I'm going to go ahead and take out the concrete. Look and see how much I got. Not that much. Plates. Ah, okay. So our plates have dropped down there, which means that we're too overwhelmed with plates. And again, now I got to go back and forth, back and forth. Now imagine if I had 8 boxes of all of this stuff. Right? If I had just crazy tons of boxes. I actually thrown stuff in the awesome sink. Like just massive amount of stuff because I had too much and it was just too much time to go in and sort it back and forth and back and forth. Now this isn't too much because I purposely eased up a bit on the resources itself. Did I drop any resources back here? I better look for it. No. Yeah, so I eased up on the resources and eased up on how much I'm storing. So that when I come over here to rework all of this, it's not too bad. Hitting this one? No. Now this one's going to be for this. We're going to put all that in there. It's looking good. So I can take out, all this back out. A little play yard. And then all of these out now. Power out. Now there's nothing in the rest of those boxes. They were only there for example. And thus why they were easy to take out. plates. This takes a bit of work here, back and forth, back and forth. Now I could run them up there and let them convert, or let them go up there via conveyor belts and all of that. I can tell you that takes way too long. Way, way too long. I don't like this here. Taking that out. I want that to be somewhere else. Over here. Yeah, that's a better spot for it. Alright. There. Let's get all this stuff in there. Okay, so we want to actually use our little coloring thing here. And let's establish our roads here. My primary road's going to come right through here. And right now I got a little zigzagging, that's okay. That's my primary road. So I don't want to put anything onto there right now. And there we go, looking good. And so we'll come back also and color all this in, or we won't color it at all, one or the other. Now, wonder where I'm doing my production. I typically will go with the purple. And so I'll go ahead and color under there. You can actually reach underneath your stuff. Right, if you just aim just right, you can see it's selecting that particular item. All right, we'll call that the production area. And then over here, I'm going to go ahead and choose our yellow again. Now, why am I coloring this in right now? Why didn't I color it in earlier, or why don't I color it in later? Well, the reason why is so down below, I can actually see where my storage is from down below, just based on the color that I'm using. And so I'm going to color in wherever my storage is, all the way around it. Again, you can get underneath there if you just aim at the corners. Just like that. And again, when I go down below, I go underneath, I can see where my hub is, I can see where my storage is. It's actually a real genius way of using color. Let's take that one out. Like that. So now I know where the back end of my storage is down below, so when I'm feeding it up from down below, it'll be very easy to figure that out. And that's why I use colors. I use them for that reason. I also, I'm very tempted in coloring in all of my original runs at the actual color of that particular speed. Like if I'm running a conveyor belt, I'll run it, make it yellow for base color, and then blue for, say, 320. And then when I'm doing it at the max level, I can do it at thing. But eventually, all of my lines will be max level anyway. So that really doesn't need to be done. But I thought, that is a great way of doing it if you're really trying to remember all of that. All right, so we got that going. We got that filled in. We have a bit of a sense of where we're going to be feeding from down below all of our resources as well. Now, one of the funny things is a lot of these resources is not going to be fed directly underneath. It's actually going to be fed from behind it and being fed across the way. But I can run it down into some extra storage down here, so when I'm working at this level, it will make it a bit easier. But we'll see. We'll go ahead and get up here first. Let's go ahead and start with the first things first. And start with this up here. Put that one back in for now. And let's see. We got all those lined up. We got our resources going. We're offloading our resources. Let's put our mixture of resources there. Back down we go. Again, when you get onto a new level, you want to work on taking all your resources with you. I'm just going to make this into a huge mess. Boom. It's going to be one box full of a whole lot of stuff. See that? One box full of a whole bunch of stuff right there. And again, we're going to tear all this out for now. Not all that production, but all of the storage. We're going to need all of these resources later on. Wire, Lots of screws. Nice. Those are going to be handy. Now, I can also just from up above, stand up above and then take that box out. And then it will come to me upstairs. Another great way of doing it, if that's your jam. Me, I just take it out at this point. Just grab it all and run back and forth. It works for me as well. Yeah, it actually happened to me the other day. It put me in a random spot on the map. Not very far away, though. I don't know if I lucked out or if it does put you in wherever you were building. But it totally did. Without the hub, I ended up in the trees in a previous playthrough. That's not good. Not good. Those lifters out. Oh, I can't carry anymore. Back and forth, back and forth. Do a bit of the work here. Now, again, I could have fed those up to the upper part there and done all of that, but then I'd have to build all that structure. And because I don't have that much resources, it's not like I have a tremendous amount of each resource. And because the boxes are actually larger than the original boxes that I had, it's really not that much of a chore to come up here and grab it. Eventually, we'll have a sorter, which sorts all this for me automatically. So I don't have to manually take these and sort them. We'll get into that. Now I'm going to do this for a minute while we go ahead and do some battles. Battle time! Let's go! All right, another win. Nice. Running back to getting my hypertube. There we go. Over the capture chest. Boom. Lots of love for Jimbo, Zed, Taco, Kurgle, Nightox, all getting some love. Rezik coming in MVP with a 14 assists. Fantastic job. We're going to keep battling all day long. Get you guys some gold right now. Let's fire it up. I got to go ahead and use the rogue. I'm going to throw him right there in the middle. Let's go to it, everybody. Fire it up and go and follow that link in the chat. It's free to play. We're going to be doing tons and tons of stream renders all day long today. Now, I went up there and dropping off a bunch of resources and whatnot. And holy mackerel, did we got a lot of poles. Got a lot of poles in there for sure. We got a lot more right down here and a lot of steel pipes. So, in the meantime, while we're doing all this, it made about 1,500 steel beams and about 1,400 steel pipes. Actually more, probably about 2,000 steel pipes. Why we were doing this, or even more than that, because I've already put basically a bunch in this box already over here, which you'll see when I go to put it in there. So put all, wrong thing. Put all those in there, and then look at that. See, there's already some in there, so it's already got more than half a box already done. And you can see how much of that it's already done. That's pretty nice. That's a lot. All right, let's finish up this transporting. See how easy it is for me to carry it? Again, I don't have that much resources there, so no big deal. Now, all of this stuff is coming to an end because there's nothing there for it to run to. So there's no reason for me to have this running off out of here anymore. And these are still going to go, though. It's still going to make these if it can. This one right here doesn't have any reinforced iron plates, so that's not really going to help us. And these over here are going to come to a stop. These two I can just take out now, because that's not where they're going to be. All of this, boom, that's going to drop on the ground maybe. Oh, wow, we use up a lot of that. Nice. Pick up that little stuff on the ground. And now where we used to be is now getting decommissioned. There we go. And I'll still let that run even though it's going to backlog and stop. You can see that 3 of them have already stopped there, which means that this has hit 100%. Another thing you can do is just make a couple boxes temporarily, just to kind of manage this stuff. Let's take this out. Go ahead and put one there. Holding down control to get rid of all of that. If you want to keep your production going, which I do, keep that steel production going in those boxes, I'm going to need a lot of that. A lot. Okay, so that's looking good. We got a lot of our stuff. Our resources moved upstairs. I'm going to go ahead and go upstairs and see if there's some resources we can just go, you know what, we got tons of this, let's get rid of it. First, let's go ahead and look at our concrete. Concrete's looking pretty rock solid. That's all good, so let's go ahead and put some of that concrete back in there. We'll put all of this. Now, see all this random stuff that starts to build up? I typically will put all the lower level stuff that doesn't have a lot of stacks together. And then the stuff that do have a lot of stacks, I will then kind of manually sort those. But if I feel like I don't have enough to sort it, I don't bother, because it just takes too much time to go in and sort it too often. We'll go ahead and put all this in here. Again, we don't need a lot of this right now, just a little bit. So we'll put it back where it goes. And now we'll look at our concrete. We've got crazy tons of concrete here. Let's go ahead and put this back in here. And so we're going to grab all this concrete and we're going to utilize it for tickets. Now, right now, I've got 2 tickets. I need 7. So I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to go ahead and put all of that in there and just let it run. Now, this is kind of going to be a passive thing. It's just going to run and run and run while I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. You're like, Chris, you're going to need a lot of that concrete. Oh, I'll have plenty. Don't worry. Same thing here with my iron plates. I got a whole stack of iron plates. In you go. In you go. So now it's going to take those extra plates and get rid of them. That's because I know in a minute, when I queue up this production, I'm going to have a ton more of all of this stuff. I might keep a couple extra. We got tons of wire in here. You know, I keep a couple and whatnot. But really, you can awesome sync all this stuff. You can awesome sync it all. You're going to get it all back very, very soon anyway. Yeah. And we're going to need a little bit more of that. Need some more boxes. Gotta make sure it's turned the right way so I can run it out of that one into this one. Alright, that's looking good. And so I'm just going to, all the resources that I just brought up here, most of it I'm just going to get rid of. I'm just going to bring it over here and just offload it, because it's still making it behind the scenes, and I'm going to have plenty of this in just a few moments. Now, the things I would not get rid of is I would not get rid of that. I would not get rid of your poles. I would not get rid of all of this stuff. Those are higher-end resources that you're usually going to end up making more of. But all this lower-level stuff, just get rid of that stuff. Just get rid of it. Otherwise, it's just going to sit in that box forever. You definitely don't want it to do that. Just sit there and work and work and work. Now again, so I'm going to work toward that next thing. Let's see how we're looking now. How are we looking on our thing over here? So right now it's going a bit faster. We have 2 of them running. We have one going with coal down below, and then we have this one going. But here's the thing you can do. If you have plenty of power... Oh, I forgot to get my resources. If you have plenty of power, just make a couple more awesome shops and let it all run in there together. Awesome sinks, actually, in this case. All right, now that one's running too. So now I have 3 of them running, and that's going to speed up a bit of our coupon making. And you're like, you know what, kid, screw it, bro. Why not go 3 times faster. I got the power. Why not? Now let's go ahead and use this one. Wrong way. Or it doesn't fit or something. Oh, up here. Oh, I'm out of rods. Gotta get some rods. Now, rods, you notice the rods is one of the things I didn't throw in there because I can see I'm a little low on rods there, but I probably have a bunch of it laying around somewhere. Approaching another's clearance. All right, I'm on it. Oh, this is going the wrong way. Got to turn it back the other way now. Plates in there. Yeah, not enough room. Store all the stuff on me. Pick this up. Take that out. Got to move all the stuff out of the way, or it won't let me put the stuff back, put the box back in. Okay, this box has got to go this way now. Up into there. All right, there we go. Take our plates out. So now I got 3 of them running. 3 of them running at the same time. Now if I want to see if I'm going to hit my power max, I can just run a pull and look at it. You're like, dang, Kismet, whoa, what the heck? All of a sudden you just like, boom, you're way up at the top of your power. That's because those suckers eat a lot of power. But that's okay. I'm not using it. I've still got 100 power left. But the second you start, maxing these out and putting a bunch of these in here, you're going to have a problem. But as you can see, it's going much faster. Now we're on 3, and that number's going faster and faster. And you could actually queue it up to a point in which you're going to have 100 of these going, or 1,000 of them, or how many ever you want to get going to get these tickets a bit faster. And there we go. There we go. So again, we're going to work toward that 7. We're going to let it run all those extra resources a bit faster because I made 3 of them instead of just 1. We'll let that run out. Now, while we're waiting for that, we need to go over here and we need to do some upgrades. So again, over here we go. All right. Probably going to need to end up taking a lot of that. Let's put some of these back in here. Carry around that much concrete. There we go. Okay. What I really need is a lot of steel beams. And a little too much. A lot of steel beams. And a bunch of pipes. Get rid of the small stack. Probably more steel beams than actual pipes. Okay, looking good. Now I got some, I see I got some boosters on me. Let's take those boosters off. I got some of this. What else do I got? Anything else? Nope. All the rest of that stuff looks good. We're going to also upgrade our thing, so we'll take that. Everything else looking good. Okay, so now we've got all of our stuff lined up. We got all of our stuff ready to rock. And now we're going to get into some serious revamping of our base. Now, while we're waiting for those tickets to run out, we're going to go ahead and work a bit on our lines of bringing in our raw resources. So let's go work on that. Let's see. Amazon us coming in with a Prime sub love. It's a brand new sub right there, everybody. Let's see some brand new sub love in the chat. Want to see some hearts, or I'm just going to sit here and stare at the screen right here. We're going to sit and stare at this. I don't, I'm old. I can sit here. I got nothing else to do. I can just sit here and just stare at this all day long. Oh, I see some love in the chat. Show that love in the chat. Show some love also for Big Man coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons right up here. Also, big love to Homely Browser, Skeeterbug also coming in, and Spider Official all coming in a while ago with that sub love. Appreciate all the follow love. Appreciate the sub love and the follow love here. There we go. Now we got some love in the chat. All right. Okay. We'll keep going. All right. So we want to get over here. Now, one of the things I want to work on is my limestone. Look how slow my limestone is going. I want to go ahead and combine all of my limestone together because my limestone is at a slower rate over here. So I do want to go ahead and upgrade this. Now, I can just go in and tell it, oh, you know what? I want a miner level 2. Boom. That's it. Now it's going to be extracting at a much higher rate. Now it takes a minute for it to go in there and speed back up again. It still retains the line, by the way, when you upgrade it, so you don't have to run your line again. But there we go. Now it's working. And so it's going to go at a faster rate. Now it's going at 120. Now I can't upgrade it again, but what I can do is I can look down the way here. It's over here. What I can do right over here is I can create another one just right here, randomly right there, right over here, somewhere over here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's over here somewhere. I can't remember exactly where it's at. Let's take these out and take a look. Aha! There it is right there. Now this particular level right here is a little bit too high up. And the way I know that is because it's not letting me put down that thing over the top. And it's really, you want to look at these little bolts on the side, these little rivets that are right about middle. It needs to be a little bit lower than middle. So we can adjust that by creating a little bit of a lower ramp. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll say, okay, we're going to go, actually let's go minimum size ramp like this. We can use that ramp to offset this stuff, or push it down, I guess is a better way of saying it. Is to push this down. So it matches underneath here. Let's get one of these. Like that. So now it's a bit lower. And you're going to see the fact that that thing's down below there. Plus also, when you're putting it down, you can kind of see a yellow side. Put it up here. You can see there's a yellow side and a blue side. See the blue side at the bottom, yellow side. Yellow side is where you want to kind of be when you're building out your foundations here. Okay, nice. I feel like we might be able to get away with that. Let's go ahead and try it. No? Not letting me do it. All right, not enough. Okay. So let's go ahead and back all this out here. Now, if you're having trouble with it not working, or if you have stuff in your face, did I bring some? I did. Thank goodness. If you have stuff in your face, good time to pull out the chainsaw. Can't reach it. Out my face. Getting texted. Texted by the fam. Okay, so first thing I would do is try to put it down. And see if it lets you put it down. If it lets you put it down, well, then you got a general sense of where you can put it down again. So let's go ahead and get our foundation here. Or our small ramp. Turn it around so it's actually ramping downwards. Let's try that again. Oh, that's way too high. I think my ramp is too close. My ramp is impeding my ability to do that. Alright. Well, guess we're moving our ramp over just a little bit. Take that out. Put that underneath. Take this out. Out of concrete. Story of my life. Always out of something. There we go. All right. Oh, we'll just do that for now. Okay, that's off and running. I don't like the way this is, but we'll have to deal with it for now. Deal with it. Okay. I don't like how this power is going either. Yeah, we're going to need to bring some concrete down here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put this down. Store all of that. And we're going to go hit up some concrete. Let's go. Okie dokie. Sorry, I had to text back there. Kids are trying to get my attention. Okay, so we got that going. We got a ton of concrete. By the way, you can just grab this concrete right off the end here. I don't know why that's fun. It just is. That's okay. I can just take this whole thing out. I'm not going to be using all of this anyway. All that out. Grab a little bit of that. But we really just want to go upstairs. Grab some of that too. Now, we got rid of a lot of our concrete, but we got a lot left. Let's see, what else should we grab? Probably some of this. We're going to need that later on. Okay. Kids are distracting me. I'm forgetting what I'm doing. All right. Off we go. Distractions. I'm very easily distracted, everybody. Very, very easily. Alrighty. So we got that going. We're working on our upgrading our next most important thing, which is our concrete. So we got that going a bit faster. We got this over here. We brought some concrete. Let's grab all of this, put our concrete back. We're gonna need a bunch of that here in a minute. A little bit of that. But need a few of this right now. Okay. Bye-bye, trees. What's up, Fred? Okay, so over here we're gonna need some walls. Let's say right here. Ah, it's always something, everybody. It's always something. Look, I forgot my plates. Always something. Store it all in there. Gotta get some plates. Back and forth, back and forth. Look at all these resources pumping out. See, now I could be making plates right there. And I could just run and get them from that level. But such is the way it goes. That's why we have a hypertube. Help us with this stuff. What's up, big man? Ninjas. Watch out for ninjas. Kids are extracting. I know. That's why I don't get much done. That's why it took me a year to do those goddess videos. I was distracted by taking care of that IRL stuff. It's common for people to be distracted by things. Oh, yeah. I'm the worst, though. I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so I'll forget. I mean, I forget even if no one distracts me. But then it's even worse when someone distracts me. Then I really don't have no clue what the heck I was doing. It's pretty scary, actually. Scary. Look at all those plates running down there, too. Now, the rest of those resources down there, by the way, are not running anywhere. They're not running to anywhere or doing anything. So what they're going to do is they're going to run and then stop. All this stuff down here. Now, another cool thing you can do while you're waiting, and this is really fun, is you take all this out. Like that. And you take all this out. And if you have enough power, you can do it again. Awesome sink. Oh, I don't have enough plates. You can go ahead and take all of this and just run all of that in the awesome sink as well. Which we will do eventually. But it doesn't matter now anyway because it's not going anywhere. That's actually not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to this one. Also, when I took those out, I got a bunch of various different resources, too. Going down as fast. Double wall connector right there. Power off. Run this to there first. And from this to this. I love these wall connectors. They're the greatest things ever. And then run that down to there. I mean, just create a little simple wall and bam, you can connect everything. Get it all going. Alright, we're going to bring that up from down there to up here. And we want to merge it into this line right here. Now, it's actually a really easy way to do this. You just simply add a merger right there. You add a lifter over here. Easy, right? Now, see, that's going at level 3. This one down here is another node that's 120, right? It was 60, and then or actually, no. Yeah, it was 60, and then I put a Mark II, and now it's a 120. So now both of these are 240. So I'm bringing in basically 240 of concrete, and that's the first thing that I'm always worried about is my concrete, right? Because I'm just getting rid of a bunch of it right now. But I know that by the time I'm done upgrading this, I'm going to have basically 3 times the amount or 4 times the amount of concrete I had before. But I'm going to need a lot of these to upgrade to level 3. So let's go. Let's bring that up to speed. And this is why typically I don't do raw resources. It's just a lot of this upgrading. Not too much, doesn't take too long, but it's a lot of upgrading and a lot of time to upgrade all this stuff. Now I'm going to go right to here. Now the reason why I'm going to go right to there and not all the way to the end is I know I'm not going to put my production over here. And so if I spend all the time upgrading and doing all of that all the way to the end, it's just literally a waste of my time. So I'm going to upgrade as far as I know I'm going to run that in the long run. And so let's go ahead and go upstairs. See how our awesome sinks are doing. Ah, there's our 7 coupon. You didn't think it was going to go that fast, did you? Kiz was on top of it, bro. Yeah, it really does speed up, obviously, when you have more than one, right? So we got 3 of them going, and it basically took all of those extra resources that I had sitting around. It emptied all of those out, except for that one. Oh, I didn't turn that one on. That was only 2 more. I forgot to turn this one on. There we go. So those 2 more boosted it and ran so much resources that I got to 7 like that. Plus the other one downstairs. So again, the one I want right here, metal wall conveyor. Perfect timing. Let's go ahead and grab it. Buy all. And we'll let that stuff keep on running over there. So we'll have more tickets for later. Okay, so now why do I want the conveyor wall? Actually, I want to go up here. Is I want to run my lines a lot more cleanly now. And when you have the conveyor walls, it'll really help you clean it up a bit. And make sure you got lots of plates and things like that. But on this side, I want to go ahead and set up a bunch of different production lines. including my not silver, but copper lines, iron lines, the other one limestone, and coal. All of those I want to run and have them running across toward my storage, right? I want them to end up in the storage. So if you're going to build in the direction of your storages and leave yourself extra room. That is for sure. For sure. So right down there below me is those resources that we want to get from down there to up here. Now, I highly suggest that you offset it by 1 just because it's going to make it easier when you're coming from a certain direction to run it up to this upper part up here. And you can see I'm already running some stuff up to that upper level. So what I'm going to do is now use my new wall connections right over here, which are going to allow me to bring it up to here. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a bunch of these across here. Now I would not put them at the ground level. So let's go ahead and say no ground level. Let's go ahead and say up by 1. And so we're going to go ahead and run this all the way across like that. And then we're going to individually have each of our various resources coming in through the wall like that. It's pretty awesome, by the way. I love doing that. So we're going to have all of that run up there. In fact, I'm going to actually change my mind on this one over here, and I'm going to run that one up from behind over there. So which means I can just say, you know what? Let's just go ahead and expand this out a little bit. Give us a little bit more room over here. Now, I could go in and add all the walls and supports and all that stuff, but I feel like this game is very much in flux on what you're doing and what you're building. But very rarely do I take the time to do all the supports and walls. My last playthrough, I did a lot of walls, just because we chose to, but not really necessary. Now look at this. Look at how wide we could have our resources, right? And let's widen that out. Now we're going to hit this thing right here, so we don't really want to go too much wider. Let's see where that really kind of hits our foundation. So yeah, right about there. So maybe we don't really want to go to that one. But let's go ahead and bring up as much resources from down below up to this level as we can. Keep Mouse coming in, wants a tip of the hat. All right, this goes out to you, Keep Mouse. There you go, bro. There you go. Thanks for coming in, showing the love. All right. Look at you guys placing some units in there as well. Thanks for coming in. Oh, battle time again. Let's go battle while I... Oh, my audio went out for a second there. While I go ahead and run down below, let's go ahead and do this battle. How we doing? Oh, that's another win. Open the captain's chest. Boom. There you go. 50 gold going to Bo and Fizz. We got Nightox, Pink Ranger getting some love. And Zed as well. Look at that. Plastic Horse B coming in MVP. That rhymes with MVP. Congrats on that. One more thing here. We're working on that level 19. We're going upside. We're going right here. I think we're going to go up to here. Then we can choose either of these. Or actually, I think we just go here and then there. Doesn't really matter. Depends on which one we'll do. Yeah, let's do the Halloween one down here. And then we'll work our way across toward the boss. But we also want to try to get this chest. So let's go ahead and get that next battle going on. Go ahead and pull out the archer. Look at that range of that archer. Holy moly. That is some serious range on that archer. I boosted his range so he can shoot from further away. Come and join me, everybody. StreamRaiders.com. You do enjoy the stream, do enjoy those battles. Make sure to purchase those skins. Does help on the stream. Now, as you can see, I put a hypertube right here. Very rarely do I put it at this level. I would not put a hypertube right here what I would do is actually put the hypertube up above, like this, in between the two things, and then that's going to help you out. Though it's going to be a little awkward when you're trying to do your foundation where it's lined up, but here's what you do. You just do 2 of them, and then you're good, right? And then we'll end up being able to come up and down without having to run all the way to the other side every single time. But we need to run over here and grab our resources back, or at least grab some resources that we're going to need. All right. Oh, actually, we already did grab all the resources out of there. Okay, let's take a moment, though, and get out our... oh, it's down below. We're going to get out our little paint thing when we come back up here and paint that up. And back down we go. Now, we actually want to have this stop eventually now. We'll work on that. Okay, now we want this to stop down here, so we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and put in our hypertube. Hypertube wall hole. Connect our hypertubes together if we want to continue that way. We're going to go ahead and put our power connector. We'll take this power line out. Again, as you see, I'll go in and just keep replacing these as we go, little by little. Go ahead and put our entrance in. Oh, we don't have our stuff for our entrances. We need to keep our power line running. Running all of our stuff up the stairs. And I think that's good. Okay. We need to check our awesome shop down here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at our coal. Our coal just turned off for a minute there. No backlog of coal there. Cleared that out. Biomass burner. Get that biomass burner out of there. That's still running. Take our awesome shop out down here now. Okay, so we need a bit of our resources to put back in all of that. That's going to get diverted. That's going to get way lifted. All right, so down here, we're going to go look and see where we've placed our hypertube and have we placed it in a good spot. It's really not in a good spot. It's actually right where my main area is here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and move it over either this way or that way. Now, I would say move it this way, so I'm going to go ahead and literally just take all of this out. Boom. Take all of this out. Because none of this is necessary anymore. Bye-bye. Oh, there I go, dropping loot again. Dropping the loots. Alright, we're going to be working down here, so let's just go ahead and try a little bit of something right there. Sort that. Get that off of me. Get all this other random stuff off of me. Plates back. Alright, looking good. And we're going to take all the power out. We're going to take all this out. Now, again, I hate it when you got stuff up real high, so I could jump off and fall to my death. But let's just go for it. There we go. Very nice. And then that one out up there. So, what we've done is we have this, which comes up to a stopping point here. Right? Let's say right there. Now, this is offset by 1 so that when I put in my lifters, I can lift them up to the other side. Now, I can also have them come in at one side and go out on the other side and then go up and all of that. I feel like that's a lot of extra structure. I also don't like them to be on the ground level, so we'll go ahead and walls, use our conveyor like that. So now what we want to do is make sure that this can lift all the way up to there. Now what we're going to also do is turn our lifters around so they're going the other way, right? So instead of going up, they're going down. The only problem is if I actually want them to go in, which is what I want to do, is I need to actually go up to the top part there and do that first. Meaning that I need to have the ability to run a bunch of lines up there so it knows what direction I want it to go ahead of time. So let's move our hypertube over. I feel like it's be better off over here. There we go. And we definitely want to add some more of these so I don't end up out of concrete. Always out of something. Nope, out of stuff in there too. All right, get all those back out of there. Sort this. Okay, this is a problem. This is a problem. We don't have our resources. Okay. So this calls for our little vehicle. Now what I do is I don't have the I can't put the hypertube entrance in there. So I used up all my resources, and then some of my resources are down here. That's why I always have this vehicle as a backup. Whoop, whoop. Nailed it. That was full on nailed it, everybody. Nailed it. Maybe not. All right, on the way down. Here we go. And I left all my resources down here at the bottom. All right, nice. Get all this out of there. My little paint sprayer. Leave a little bit of that down there. Oh, a little too much. Grab this, grab all this other stuff. My frames. Okay, so we got a bunch of that down there. Now what I do is just grab the concrete out of there. And now we've got a bit of a problem because I can basically sense that my power is off. And that's because I interrupted the power when I redid it. And so my power is off. So even if I wanted to take my hypertube, I couldn't because the whole rest of the power is off. And that's okay. We use our vehicle, we'll be fine. I love the factory car. Me too. I love the fact you can also just like, red alert! Click the mouse button and he takes the little emergency thing out. Red alert, we need power, we need power. There we go. And you press it again, he turns it off. Always keep this little vehicle on you at all times. Let's put that on my hand. There we go, so we can pick that up. Alright, so we got this running, but we need our power running as well. So we're going to go ahead and fix our power over here. Run that up there. Power line going to run to there. And then we'll just cross connect. Come on. There we go. Looking good. Okay, so now all that's got power down there. We can use those hypertubes again. Let's go ahead and put our other hypertube entrance in over here. Connect it from the back. There we go. And so now we have a stopping point, so we can stop here and work a bit on all of this. All right. And let's go ahead and rework this. Concrete down. Get all that random stuff off of me. Concrete back, plates back. I'm constantly doing this, taking stuff out, putting stuff in, taking stuff out, putting stuff in. That's how it goes. Okay, so now this one's going to be a little unusual because we're going to run it way over there. And so let's see how we can get this going. Widen this out a little bit. Yeah, so I'm going to say probably that's the maximum side I want to go. So we'll take these ones out just to remind us when we go up there. But that's about the maximum. Actually, I don't even like that. It's too close to this thing here. Let's say that one. Let's say this one right here. Take this out over here. There we go. So that's the maximum I'd want to go right there. So I will say... yeah, right about there is good. Now this particular last one here, if we think of the logistics of this, this actually is going to come in from over here and actually get straight lifted. So let's grab this one, put that in there. Thank you so much also for the biddies there, Keep Mouse. Makes the dragon dance. He loves that, those biddies. It's my little buddy Norbert. Boom. Oh, not enough stuff. All right, hold on. We got to get more of the loots. What did I do with all that stuff? What did I do with it all? I think I left it down below. More loot. All right, let's use our hyperdube. Maybe I should move that entrance over there. Good question. I'll think about it. Let's go. Oh boy, or we move it there temporarily and then move it back afterwards. So when I can hear those machine sounds, that's telling me that it's working well. Actually, I just grab it all. If I need it, I'll bring it back down. Back up we go. Now you actually see over time that I actually make less lines as opposed to more lines because I'm gonna have more resources but less actual conveyors, and that's pretty cool. I feel like I want to take this one out for right now. We'll come back and add that later. I'll be working right here. Never the thing I'm looking for. Alright, this is my overflow resources here. And there we go. Take it from behind. Okay, there we go. That's a much better spot for that for now. Okay, back to what we're working on here. So this one's going to come from this way. So we need to think of it in terms of that. So let's see. This one's at 240, so it's going to need its own separate line for now. Get the right thing. More spilled beams and all of that. What do I got too much of? Iron plates. Too many plates. Too many this. Too many of that. Sort that. What do I got? So I need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Grab that. A little bit of this. Okay, too much of all of that. This I need a bunch of. Let's go with that. Okay, so we want to take this coal here, and we want to run this coal from where it's at all the way to this other side. So we're going to feed it from the back. So we're just going to run it straight to there. So this is going to be one of the few ones that actually feed straight up because it's coming from this side as opposed to coming from the other side. And then now that we got the direction of that, we can go ahead and do this. And we can run it way up there and hope that it matches up. It may or may not. We'll find out. Maybe I got it perfectly balanced in such a way that it goes all the way up there. Seriously doubt it. But it can happen. Okay, so that's looking good. Now we need to go back to working on our hypertube here. Right there. And we'll do this. And hypertube entrance. Transportation, my brain's like stopping. I just switched my thing. Switch my thing over here. So 2, we need to have that. We're going to line it up right there. And the hypertube is the same thing. So it's got to offset in such a way that it'll match up there. Like that. And then we need to have... we'll just put a flat ramp. Yeah, maybe we'll just flatten that out. Flatten this out, and then we'll put a ramp there. That's going to be tough to get to. That's going to be tough. So we'll say this. Need a half ramp. Half ramp. Entrance. And then power. Okay. Yeah, I guess we just take this out. Take that out. That ought to do it. All right. Now, how do I know if this works or not? Just run a line. Let's go in, and it doesn't matter what speed you run it, just anything. That actually worked. That was luck, everybody. I didn't count it. I didn't know that was exactly right. That was just straight up luck. I'll tell you when it's luck every time. That was some straight up luck there, and I'll take it every day of the week. Every day of the week, I will take the luck. Now, I'm going to have this going. All of this stuff is now going to flow into my raw resources boxes. And so I'm going to have that right there. And I like to have a gap between one and the other. Now, typically, I don't put it down at the ground level. But here's the great thing about putting it at the ground level here, is if you can see if it's going. Right? If you put it up there at the top, you can't see some of that stuff that's really flat up there, whether it's running or not. So this is one of the few exceptions, I would say, to run it from up above down so you can see it running. Very, very helpful. Now, next thing we want to do is go ahead and get our other one running, and we're going to center that one in right there. Same thing. Right over here, we're going to pick up that level 3. We're going to run it down there, and now we know it's running. And then up here, we're going to go ahead and add that entrance. And I'm going to go ahead and put some power right there. Now, a bit of a problem right now is I have no power up here. So there's no way for me to to turn that on. So I have to go back down below. But how do I get down below if I don't have my hypertube? Well, I could jump. That's one way of doing it. Or I can just walk back over here and go back down there and get the thing and then come back up and all of that. So I'm definitely going to need some power. But it's good to put the power pole in first so you know where you want it to go. And then go work on it from down below. I was coming back here for some resources too. Plates and poles. Or just poles, actually, is what I need. Poles. Okay. Oh, wait, actually, there's another way I can do it too. Hold on. Let's use our vehicle to get back. I feel like I want to leave one of these carts on every level. So I can use them going back and forth, back and forth. Or I could just have them going back and forth. You know, I thought of that the other day, that I could just have them going back and forth between two spots that I commonly go back and forth from, and then just, whenever they come up, just jump on it, and then have it drive me over there, and then jump out when I need to get out. Because those will never stop running. You can actually tell those to go back and forth as like a little vehicle that you can grab when it goes by. It's kind of fun. Kind of fun to do that. Another way of doing it is doing it this way. I call the lean out. Let's take these out. Can't get in there. Oh well, we tried. We tried on that. Let's put that back. That back so it's holding up the wall. We'll do it up from over here. The old lean out. So you lean out on this side, and then you look at where the power is down there, and you just run that power from down there right to there, and then we can run it right to there. And you can do it that way as well. Much faster way than running down below. Alright, so that's running. We got those that running there. Now we need to get our next item running. Whoa, Nelly! That's a death. Like that? Let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody. Now again, make sure you got your hub or you're going to die. Now I don't mind dying because I'm always at the base. It's no big deal. Now I'm going to say I did that on purpose, but I didn't. I totally forgot to put in the fail safe when that fired me out of there. I forgot to put in the fail safe. My bad. See, when that comes out of there, you got to have something to stop you. Otherwise, because it's a really steep ramp, I'm just going to keep going up in the air. And I tried to stop myself, but I went way tumbling down the hill there because I forgot to put in the fail safe, which is the whole point of putting in this thing right here, was to put that in, but I got distracted onto the next thing and I forgot to do it. My bad. Now you see what happens. Oh, I need some resources. I need some resources over here. There we go. Alright, so let's put that in for next time. And again, you might put it, you know, 2 high, but I would put it 3 high just to make sure. Put it around the sides. If you put it too close, you will die, by the way. If you're coming out of there too fast, bam, you'll die. So that's going to stop me from going and flying off the side again. Let's run down here and grab our loots, which is very easily to find. Easy to find, just right down the way. And I don't die all that often, but I do die from time to time. Sometimes on purpose and sometimes by forgetting stuff. Goofy moves. Now, if you run out of inventory, best thing to do is just put all the stuff back in your hands over here. So you can pick all that stuff up. Anything else in there? Chainsaw. And my weapon. Actually, I'd probably put coffee cup as number 1. This is number 3, and that number 4. All right, there we go. All right, that was a fun little adventure. Okay, now another reason I was going to use this right here was to put in this, which we're going to need here in just a second. Like that. And then we're going to go ahead and run a line from right here. Right, no. What are you running over there for? That's a weird place to snap. Run it right over there. So I'm running it in the direction I want it to go. And then I'm going to tell it to snap to up there. Now, up there, if I want this to go... See, I prefer to do it from this side. I prefer to do it from the top, because that's when it snaps. Right? I prefer to start at the top, snap it in, and then bring it down. That's always a better way to go. But to do that, we need to go back up to the top. And we need to make sure that all these lines are going in the right direction, right? So we need to go like this. And just kind of tell this is where all these lines are going. It doesn't matter how you do them, just as long as they're there. Because this is the way I want all my lines to end up. Now, all these obviously are not going to be here. I'm going to be taking those out and running them into boxes, but you get the idea. All right, let's see if we die this time. Hey, no dead that time. Okay, so there's one there, and there's also one over here, so we'll take this out. We'll go ahead and take this out. And we'll put that over there. And then this across. Oops, this across. Oh, I gotta take this back out. I got to take it back out. Sometimes you build forward and you build backwards. In this case, we gotta... Why do you always switch my direction around? I always love to switch. See, yeah, that's a different direction than the other one. So the other one's facing forward, this one's facing that way, which it automatically picked up the orientation of what you're trying to run there, too. That would be nice. Okay, so that's going into there. These are all going up into there. And now this is going to be way easier if you pre-think of it. Now I can link it up there. I can come down. And I knew these would not quite make it. All right, those are a little too far down. I can try to do that. But really what I want to do is bring these up just a little bit. And that's why we test. That's why we try stuff. Okay, that's looking good. And let's try it again. Now this is another problem here. Same problem of I can't see what's going on. And it's probably a little dangerous because I could go through that hole maybe if I'm coming at super warp speed. So I'm actually going to bring this down, which I rarely ever do, bring it down to ground level. But this allows you to check and see if this is working. Right, again, if you have a too far up head level, you won't be able to see if it's working or not. I always like to be able just to glance, at a glance, know if my stuff's working. And there we go. Now, what are we going to put in this one? Well, we have to put a very specific line there, which is our top line here, which is our belt that's going at 3. That's why I didn't upgrade any of the other belts, if you notice that. And that's because I want to know which one is my really fast belt. So I know which one goes up there. That's going to be my iron that goes along with my steel. Now, the next one we got is this one right here, which is our other one. What you call it, limestone. That's going there. And now that's going to go ahead and run up there. Now, the way we can test it, just run over here and look. It's going up, looking good, but it's not lifting all the way up to there. Let's go ahead and get our lifter. Snap it up there. There we go. Bring it down. Orient it in place. Connect it. Now, you also know if it's working by just looking at the lifter. right? If you see something going on the lifter, then most likely it's working. That's a high chance. Okay, so very nice. Very, very nice. And we've upgraded that to level 3. Now let's go back down here and double check that we have upgraded that line, which it does look like we did. All the way down. That's level 3s as well. Again, that's why I didn't upgrade these other two, just so I don't get them mixed with that top one. Alright, that is going there nicely. And now what we want to do is the same thing over here. Let's go ahead and just lift these up a bit. And then we want to bring our other lines, our other two lines, across over to here. Now, since we have our lifter now, our supports, we're going to go ahead and take this out. And we're going to go ahead and replace this with our new support that we got in one of our upgrades, transportation. And we're going to replace it with our stackable hypertube. And let's switch to our hypertube set. There we go. Let's hope this is just right, and which it is. Now, the only problem is you can't angle it like we did before, but still just fine. And then on top of that, we're going to go ahead and stack our other two items that we're going to run. And I'm going to actually stack them a little extra high so they're not so close to the hypertube. But that's just me. And so we're going to cut these across from over here. And we're going to go back to our set number 1. Get that a little bit of faster. And we're going to put it up. Or not. Upgraded it. That up there. Oops, nope. It's got to go higher. That's got to go higher. There we go. That's the bottom one. And that one's going to go up there. And that's just so that it doesn't twist and get mixed up in there. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say about right here. Say about right there. Again, not pipeline. Stackable tube. Do a lot of putting stuff in and taking stuff out and trying to find that magical spot. Notice I'm using level 3 even though the rest of my belts are not level 3. And I think you guys can get the gist of what I'm going to do the rest of this. Go. That's why you need a lot of these steel beams. You know, that's a huge lift right there. Now, eventually I'll lift these from way back over there. But that's a lot of work to go in there and do the double lift and do all the foundations and do all of that. And we already have it run right here. So for right now, we're going to go ahead and run it here. Or maybe I should do that. Maybe I should just go and run it all at the same time. And do some major lifting from down there. And lift it all the way up. See, this is the decision point. Come back and work on it later or let it run for now. Because I don't really feel like I'm going to expand out that way for right now. So going back and reworking all of that. I don't know. I don't know. I have to upgrade all those lines anyway. The questions. Yeah, I feel like that's too much work. Too much work to do right now. Because I'm going to upgrade all these lines again in the long run. And right now I'm only running 4 lines. When I start running more lines down there, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines, then that would be worth it to build all that out and then raise it all up and all of that. But again, for right now, I feel like we good. Okie dokie. Get off of this thing. What do we got over here? They're all plates and stuff. Okay. So we got that done, and we also got our hyper tube. So let's go up there. What happened to our hyper tube? Oh, I had to take it out while I fixed the thing. That's right. I forgot. Hyper tube. No. Down here. We need our wall hole. There we go. Actually, that's too high. Yeah, we gotta do that while we fix the thingy. All right, where we go? Look at all those resources coming up. Cool. Gotta love it. All right, look at that pumping into there. Pumping, pumping, pumping. Get pumping, bro. All right, look at all our other resources here, too. We got our little guy in the way here. Let's go ahead and get this going. Oh, we need, wait, some more of those, which we left downstairs. We need more pipes. Always something. I'm a little tempted to turn that around the other way. I think I will. That one I can just center now. Right there. Oh no, I can't because the thing up above it's in the way. Oh. Great way to get rid of them rocks, too. Hide them rocks. If you don't mind if I speed up, that's what I'm gonna do. Take it all out, put all the extra stuff back in, grab the stuff I need. Go ahead and leave that power there. Nice. Okay, yeah, I like that better. Sometimes you just like revise, you know, that certain thing that you're doing. I do that quite often. Oh, and I still didn't get the things that I needed. Alright, well, while I'm running back and forth here, everybody, let's go ahead and do yet another battle. We're getting a lot of battles in today. Let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and get some rewards over here. Open the captain's chest, grant some rewards. Zed, Mega, Janet, Buzzlow, and Marabear coming in overall MVP with the 11 assists. Congrats on that. One step closer. Oh, high side or low side? I say low side right there, just for funsies. Let's get the Centurion fired up. There we go. And again, come join us for some stream renders, everybody. Super fun, free-to-play game. You can find the link in the chat for mobile and desktop. Feel free to go ahead and snatch it up. And I'm just putting in my boxes here to align all of my stuff in a nice, pretty fashion. There we go. And we'll switch back to our other set here. Start the backlog. All of these resources. Very nice. Alright, there it goes. Look at that. See? And that's what's cool about bringing it down. So you can see that it's all running and you got it working properly. Very cool. And again, it's going to backlog all those resources in there. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, we're out of time. Bummer. Perfect time to come back to it later. We'll come back to it tomorrow. But let's go down here and let's make sure we get in. We got in our upgrades and our speed upgrades for all of our lines. And let's look at our concrete line on the way down. I'm just going to see if it has lights on the side, which it does. Oh, Roe coming in with a massive 41 months of sub love. Look out, from the land of Lurk, I resub to thee. I love that one. Great one, Roe. Show them some love in the chat, everybody. So, yeah, look at that concrete coming in at twice as fast. We've upgraded all of our lines, and now we've raised it up to a whole nother level. So we've got all of our lines up there, and then raising up to that higher level. And eventually we'll run that entire level out to grab those resources. Maybe we'll go lower level. Maybe we'll go lower level, bring it up to that lower level, and then upper level in case we want to build out this way at some point. We'll see. But for right now, everybody, we're going to switch over and take a little bit of a break while I go ahead and switch over to another fun game that we're going to play. Let's go ahead and make sure that I've got all my buttons and switches pressed. Let's see. Right over here, huh? Yeah. So the last hour of the stream here, we're going to play another game called Ghost of Tsushima. I believe is how you say the name. Now, I'm going to butcher it, of course, because I butcher everybody's name. Or Tsushima. Sorry, Tsushima. We're going to play a bit of that. I saw it. I've watched some other people play it. It looks awesome. So we're definitely going to play a little bits of that. Now, we'll be back tomorrow upgrading this more, getting all of these resources fed in together and run up the line. Again, right now we got 120. 120 is 240. So we've easily tripled up or quadrupled up on our feed lines here. Oh boy, look at it go. Look at it go. So we're definitely going to be making a lot more limestone. We're going to be making a lot more steel and all that stuff. And we're going to get it all in line. So we got all the pre-work done to get that going on. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to get the rest of that fired up. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.